Testing, 1, 2.
brought one.
Check 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2.
Check 1 2. Remember, we don't listen loud.
Check 1 2 1 2. Check 1 2. Yeah. That's why I kind of. Check 1 2. Yeah, that's better.
Okay.
But still.
No. Only the VA parties. And I wouldn't even put the time. I would just put, because we're guaranteed we're not going to be on schedule.
All right, good morning, everyone. My name is Joaquin Esquivel. I'm Chair of the State Water Resources Control Board. Today is Tuesday, December 3rd. It is 9:02 a.m., and I'd like to call this workshop to order. I'll begin by introducing my fellow board colleagues. Joining me today is Vice Chair Jareen Diadamo, Board Member Sean McGuire, Board Member Laurel Firestone, and Board Member Nicole Morgan. We're also joined by our Executive Director, Eric Oppenheimer, our Chief Deputy, Jonathan Bishop. Joining us virtually is our Chief Counsel, Michael Loffer. With us today as well is our Clerk of the Board, Courtney Tyler. Assisting her is Margie Argel and Biba Malatik. As you can see, this is a hybrid meeting with both in-person and virtual components. If you're joining us virtually, you're either viewing us through our traditional webcast on Cal EPA's website or the YouTube Live website. But if you intend on commenting on today's workshop, you need to be on the Zoom platform. There is a link and instructions at the top of the notice for today's workshop. If you're having any challenges, though, getting onto the platform, please do just email the clerk of the board at board.clerk@waterboards.ca.gov, and she can help get you on the platform. Once you are on the platform, your camera will be off. You will be on mute until it's your turn to speak on today's workshop. For everyone here in the room, good morning. Good to see you all. We're here in Sacramento in the California Environmental Protection Agency building. A few announcements for us as well. Please do observe the exits. If we happen to have an emergency, we'll calmly file out to Cesar Chavez Plaza and await further direction. If you intend on commenting on today's workshop, there is a laptop on the side of the room here in order to sign up. And once you are at the mic, please do introduce yourself, any affiliation you have. And lastly, please silence phones so we just have an uninterrupted discussion this morning. So this is the time and place for the public workshop to receive comments on the draft Sacramento Delta updates to the Water Quality Control Plan for the San Francisco Bay, Sacramento, San Joaquin Delta Watershed, or Bay Delta Plan. On October 25th, 2024, staff released the draft updates to the Bay Delta Plan, which are focused on the Sacramento River watershed, Delta estuary, eastside tributaries, and Delta for the reasonable protection of fish and wildlife beneficial uses. That release initiated a public comment period, and we're here today to listen to your input. I will now provide some background information on how the workshop will be conducted. This workshop is being held in accordance with the Notice of Opportunity for Public Comment and Workshop as revised on November 1st and November 6th. Today is the third of a 5-day workshop to receive public comments on the draft Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan. After today, the workshop will continue at 9 a.m. on December 12th. The remaining workshop day will be held on January 23rd. The notice includes a workshop agenda that identifies the specific topics that will be covered each day. Each day will include staff presentations on the topics identified for that day and topic-specific panel presentations and individual comments. This morning's topic is voluntary agreement habitat accounting, and this afternoon we will be covering tribal-focused topics identified in the draft update. To the extent possible, comments related to each of these topics should be reserved for their respective sessions. I'll open up for public comments at the first half here after the VA accounting panel, and then similarly, we'll open for comments after the tribal panel in the afternoon. Comments relating to other agenda topics should be reserved for the remaining workshop days. General comments not specific to a workshop topic will be heard in the afternoon of December 12th. Written comments on the draft Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan are due December 19th, 2024. However, written comments specific to the workshop topics scheduled for January 23rd, 2025 may be accepted until January 30th. If you intend to submit written comments on the draft plan updates, please read and follow the instructions provided in the notice. Written comments and associated specific recommendations are particularly helpful to the board in considering specific changes to draft updates to the Bay Delta Plan. The State Board will not take any action today or during the remaining workshop days. Rather, board action will occur at a later notice board meeting following consideration of public comments on the draft update. Based on comments on this draft, staff will develop a revised draft of proposed updates for the Bay Delta Plan for additional public comment and board consideration. Today's workshop will begin with any opening remarks that my fellow board members would like to make. This will be followed by comments from the government liaison for and member of the Winnemem Wintube tribe, Gary Mulcahy, who is unable to attend this afternoon's session. We will then hear from any elected officials, tribal leaders that are not part of our panel presentations that may be present. Then we will hear a State Water Board staff presentation on VA habitat accounting. We'll then hear a presentation from VA parties on habitat accounting. Then we will move to individual comments focused on VA accounting habitat. We will take a short break during the morning. We will also take a 45-minute lunch break around noon, depending on how our schedule is going. After lunch, we'll begin the tribal focus portion of the workshop. We'll start with remarks from any elected officials or tribal leaders that are not part of the panel presentations and may be present in the afternoon. In addition, we will hear from Regional Administrator Martha Guzman at the start after the staff presentation. After the presentation, we have 2 panels scheduled for this afternoon. The first panel is composed of Save California Salmon, the California Indian Environmental Alliance, and Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians. The second and final panel will be from VA parties and will consist of staff from the Department of Water Resources and East Bay Municipal Utility District. We will then end the day with comments from individual speakers. There are a few points about this workshop I'd like to emphasize. First, please keep your comments limited to the draft Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan. As a reminder, comments should be limited to today's specific topics, which are VA accounting and tribal-focused topics. Second, I or my fellow board members may ask staff for clarification. Staff will now be responding to each individual oral comment during this workshop. Finally, I want to take a moment to recognize that the Bay Delta watershed is a complex system that serves as a critical resource for the state. It provides drinking water to millions of Californians, provides much of the water supply for farmland throughout the state, and is vital to California Native American tribes whose cultures are deeply intertwined with the watersheds and the ecosystem. Providing balanced protection for all beneficial uses of water is incredibly important and takes careful consideration. Your input is helpful to inform any potential revisions and onto the draft updates of the Sacramento Delta Bay Delta Plan. We're intently listening to your feedback and really appreciate everyone's time this morning. With that, I look to my fellow board colleagues if there's anything they'd like to start off with this morning, comment or otherwise. Not seeing any, I would like to now call up Gary Mulcahy, Government Liaison for and member of the Winwin-Wintu tribe. And I believe Gary is joining us here virtually. Good morning. Good to see you.
Morning, Chairman Esquivel. Good morning, board members. Morning, Laurel. How are you all? I appreciate the opportunity to speak this morning. I'm sorry I couldn't be there this afternoon. I have one of those things obligations that they call work. So I'm not able to get out of work this afternoon. So Jose and Robert graciously asked the board to give me an opportunity to speak this morning, and I very much appreciate it. My name is Gary Mulcahy. I'm the government liaison for the Winnemem-Wintu tribe. Gary Mulcahy is my English name. Ponte Tiawas is my tribal name, and that means, Ponte Tiawas means uncover the lies and cover it up. In other words, set it right. And that is the actual meaning of the name itself, and I'm only the second one in tribal history. I'm not sure how, I don't have about 10 minutes, I think it is, that they said I had to talk, so I can't cover a lot of things. And the first thing I'll talk about is TBUs. You're going to get a more robust discussion of it this afternoon with Save California Salmon, Shingle Springs, and California Indigenous Environmental Network. So I'll be real quick on that. The first thing I want to talk about is you have some definitions that you've put out already regarding tribal tradition and culture, or as call, as a designation, and tribal subsistence fishing, T-sub, as a designation. I'd like to read your definition of call. And call is uses of water that support cultural, spiritual, ceremony, or traditional rites or lifeways of California Native American tribes. Now in the POI, you talk about designating call, and we definitely support that, and it should be designated throughout the watershed and not by region, because each region could have its own definition or its own qualification of call, and then you have segmented enforcement or access to tribal beneficial uses regarding call. But I would like to point out that T-sub is uses of water involving the non-commercial catching or gathering of natural aquatic resources for consumption by individuals, households, or communities of California Native American tribes. Now, this is kind of mind-boggling to me of why you would have call on the one hand, which talks about our full use of water traditionally, culturally, and spiritually, and separate out T-sub, which is the consumption of fish, which is part of our culture. Even the Department of Water Resources recognize that the Sacramento watershed and the watersheds throughout California have been designated as tribal cultural landscapes, meaning that tribes all up and down the Sacramento watershed, all up and down the San Joaquin watershed, have tribal cultural resources in that watershed that are specific and relevant and necessary to their tribal cultural practices and spiritual and ceremonial practices. So if and when you do designate tribal beneficial uses, we would ask you to incorporate T-sub under T-col because it is an intricate part of culture. There should be no separation there whatsoever. To give you an example, the Winnemem-Wintu are, we've talked many times here before the board, we're considered a salmon people. Salmon are part of our creation stories, part of our ceremonial, spiritual, and dance practices. We have a very intricate relationship with salmon, and the Department of Water Resources has also recognized that the Winnemem-Wintu's tribal cultural landscape goes all the way from Mount Shasta down to the Suisun Bay. And the reason of that is because of the cultural resource of salmon and our regard and reverence of salmon and our need in order to protect salmon populations, refocus salmon populations, double the salmon populations like is the goal in many different plans. And so we would actually really appreciate if and when you do designate TBUs that you incorporate col and T-sub together as col, because that's what it is, part of the cultural practices. Now I'm going to move on to tech. You have discussed tech in a couple of areas in the POI, the Plan of Implementation. And I would like to define what tech is and how your plans of implementation may be tailored to the watersheds itself and TBUs, as a matter of fact. Tech is a place-based science. It's not something that runs watershed-wide. It runs tribe-wise. Tribe-wise and place-based, meaning that our tech, our traditional ecological knowledge of the Winnemem-Wintu regarding salmon and the environment, the uses of water, spiritual practices, cultural practices around us, the cultural resources that we gather, and those things that we have learned through history, sent down from generation to generation, from great-great-great-grandfathers, grandmothers, all the way down to us, is knowledge that is place-based. So we are familiar with the environment around us, the needs of the environment around us, the needs of the species and resources around us, and it's place-based. Our tech is different than Shingle Springs tech. Shingle Springs tech is different than Buena Vista's tech. Buena Vista's tech is different than Calusa's tech, et cetera, et cetera. So when you're thinking of incorporating tech into the Bay Delta Plan update, the necessity of consulting with the tribes in each specific area of the Bay Delta Plan that it wishes to influence, or project that is going to be implemented in a specific area, it is vitally necessary to consult with the tribes of that place in order to make use of the tech that is available of that place. I could not tell you how you would proceed on a project, say on the Feather River, because the Feather River isn't our homeland. And our traditional ecological knowledge would not be relevant in most cases to that particular area because we're not from that area. but the tribes that are from that area are intimately familiar with the needs and the processes that need to happen in that particular area to protect the resources, the species, tribal cultural practices, and spiritual practices. So I wanted to put that out there, and also that I know that you know that tech has been designated as a science up there along with regular science, and it's understandable that it would, because if everybody realizes where Western science started from, they would realize that Western science started from indigenous people of that area of Europe, or of Ireland and England, or Africa or whatever. They started off and they tested a few plants here and there, and they said, okay, we can eat that one. Whoops, he died with that one, so we can't touch that one. And it progressed on, and that's how Western science developed. And Native American science has developed the same way. Traditional ecological knowledge by interaction with the environment throughout time immemorial. So the last thing I would like to, it is really important that I know in the POI you suggested that call would be implemented throughout the Bay Delta Plan as a whole, which is a good thing. But there was also a mention in there that T-sub and sub would have to go through possibly the regional water boards. And like I said earlier, the regional water boards don't cover the whole watershed and the whole tribal, the whole traditional cultural landscape of the tribes within it. So it would be wrong to chop that up that way and parse it out. So if and when you do incorporate it, it would be very important that it's done through the Bay Delta Plan itself as an overall umbrella, and then the regions can take consultation from that designation. The last thing I'm going to talk about is something that's dangerous to the tribe, and it could affect us in what we're trying to do right now. But my tribal leaders said that, well, we're going to continue to do what we need to do until something happens. And the reason why I'm saying that is because we are partners and allies with some of the folks that presently are in favor of the voluntary agreements, Healthy Rivers and Landscapes. They're also in favor of some other projects, and they are in favor, and they're in the process now of trying to help the Winnemem-Wintu reintroduce salmon above the Shasta Dam and back into the McCloud River and establish a volitional passage. And the reason why I'm saying this is dangerous to us is because we oppose the voluntary agreements. We adamantly oppose voluntary agreements because they are illegal. They have been discriminatory through the whole involuntary agreement processes. The only people that have been at the table talking about the voluntary agreements are water agencies, water contractors, irrigation districts, and private companies. They've excluded tribes in environmental disadvantaged communities, environmental justice communities from the process for 9 years. And I want to remind the board, and I know I don't have to, we are party to a civil rights Title VI complaint against the State Water Resources Control Board for discrimination and civil rights violations. These are prevalent throughout the VAs as they stand right now. They impede on tribal sovereignty. They impede on tribal cultural practices. They impede on tribal spiritual practices. They have not consulted with tribes. They neglect to incorporate tribes. They haven't incorporated tribes. They haven't spoken to us. And so it just furthers the discriminatory practices that have permeated California water policy from the history of California. And we all know how that policy started. In 1851, 1852, the tribes were never the treaties were never ratified, but yet the people went in and took over the tribes' lands. People went, put a sign up, a post up on a note a note up on a tree saying, this is now our water, and excluded tribes from their access to water. They were considered first in time, first in right, and the tribes lost their water rights at that time, or their access to water, and it continues today. And the VAs are a continuation of that practice, because the people that are backing the VAs are the same people that are, many of them are the first in time, first in right, pre-1914 water right people that went in and helped massacre and move tribes off of their land in order to get their resources. So we would adamantly ask that you do not incorporate the VAs at this time. The VAs could be an avenue to work in the future, but the VAs need to become more inclusive. They need to become more relevant to what's happening in California today, and not tribal and not water policy, how it's worked in California over the last 150 years. And if it becomes that part, we may be able to come to some kind of agreement. But as it stands now, if the VAs are accepted into this Bay Delta Plan update, as part of the Bay Delta Plan update, the State Water Resources Control Board is going to face many years of litigation. And that's not just from me, that's from a whole bunch of people, because they've excluded too many people. And that's why I say it's what I was about ready to say could be damaging to the tribe. But we have to say it. I mean, we have to let people know that we think the VAs, as they stand right now, are not in supportive of California justice, California beneficial uses, and do not benefit Californians as a whole. They only benefit a small majority of water agencies, ag districts, and companies. That's all I have to say today, and I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to talk.
Thank you for those comments, Mr. Mulcahy. I'm glad we were able to accommodate you and be able to hear your voice here as part of this discussion. Definitely have quite the history here in our state, and that history definitely, I will just say, weighs on me as we consider how we become the best decision makers here in this moment with a lot of complex issues before us. And so your voice and your perspectives are really welcomed, and I appreciate your contribution to the discussion for today. So thank you, Mr. Mulcahy.
Thank you. And I know what's going on. It's tough. You guys have a very, very tough job, and I appreciate it. And there's a lot of influences all over the place that could impact you. And you're going to hear a lot of discussion from other people about how good this thing is or how bad that thing is. And I really don't want to be in your shoes, and I wouldn't want to be. And seriously, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you as well. And again, your voice helps us be better decision makers amongst it. So it's really appreciated. Okay. With that, I look to the room and also on the platform in case there are any elected officials or elected tribal members that would like to speak now before we go to staff presentation. And not seeing either one. And so we can move on to the staff presentation here on VA Habitat Accounting. Good to see you this morning, Ms. Riddle.
Good to see you too. Good morning. My name is Diane Riddle. I'm one of the Assistant Deputy Directors in the Division of Water Rights, overseeing the board's Bay Delta efforts. With me here today from the division are two of our program managers, Sam Bishevkin and Laura Turtleclub. We also have Penn Scoble with the Office of Chief Counsel and additional members of our team in the room and on the platform today. Next slide, please. I'll start by providing a summary of the topics we plan to discuss today. First, I'll begin with an overview of the purpose and format of this workshop. Then Sam will describe the VA habitat accounting provisions included in the draft Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan. Lastly, we'll end the staff presentation with next steps and future opportunities to participate in this process. For efficiency purposes, this morning's presentation will not include an overview of the draft Bay Delta Plan provisions and the current process to update the plan. However, that background information can be found in the beginning of the staff presentations from the November 20th and 22nd workshop days. The recordings of those workshops are available on our website. Next slide, please. Today is the third day of a multi-day public workshop to discuss draft Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan that were released on October 25th. As described in the notice, each day of this 5-day workshop will cover specific topics related to the Bay Delta Plan updates. Staff will be providing presentations at each workshop day to provide an overview of the workshop topics for that day. Each day will also include topic-specific panel presentations and topic-specific individual comments. Next slide, please. This slide identifies the specific topics that will be addressed at each workshop day. This morning, we'll cover the VA habitat accounting provisions included in the draft Bay Delta Plan updates. This afternoon, we will cover tribal-focused topics related to the draft Bay Delta Plan updates. The workshop on November 20th covered the draft Sacramento Delta regulatory and general provisions of the Bay Delta Plan, and the November 22nd day, we covered the draft provisions for voluntary agreements proposed by state and federal water users, state and federal agencies and various water users. The voluntary agreements are abbreviated throughout our presentations as VAs and are also referred to as the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes proposal. The December 12th workshop day will cover VA flow accounting with the opportunity for any general individual comments at the end of that day. Our last workshop day on January 23rd of next year will cover 2 possible provisions identified in the draft plan updates, one intended to protect base delta outflows during droughts and one to protect voluntary agreement flows in the base to which they are added from new water supply projects. We will provide summaries of those topics on those days as well. Next slide, please. This slide identifies this morning's agenda. Following the staff presentation, we'll hear from one panel. After this staff presentation, after that panel, board members may provide input and ask questions. We'll end the morning with any topic-specific individual comments. To the extent possible, comments should be limited to this morning's workshop topics. Comments related to tribal topics would be appreciated after lunch to the extent possible, and comments that are more general in nature would be appreciated on December 12th. Now I'll turn over to Sam to discuss VA habitat accounting provisions in the draft Bay Delta Plan.
Thanks, Diane. Next slide. The VA Memorandum of Understanding describes the process for habitat accounting in Appendix 4. First, it describes how quantitative metrics will be developed to ascertain whether VA commitments are met. These implementation criteria would be established to ensure actions are taken to provide non-flow assets, including in-stream and floodplain habitat projects that meet design criteria, acreage, and other targets. Later, it describes how, in coordination with the State Water Board and VA parties, DWR and Reclamation will develop accounting procedures to assure that habitat restoration provided under the VAs are additional contributions above baseline conditions, and that these procedures are subject to approval by the State Water Board. Next slide. The table on this slide presents the VA habitat commitments from Appendix 2 of the MOU, which are also included in Table 9 of the draft Bay Delta Plan. The purpose of habitat accounting is to determine the number of suitable acres each VA habitat project contributes toward the VA MOU habitat restoration commitments, excluding non-habitat acres such as access roads or other areas that are unsuitable as habitat. Habitat accounting would also provide confirmation that habitat restoration projects are consistent with the benefits analysis in the scientific basis report supplement based on the best available science. Next slide. The habitat accounting provisions in the draft Bay Delta Plan were developed based on the VA party proposals included in their strategic plan, with modifications to provide for consistency with the VA MOU and with the scientific basis report supplement. The draft habitat accounting follows 3 main steps that are referenced by number in the slide headings following this one. The first step would determine that the proposed habitat restoration project is additive to the VA habitat baseline. The second step would determine the number of acres of qualifying projects that meet all applicable design criteria. The third step would only be applicable to tributary spawning, in-stream rearing, and floodplain rearing projects. In this third step, habitat verification would be conducted to confirm that the constructed VA habitat conforms with or provides equivalent benefits to the flow habitat relationships provided by VA parties for assessment of the benefits of the VAs. Next slide. As mentioned in the prior slide, the first accounting step would be to define and apply the VA baseline. The VA MOU defines the habitat baseline in section 4.2, where it states the habitat restoration measures described in Appendix 2 will be additive to physical conditions and regulatory requirements existing as of December 2018. To reflect this baseline, VA projects would restore habitat in areas that are unsuitable under pre-project conditions, would restore habitat for VA purposes and not other regulatory or mitigation requirements, or other requirements that existed as of December 2018 or earlier, and would be started after December 2018 and completed by the end of year 8 of the VAs. Next slide. Now we'll move to the second draft accounting step to determine the number of acres of qualifying projects that meet applicable design criteria. This step will be covered in a series of slides. The draft Bay Delta plan identifies design criteria for tributary spawning, in-stream rearing, and floodplain habitat, and I'll come back to those specific criteria after this slide. Draft design criteria are not identified for bypass floodplain or tidal wetland habitat. The draft Bay Delta plan identifies that proposals for bypass or tidal wetland criteria or for variances to predefined tributary criteria would be submitted to the executive director and to CDFW for approval, modification, or rejection. These proposals would include scientific evidence that the proposed design criteria define suitable habitat for the species and life stage the restoration project is intended to benefit, a justification for why modifications are needed to the design criteria, and how the modified design criteria would provide equivalent or greater protections for the species and life stage the project is intended to benefit, and appropriate reference materials such as scientific literature used to support the proposed project-specific modifications to the design criteria. The process for proposing variances to design criteria would allow for the consideration of project-specific design criteria that maximize habitat benefits for individual projects. This process for approving modified design criteria could also be used to consider modified design criteria for early implementation projects. Next slide. The draft tributary habitat design criteria for depth, velocity, and substrate are included in the table at the bottom of this slide. These criteria and their scientific basis were identified in the final draft scientific basis report supplement. These same criteria appear in VA habitat accounting documents. The depth and velocity criteria are also the same criteria used by VA parties in constructing the flow habitat relationships provided to State Water Board staff for analysis of benefits in the final draft scientific basis report supplement. Next slide. Cover is a key defining attribute of suitable salmon rearing habitat, and some have identified cover as more important even than suitable depth and velocity. The cover criterion in the draft Bay Delta plan would call for a minimum 20% aerial coverage of cover features that have a habitat suitability index greater than or equal to 0.5 supported by the scientific literature, with no buffer applied. This criterion is consistent with the final draft scientific basis report supplement, the first draft of the VA strategic plan from September 2023, and with section 2.2 of the latest draft VA non-flow measure accounting from October 2024. However, this criterion is not fully consistent with section 2.3.6 of this latest draft VA non-flow measure accounting from October 2024, which added a 3-foot buffer around all cover features before calculating the 20% coverage metric. Next slide. 20% aerial coverage of cover features is the lowest amount of cover identified to be suitable from the scientific literature. This comes from Raleigh et al. 1986, who stated that 20% of the stream area should provide cover. Another report, Whipple et al. 2019, quantified suitable habitat as 75% cover of combined structural elements or a daily turbidity greater than 20 NTU. A number of studies have found that juvenile salmon forage within 3 feet of cover features, but there is no scientific literature that we have been able to find for the suitability of 20% aerial coverage of 3-foot buffered cover features. If juvenile salmon forage within 3 feet of cover features, that could imply that cover features should be available within 3 feet of every suitable habitat area. However, if this only occurs in 20% of the habitat area, then 80% would be unsuitable. Looking at this from the other direction, if 20% of the habitat area should provide cover, adding a 3-foot buffer to all cover features before calculating the 20% would mean that less than 20% of the habitat area actually constitutes cover features. Next slide. This table shows the suitable cover features identified in the draft Bay Delta plan that have a habitat suitability index greater than or equal to 0.5, supported by the scientific literature. This table originally came from the VA accounting documents, except for the removal of cobble that I will talk about in the next slide. This table can be found as Table 16 in the draft Bay Delta plan. Next slide. As mentioned in the previous slide, cobble less than 12 inches in diameter was not included in the draft Bay Delta plan as a possible cover feature, although cobble is included in VA accounting documents. The VA documents cite a Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife report from 2004 to support cobble as cover. Beecher and Caldwell, 2022, which is the updated version of the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife 2004 report, includes cobble as a substrate that juvenile salmon can be found near when no cover is available, but it does not classify cobble as cover. In addition, this report includes a statement that the report should not be used without written agreement of Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife or Ecology in-stream flow biologists. Other studies have found that juvenile salmon do not prefer cobble over no cover, or do not include cobble in lists of suitable cover features for salmonid rearing. Next slide. The last design criterion identified in the draft Bay Delta plan is the inundation criterion for tributary floodplain habitat. The purpose of this criterion is to ensure that restored VA floodplain habitats receive sufficient inundation to benefit rearing salmonids. The draft criterion calls for suitable inundation events during times that provide benefit for rearing salmonids in 2 out of every 3 years. Suitable inundation events are defined as 2 inundation periods of at least 21 days duration, or another period providing equivalent or greater benefits according to the science summarized in the Scientific Basis Report Supplement or updated scientific information as approved by the Executive Director. This draft criterion would be evaluated using modeled hydrology on a long-term basis using a proposed new methodology described in Appendix B of the draft Bay Delta plan, since the VA party accounting protocols did not include a methodology for evaluating this criterion. Next slide. The draft inundation criterion is based on the criteria used for the meaningful floodplain event analysis in the Scientific Basis Report Supplement. The duration of floodplain inundation is based on the amount of time needed to allow floodplain food webs to activate and reach peak productivity. The scientific basis report supplement states that for productivity benefits, at least 7 days of inundation are needed and productivity peaks after 21 days. However, rearing salmonids need time to use the habitat after the food webs have been activated. So a higher inundation duration than 7 days is needed to ensure salmon have a chance to use the floodplain habitat when it's productive. For this reason, and to maximize the productivity benefit, 21 days was chosen as the duration criterion. In addition, studies of salmon on floodplains have found that they spend 30 to 56 days on the floodplain on average, and that longer floodplain inundation duration provides greater benefits for salmon life history, diversity, and growth. Next slide. The intra-annual frequency of 2 floodplain events is based on scientific findings that repeated flood pulses renew productivity and passage and reduce the likelihood of prey mismatch. This has led to conclusions that the most productive inundation pattern is multiple long-duration inundation events over the rearing season. Lastly, the interannual frequency of suitable inundation events occurring in 2 out of every 3 years is based on literature documenting that inundation is needed at least every 1.3 to 4 years, but is most beneficial every year. The draft 2 out of every 3 year criterion is proposed to balance these needs and account for variation in salmon cohorts among years. Next slide. As mentioned earlier, bypass and tidal wetland design criteria are not predefined, but would need to be proposed for approval to the executive director and DFW. Any proposal would require scientific evidence that the proposed design criteria constitute suitable habitat for the species and life stages the project is intended to benefit. The projects would also need to be designed to address aquatic ecosystem stressors in the scientific basis report supplement, and they would need to provide fish access and habitat for salmon rearing and/or other fishes such as sturgeon, splittail, and longfin smelt. Lastly, since some bypass floodplain projects are contemplated as enhancements of existing habitat rather than restoration of areas that do not currently function as habitat, design criteria would need to be proposed alongside a proposal for the amount of incremental improvement needed for an enhancement project acre to count toward the commitments. Next slide. The third accounting step is the verification to confirm that the acreage of habitat meeting design criteria across a range of flows conforms with or provides equivalent benefits to the flow habitat relationships provided by VA parties for assessment of the benefits of the VAs in the scientific basis report supplement, for which 2 public comment periods provided opportunities for suggested revisions. Again, this step would only apply for tributary spawning, in-stream rearing, and floodplain rearing, and not for tidal wetland or bypass floodplain habitats. Since habitat is flow dependent, these flow habitat relationships were needed given that the VA MOU includes static single numbers of habitat commitments. This verification step has built-in flexibility to allow it to be met through other mechanisms, such as additional benefit analyses of updated flow habitat relationships. This concludes the 3 major habitat accounting steps. Next slide. A draft detailed protocol to apply accounting to qualifying VA tributary habitat restoration projects is provided in Appendix B to the draft Bay Delta plan. This protocol was modified from the VA habitat accounting protocol developed by VA parties that was released in advance of the April 2024 workshop on the proposed VAs. The draft modifications were intended to increase clarity, provide consistency with the accounting requirements in the draft Bay Delta Plan, and develop protocols that allow for proportional counting of habitat acres rather than pass or fail tests on entire projects. In addition, a modification was made to remove a provision that would allow the same acre of habitat to count toward multiple habitat categories, such as tributary spawning and in-stream rearing, to adhere to the additive nature of each habitat category in the VA MOU. Habitat accounting procedures for bypass floodplain and tidal wetland projects would be proposed to follow similar protocols to those contained in Appendix B for tributary habitat accounting. The protocols in Appendix B could be refined by the Executive Director as part of annual and periodic review processes after public review and comment. If needed later, I can go over Appendix B in more detail. For the sake of time, I'm not going to go through those now, but I'm happy to come back to them later if requested. Next slide. For each restoration project proposed to apply toward the VAs, the following information would be submitted: the lead implementing agency and any collaborating agencies and the role of each agency, the final project design as constructed, including the actual aerial extent of substrate and cover elements by type, raster data providing spatial data of adequate resolution of the areas conforming to the depth, velocity, cover, and substrate criteria at each design flow, and shape files of the actual aerial spatial extent of each cover and substrate type at each design flow, and any other information necessary to conduct accounting assessments or as requested by the Executive Director. Next slide. That concludes our overview of the draft VA habitat accounting provisions of the draft Bay Delta Plan. So now I'll discuss next steps. The board is currently accepting public comments on the draft updates to the Bay Delta Plan in writing and orally at these workshops. Written comments are due December 19th. However, comments related to the workshop topics scheduled for January 23rd may be accepted until January 30th, 2025. Following the public comment period, staff will develop a revised draft of proposed updates to the Bay Delta Plan based on the public comments received. Staff will also continue to review comments on the draft staff report that were received earlier this year and develop responses to comments and any needed refinements to the staff report. After these processes are complete, the State Water Board would consider approval of the Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan and the final staff report anticipated for fall or winter of 2025. Next slide. This slide shows our resources and contact information. We have web pages for the Sacramento Delta update to the Bay Delta Plan, for the proposed VAs, and for the Bay Delta watershed. Comments on the draft plan updates and questions related to the Sacramento Delta update to the Bay Delta Plan should be sent to staff at sacdeltacomments@waterboards.ca.gov. To stay informed of Bay Delta watershed activities, subscribe to our Bay Delta Notices email subscription list. To subscribe, visit the Bay Delta watershed page, scroll to the bottom where you'll find the box shown on this slide, and enter your email address. This concludes the staff presentation. We are available for any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Really appreciate the overview of the flow, habitat accounting rather, provisions within the Bay Delta Plan here. Looking to fellow board colleagues, if there's anything off the bat, currently question or comment wise. Vice Chair, please.
I have a couple of questions. First of all, with respect to, and this is in follow-up to our previous workshops on the role of the executive director. And so just want to call out that I see several places throughout where the executive director would be required to approve or have some role. And so rather than getting into the detail today, I just am flagging this. I know we had talked about, the need to have, whether it's a small group or discussion with DWR and some of the other parties regarding the appropriate role and making recommendations back to us with respect to any refinements. Okay, and then on slide 21, if we could pull that up, I'm a little unclear on the fourth bullet, remove provisions that would allow same acres to count toward multiple habitat categories. This was an update that was provided by the VA parties, or this is something that you all made an adjustment to in the appendix?
This is something that staff proposed an edit to, which of course we're open to public comments on.
Okay, so I would just call out that I'm not in favor of double counting, but at the same time, if there's a habitat that's, maybe more of a platinum or gold because of multiple benefits, I think that ought to be encouraged. So again, don't want to get into any detail today, but I welcome comment on that and maybe some openness with respect to multiple benefits. And then let's see, we've got slide 13 and 15 that I'd like to take a look at. So let's start with 13. And this has to do with studies that have found, related to cover features, and then same thing on 15, challenging some of the information or lack of information regarding cobble. And so just want to better understand what is it that you're suggesting here, if anything, or are you just flagging it for further discussion? And then also the role of CDFW on these recommendations and any input that they may have had.
Yeah, so I think, is this slide 15? Was it 13 was the first one?
13 and 15.
Yeah, so slide
bullet.
13. Yeah, so these are the staff draft recommendations for the update to the Bay Delta plan, is that the cover criterion would be 20% coverage of suitable cover features. And this is slightly different from what was found in part of the latest VA party produced habitat accounting protocol, which basically they drew a 3-foot buffer. So they expanded the area of each cover feature by 3 feet in every direction, and then calculated whether that covered 20% of the habitat area. So the issue that's different here is whether the 3-foot buffer is applied or not. So in the staff draft proposal, there is no 3-foot buffer because we weren't able to find any scientific literature that demonstrated the suitability of 20% coverage after applying a 3-foot buffer. And then for the cobble issue, that's another area where the staff drafted proposal is slightly different from the VA party proposal. In the VA party accounting protocol, they included cobble as a suitable cover feature. And again, we weren't really able to find the scientific evidence that cobble less than 12 inches diameter is a suitable cover feature, so that was removed. And then in terms of CDFW, I guess I don't want to speak for them, but maybe we can hear from them later.
Yeah, that would be great to hear whether they have information or if they have a different view. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And just to kind of piggyback off of that a bit, when it comes to, I guess, the sort of anticipated cover, does removing cobble bring the amount of cover below that 20% threshold at that point? Or do we not have enough detail to know exactly what the anticipated plan was, or what percentage of cover cobble would have been for what they were proposing?
I'd expect if cobble is included as a suitable cover feature, that would, increase the amount of cover that you're measuring in habitat areas. So it would, result in a higher amount of cobble that you're measuring. And if you don't count cobble, then you'd be measuring a lower amount of cobble. So the bar might be slightly higher in terms of adding other cover features such as boulder or vegetation or undercut banks. Hopefully that answers.
Yeah, maybe to clarify, these would be criteria for new projects that are constructed and determining whether those constructed habitat projects are meeting the design criteria and providing the expected benefits to contribute to the voluntary agreement program. So this is, determining how a project qualifies to be counted toward meeting the habitat acreage numbers in the voluntary agreements.
Yeah, so it's not like we have a firm sense of how much projects were necessarily going to be relying on cobble as part of that 20% cover that they're trying to achieve. Appreciate that. Board Member McGuire.
Yes, thank you for the presentation and the work. I know there's a lot of detail that goes into this, especially when we're trying to true up real world functional habitat projects with kind of a theoretical ambitious program here, right? And trying to marry those two. So we're getting into cobble size and a lot of really specific detail here in the plan, which makes me a little nervous that, we, in some cases might overly constrict what some of these projects might end up being when they get out there in the field. And so, I'm speaking as an engineer and someone who's been out in the field and built projects and understands that a lot of times what you find out there in the real world is a little bit different than what you see on paper. But I get that we need to have criteria and bookends for how that works. So if I could ask a question on, and if you want to comment on that, you can, but on slide 16, so when it gets kind of one of the other types of projects that we might see are the floodplain inundation projects, which are really exciting to me. I think that's a space where we really can see a lot of value and benefit from these investments. And I agree, there should be criteria. They need to be inundated for a certain amount of time or they're not going to be all that useful. Where I get a little bit, where I'm seeking to understand better, and we don't have to go into all the detail now, but just to flag for you, the last bullet there, when we talk about using kind of a modeled hydrology, kind of a modeling approach to validate the inundation frequency and how that habitat will be counted or not. That's an area that I'm going to seek to understand a little bit better because I just get a little worried when we have models and then we try and rely on that for validating real world conditions again, kind of that same theme. So just wanted to bring that up. I think it's something we can work through. Again, it's an area where I know that sometimes the best models in the world don't always reflect reality and what we see on the ground. So just wanted to flag that. And if you have thoughts, I'm open to it.
Yeah, thanks for that. I think, so the purpose of using a modeled hydrology for the inundation criterion is to ensure that the VA parties are not held responsible for whatever hydrology happens over the term of the VAs when the habitat accounting is conducted. So we wanted habitat accounting to be fully independent of whatever hydrology happens over the 8-year term of the VAs. And that's why modeled hydrology is used to estimate the inundation duration, frequency, et cetera.
Okay, but again, even then, the model, what you might model may or may not true up exactly with what the real world conditions dictate. So that may work. And I'm interested in hearing more feedback from the VA parties and others on this. But again, it's just, there's a lot of moving parts here.
Yeah, I also wanted to mention, related to that issue and the prior issue that you raised, there is flexibility in the draft provisions in the Bay Delta plan for the executive director to approve, and this gets into Board Member Giordano's question about executive director approval processes. There is flexibility. With that flexibility then comes, if we don't have a defined criteria, then an approval process would come with that. That's for the most part how the executive director approval process works. If there isn't a defined design criteria, or we're going outside of the design criteria identified in the plan, that would require executive director approval. And that's really just kind of the oversight, a bit of oversight for ensuring that we're seeing the benefits we expected to see as part of the voluntary agreements. We have a verification process for doing that. If it's not the specific criteria identified in the plan, then that would be an individual evaluation subject to the executive director's approval with input from CDFW as well.
Thank you for that clarification. Again, I think that makes sense. I think we should have flexibility and the ability to adapt. It also can get to be an overly, challenging process as well on the flip side. So it's trying to find that right balance.
Yeah, thank you, board member. Definitely is about that balance. Board member Morgan?
You. And appreciate the conversation and definitely agree with my fellow board members. Do want to just add that I want to make sure that for when we're looking at the criteria and the scientific basis for the criteria that we're looking at, that we're also we're coordinating with our state and federal partners, especially those, natural resources and CDFW, the agencies that are actively doing a lot of projects here in California and are seeing those results. I can't talk this morning, my goodness. So because, we're looking at different literature, and we're looking at literature that's in different states, which is great. But we have many projects that have happened here in the state that, our sister agencies have implemented, have seen, and have knowledge of here. And I want to make sure that we're incorporating that information. We're also, reaching out to our tribal partners, and we're also incorporating the information that they know and that they understand of what works here in California. And we're, being inclusive of the knowledge. I understand looking for a paper that's been written that you can point to. However, there is knowledge of projects that have been implemented, what worked, what didn't work here in the state. And we may not be able to exactly point to, a paper that someone has written after the project, but there still is that knowledge that is there. And so want to make sure that we're not being overly constrained or constricted just because no one's written the paper yet on it. So just, again, that kind of goes to the conversations we've had previously about bringing everyone together, having the conversations, and making sure that we're being inclusive of the voices that are out there and the knowledge as we move forward. So just want to, reiterate that and just put that out there. Thank you.
Thank you, board member. Board member Firestone.
Yeah, I'll just chime in. I'm interested to hear comments from the VA parties on the suggested changes and input that staff have flagged around buffers and COBBLE in particular, and the inundation criteria and duration. I think it's really helpful for staff to have identified now early what we have concerns with and make sure that we're clear as folks are hoping to hit, well, I've already started and we'll be hitting the ground running even more in trying to get these habitat projects done. So I think it's really important that we're clear on criterion, and I appreciate flagging these concerns and that we're able to get comments and give some guidance. I'm open to whether those, interested to hear more on those. I think good points from the board members, my fellow board members on, that balance between allowing for science to evolve, making sure we're creating a pathway for TEK. It's a great point. And also, though, balancing that against, the VA proposal here is to essentially trade a huge amount of flow for a lot of habitat. And we need to really understand and be able to account for that habitat to make sure that that's real. And so we need to have very clear and agreed upon criteria. We have a scientific basis report, and we need to make sure that what we are we have a meeting of the minds of what we're understanding will happen, and that it will be consistent with what we've gotten, very robust, peer-reviewed, and thoughtful process around. So how we balance that ability to evolve and incorporate TEK with the need to have some clarity going in and some real clear accounting is I think what we're all trying to achieve here. I am open to just hearing, or I'd like to echo the co-chairs interest in understanding, are there some, I think nobody wants to double count. I think glad that we flag that issue, and there may be areas where there is multiple benefits and there's some reason to think about it differently. So I'd be interested to hear if VA parties have different thoughts on that, but that makes sense to me. I think just, we're going to talk about tribal this afternoon, but I think we could think about, how we're making clear within this habitat accounting and criterion process, the path. I think Board Member Morgan's point around the pathway for TEK to be built into that design criteria and not having that be prevented because of things that were incorporated in the plan, within balancing that tension that I described before. So interested in others' comments and appreciate the work on this.
Can I make a quick comment in response to your comments related to, and other comments related to tribal input? We will be discussing the provisions that we've included in the draft Bay Delta plan related to tribal input, and that includes provisions related to the voluntary agreements and participation by tribes and in those processes, including the science committee. So we do have draft provisions in the Bay Delta plan. Again, we welcome additional input on whether those provisions should be modified in any way, but we have included that participation as part of the voluntary agreement program of implementation.
Really appreciate that addition and look forward to, I know it will be a more robust discussion in the afternoon around tribal engagement and TBUs and other issues centered around tribes. I think one other thing I'd like to flag for the VA parties as they come up is around the flow habitat relationship work that folks have done here, in addition to kind of the static numbers, if you will, on the VA MOU. I think it is important to really understand that relationship between the flow and the habitat, not see them as kind of two sides of a ledger that you're just kind of, trading off. They have intricate, complexity in how they interact with each other. And so being able to kind of suss that out and to, help ensure that the habitat is wetted and that we have some confidence, even, given that we'll have different hydrologies, is important. So just appreciate the work that folks did to try to better establish that flow habitat relationship. I think it's something that's going to be important because, to Board Member McGuire's point, implementation is always, as we know, a lot more complex, but I think being able to unpack that relationship a bit can help give us some confidence in the assets actually materializing into benefit in the watershed. Okay. If there isn't anything further, and appreciate all the good comment, very much agree with folks' points at the dais here. Let's give ourselves a little bit of an early break here as we transition then to the VA party presentation. So let's give ourselves just 10 minutes here. Let's go ahead and come back at, say, 11:20 or 10:21 rather, and we'll start in on the VA party presentation. Thanks, everyone. All right, everyone, we're at 10:22. We can bring ourselves back here, and I'd like to call up our panel that we'll be hearing from next. Yeah, thank you. Please. Welcome. Good morning. Thank you all for joining us. It's good to see you.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, board members. Thank you so much for having us here today and for giving us a chance to talk about the accounting procedures for the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program. It's very nice to see all of you. My name is Megan Hurdle. I'm Deputy Secretary of Biodiversity and Habitat for California Natural Resources Agency. I have the very fun job of leading the state's 30 by 30 initiative, which is the effort to conserve 30% of our lands and coastal waters by 2030 for biodiversity's sake. Some of that will come up later in this presentation, but I don't want to spoil the lead, so I'll hold that. I do want to take a moment, though, to give my fellow panelists a chance to introduce themselves and to give you a little bit of background on who they are. So I will pass it over to Dr. Conrad.
Thank you, and good morning, Chair Esquivel and Vice Chair Diadamo, board members. Great to be with you again. And my name is Louise Conrad. I serve as Department of Water Resources lead scientist and lead the science committee for Healthy Rivers and Landscapes. And I will pass it to Pascal Gertler.
Hello, good morning. My name is Pascal Gertler. I'm at the Department of Water Resources as well as an environmental program manager. I'm a member of the science committee and I have a background in fisheries ecology.
Good morning. My name is Bryson Swart. I'm an environmental program manager with California Department of Fish and Wildlife, also a member of the science committee, and my background is in fisheries management.
Morning. Good morning, Chair Esquivel, board members. I'm Joanna Lassard. I'm the watershed manager for the Yuba Water Agency. I lead our watershed resilience program and support a variety of habitat restoration initiatives at the agency, and I have a PhD in stream ecology. Happy to be here.
Hello, good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you. My name is Chris Hammersmark. I'm a director at CBEC Ecoengineering, where I oversee our geomorphology and habitat design groups.
Great. As you can see, we have a stellar panel here today that I hope answers some of the questions that have already been raised, and we'll give you some of our thoughts that we've come to in the review of the draft program of implementation and Appendix B. So before we jump in, I'd actually like to summarize what we're going to cover. If we could go to the next slide, please, that would be great. So I'll start off with a brief summary of the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes habitat commitment and some of the early action and implementation that we've already been taken. Secondly, we really do appreciate the dedicated and very detailed work of the State Water Board staff in creating the accounting procedure. We've spent time reviewing the relevant sections of the program of implementation and Appendix B, and we have some comments that we would like to see incorporated in the revision. So thank you for the opportunity to spend the bulk of our presentation walking through some examples of why we feel those comments are relevant. And then, of course, we'll close out with just a summary of what our suggested edits are to that draft POI. Next slide, please. So as all of you know, the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program commits us to building over 27,000 acres of different habitat types to support native fishes throughout participating systems. It also commits us to leveraging 20,000 acres to create fish food to put back in the system for out-migrating salmon. And we're learning more and more of just how important these food resources are, in addition to making sure we've got habitat and flow requirements. So at this time, we have 142 projects identified, but as you know, we're not waiting. 42 of those projects are already completed or underway. These are the no regrets early implementations and actions that we all agree are going to be helping uplift salmon and native fish. It's a little bit small on the screen up here, but what we wanted to point out is just the geographic distribution of the projects that you see here. And this is incredibly important because we are working at all of the life cycle stages that we can in the Sacramento Basin. From the headwaters below the rim dams all the way down to the delta. And so that we'll get into this, but there's quite a bit of difference and variance in the types of habitat projects that we're doing. So in addition to having these projects out on the ground and having them contribute potentially to the water quality control plan, I do want to note that these also help us achieve other statewide initiatives, including the 30 by 30 initiative, which I leave. Some of these projects will count for that. They also contribute to California Natural Resources Salmon Strategy for a Hotter, Drier Future, our nature-based solutions climate targets, and also a floodplain forward MOU that 9 federal and state agencies recently signed with a commitment to advance projects in this basin to uplift species, to support farmers and communities, to help with flood protection, and achieve many, many multiple benefits. Next slide, please. So I heard this referenced a little bit in the conversation that the board was having when I arrived, but one of the things we want to emphasize is we know how to do restoration projects. You see the dots on a map. There are many more than that that many of us have worked on throughout of our careers, but these are complex projects. As Board Member McGuire was pointing out, from an engineering perspective, you really do need to take into that complexity and be able to have some nimbleness and agility as you're planning and implementing these projects. We do want to recognize that, of course, we need to have a solid accounting plan that sets up criteria and gives us a roadmap, but we also need to have a pathway to pull in a best available science and to be able to think nimbly and agilely about how we're designing and implementing these projects. And that's for a couple different reasons. First of all, when we're targeting salmon directly, we're going to be working in many different locations, whether that's floodplains, in river, down into the delta. These are different types of habitats that have different construction methods, different regulatory methods. We will need to be able to adjust and consider all of those as we plan and implement those projects. Secondly, we are trying to target multiple benefits and multiple species. It's kind of small on the screen, but you can see a variety of different fishes on the bottom. And as we think about trying in each location to have the greatest number of benefits possible, there's not one size fits all that is an answer. And so we need to have the flexibility to be able to plan and implement that. And the third is all of these projects are going to have regulatory requirements, including through the Water Quality Control Plan, but also through CEQA, Department of Fish and Wildlife regulations, flood plan regulations, both now and as those change into the future. We need to be able to adapt to those. And then finally, we'll spend a bit of time talking about best available science. What we know now is much better than what we knew 10 years ago. And that science is going to continue to change and adapt. And we need to be able to incorporate that and make sure we're designing and implementing the best available projects that we can. So with that, I will actually go ahead and turn it over to my colleague, Dr. Conrad.
Thank you so much. If we could go to the next slide, please. Okay, so I'm going to give an overview first of our comments in the hope that it provides a bit of a roadmap for you before I turn it over to other panelists to go into some more depth. So first off, you're going to hear us speak to opportunities to advance the science that's contained in the Scientific Basis Report Supplement. And we provide these comments and these opportunities with the acknowledgement that this Scientific Basis Report Supplement is really an essential milestone peer-reviewed document that is part of the Water Quality Control Plan update. And we agree that it is important to continue and build on the analytical approach that is in there. And we would like to do that during the period of implementation while being able to bring in additional data resources that will be relevant to this area of habitat accounting. The Healthy Rivers and Landscapes Strategic Plan provided to the board earlier this year provides what we believe is a robust approach to the habitat accounting. And it uses design criteria that were developed, as discussed earlier, as part of a collaborative effort and are included in the Scientific Basis Report Supplement. The draft program of implementation takes many of these approaches, design criteria, and methodologies. However, it is not a complete overlap, and it's in this area where there's separation where we have comments. And those comments, and I think this has already been discussed, some of these areas of separation have already been flagged helpfully by the board staff. These comments that we have fall into two general categories. One are we have some implementation flags, which I think Secretary Hurdle already discussed in a broad level. And then secondly, we have significant concerns that the approach will constrain our ability to use best available science during the period of implementation. And that's where we're going to spend the bulk of our time speaking to today. So if we can go to the next slide, I'm going to summarize those opportunities for best available science improvement. So we do see the current draft as a bit constraining, and we're framing that here as opportunities in the revision phase to improve our ability to take in best available science. So I'm going to summarize this. Generally, there are three categories. The first regards the use of the flow habitat area curves that are provided in the scientific basis report supplement. Now, I agree, we agree wholeheartedly with Chair Esquivel's earlier comment that this is really important work to view the habitat as married with the flow. It is not one either or. It is something that you don't have the habitat without the flow. So it is really important to understand this relationship. The draft program of implementation's accounting approach requires the use of these same curves that are provided in the scientific basis report supplement. However, we're going to illustrate that what is there is coarse compared to what is needed for habitat accounting. And we would like the draft POI to be revised such that new empirical data can be taken in and used for the habitat accounting methodology. The second main area of concern regards the use of a new metric in the draft POI to sum the newly built habitat. This is in the final habitat accounting methodology described in Appendix B. This new metric uses the area under the curve. That is, if you're versed in calculus, that's the integral of the constructed flow area curve and the scientific basis report flow area curve. For built habitat as part of the HRL program to count towards the program, there needs to be a 95% overlap between the constructed and the assumed flow area curve in the scientific basis report. So our concerns are that first, to our knowledge, this metric of this area under the curve and this overlap has not been used in the scientific literature. We don't see it as, it's a new approach that it's not yet used in practice. We suggest that the approach already articulated in the strategic plan, which is not included in the draft POI, does provide a robust method that also allows the adoption of this site-specific data to be included and doesn't require usage of the flow area curves in the scientific basis report, which, as I've said, we believe are too coarse for the job of habitat accounting. The third best available science opportunity regards some of the design criteria. There's already been some discussion this morning specifically in this area, and you're going to hear, we will address in our presentation the floodplain inundation criteria and how, while we understand and agree with the intent that we need to provide quality habitat, some of the changes from the HRL strategic plan and, frankly, the scientific basis report supplement bring us to an implementation that doesn't achieve the desired benefit in some cases. So we will be flagging that. Just want to acknowledge, many of the design criteria that are in the HRL strategic plan and the scientific basis report are in the draft POI. So there's a lot of areas of common ground and overlap, and we appreciate that. So we're really getting into these finer details of if we are going to have these prescribed criteria for habitat within the POI, then we'll want to make sure we get it right as much as possible. Next slide. So before turning it over to my colleague Bryson Swart to discuss some of the CDFW perspective on implementation, I want to just give one more overarching comment, which is just generally about the HRL strategic plan accounting approach. The metrics, as you see here on this slide, are supported by numerous scientific literature, and we agree this is really important to have this basis. However, it also includes a early consultation process and expectation for that would convene the relevant regulatory parties to discuss what is a permittable design, what will achieve the most benefit based on the best available science that's at hand, and would use the best available science definition that is in the HRL Strategic Plan Charter, which we have commented on in previous workshops and includes place-based knowledge, traditional ecological knowledge, and other sources of science that may be really relevant in the locations where projects are occurring. The approach would also, as I've said, allow incorporation of new empirical data for accounting, and we do have the intent at this time to provide this this methodology proposed by the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes parties to undergo independent peer review. As I've said, we are already doing that for the science plan of the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes proposal, and we would like to include the habitat accounting approach that we've proposed in that same effort. Thank you, and with that, I will turn it over to Bryson Swart. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Louise, and thank you, board chair and board members. I just wanted to, next slide, please. Great. I just wanted to highlight that CDFW supports and is committed to early consultation of project design and permitting. We plan to use existing technical forums and working groups for early consultation to avoid duplicative efforts, and we'll form new working groups and technical forums as needed. These venues will allow for active participation and collaboration with other resource agencies and science committee members. In addition, we appreciate that the draft POI, there is a process to modify design criteria based on best available science. We also appreciate CDFW's identified role in the design criteria approval process. This allows for flexibility and adaptive management. However, we would like to see additional details from the Healthy River and Landscapes strategic plan included in the draft POI. For example, the strategic plan includes a timeline for approving design criteria, and it maintains an opportunity for peer review if needed. Where possible, we will apply our authorities to expedite permitting of projects, such as the tools within our Cutting the Green Tape program. Together, these processes will allow for better projects to be designed and built in a timely manner. Next slide. In addition, CDFW encourages project proponents to utilize CDFW's Habitat Restoration Manual and NMFS fish passage criteria. We recommend that project proponents consider and prioritize projects that restore natural ecosystem processes, reduce the need for long-term operation, maintenance, and active management to the extent feasible, and address aquatic ecosystem stressors described in the scientific basis reports. And I think that's somewhat lost in the habitat accounting discussion is that we want to emphasize that the importance of the habitat suitability assessments and the habitat utilization and biological effectiveness assessments will be crucial towards evaluating the success of the non-flow habitat restoration measures. The science plan with its hypotheses provides opportunities to validate that fish use restored habitat and to learn what features are most beneficial. Next, I'll turn it over to Pascal Gertler, who will discuss best available science.
Thank you, Bryson. Next slide, please. I will be starting the Best Available Science series with the first item, the flow habitat relationships from the Scientific Base Report Supplement as the standard for accounting. We acknowledge that these relationships are important and agree with earlier comments that flow and habitat work together, and a lot of work has been done, which is why we want to suggest opportunities for a more robust process. I will be going through this best available science opportunity with an example from the Feather River in-channel rearing. This figure to the left is the flow habitat data from the Scientific Basis Report Supplement, which is proposed as the standard for accounting in the draft POI, specifically for the Feather River in-channel rearing commitment. So we're looking at 3 points from 650 to 3,000 CFS. Next slide, please. For some context, this is a map of the Feather River showing Lake Orville at the top and the confluence with the Sacramento at the bottom. 4 sites are also shown in green, which are being explored as contributing to the Feather River in-channel rearing commitment, which is 5¼ acres in years 4 through 8. Many who work and operate the Feather River also distinguish it as a low and high flow channel. Next slide, just shown by these arrows. The low flow channel is immediately downstream of Oroville Dam and extends to the Thermalito Afterbay complex and contains the majority of the spawning habitat for the Feather River. The high flow channel is downstream of where the Thermalito flows rejoin the river to the confluence of the Sacramento. Our potential restoration sites are both within the low and high flow channels. Because we want functional rearing habitat near spawning sites so that newly emerged fry have a safe space to grow in this very vulnerable life stage, and a salmon need to migrate all the way down the Feather River to the ocean, we also want rearing habitat throughout the high flow channel. Next slide, please. The triangles on the map show the 3 flow gauges that are maintained on the Feather River. Each of these is a hydrograph of the flows in the spring salmon rearing period for the last 3 years. As you can see, the low flow channel exists at lower flows than the high flow channel, as the name suggests. Flows in the high flow channel grow in magnitude downstream as major tributaries to the Feather River join the main stem. Given that we have potential restoration sites in both the low and high flow channel, those sites would be designed for different ranges of flow, which are site-specific and align with the flows expected in the spring salmon rearing period to create suitable in-channel rearing habitat for juvenile salmon. Next slide, please. If we take this context from where restoration sites are being considered, we can see that the flows from the scientific base report flow habitat relationships, that 650 to 3,000 CFS, shown in these plots by the dashed horizontal lines, is well aligned with the flows that occur in the low flow channel in the spring salmon rearing months. But it does not reflect flows that occur most often in the high flow channel, shown by the overlap or lack of overlap between the dashed lines and the box plots. Box plots demonstrate the distribution of data, so this is showing the range of flow values that occur February to June in the last 3 years at each of these sites. If all the Feather River in-stream rearing projects are evaluated against the scientific basis report flow habitat relationship flows, we would not develop good designs because we would be constrained to that 650 to 3,000 CFS flow range, not meeting the needs of rearing juvenile salmon sites that are constructed in the high flow channel. This is an example of one of those edits where it may seem like a small change between the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes proposal and the POI, but there are clear consequences which would be problematic for creating suitable rearing habitat for native fish on the Feather River. And Joanna is going to explain a little bit more about how this affects floodplains in her portion of the presentation. Next slide, please. My last point about the flow habitat relationships from the scientific basis report being the standard for habitat accounting is, in addition to the flow area relationships not aligning with the spatial coverage and flows where restoration is planned, the data produced from the evaluation of constructed habitats will also be different. The flow habitat relationships from the scientific basis report are based on expert opinion, which is what we have available right now, but it is fairly coarse. By contrast, as restoration projects are constructed, we will have detailed maps and empirical data produced from digital elevation models and hydrologic models to estimate suitability and apply life stage and species-specific design criteria. Expert opinion is an appropriate way to start, but our understanding will evolve with a collection of data and improve. Requiring our evolving understanding to match a course prediction doesn't allow us to build upon newly available data resources rooted in best available science.
Thank you. And Board Member McGuire.
Yeah.
Hi, just a question just to make sure I'm tracking along with this. I'm not fully following the flow rates. So the 600 and the 3,000 CFS versus what I heard in the staff presentation, which was about criteria for in-stream rearing for depth, water depth and velocity. So can you just explain that a little bit more so I'm understanding how that works here in the Feather River and how we end up with this constraint?
Yeah, definitely. So there are design criteria. So there's design flows, there's a depth, and there's a velocity criteria. That's one constraint, that's one definition around rearing habitat. But if we follow the full draft POI, there's also this final assessment which compares constructed habitat to the scientific base report flow habitat relationships. That's an additional constraint that then refines us down to just looking at that curve with our final products. Does that make sense?
Okay, so what you're saying here is so it's that curve that that's actually controlling the criteria in this case, and that supersedes.
It doesn't control the criteria, but it is the final step in the accounting process.
So it would be the check to say whether this habitat is acceptable and can be counted.
Yes.
Is
So
that-
the projects already have to meet the design criteria.
Okay.
And we're not taking into any question the depth or velocity criteria that are in the scientific basis report supplement or the draft POI.
Okay.
It's really the this requirement to use the flow area curve that's in the scientific basis report for the final habitat accounting assessment.
Thank you. I'm
Because
just
we
making
think
sure
that's-
I'm
those are
tracking
going to
along
change.
and also trying to make sure everyone else, we're all able to track along
please,
with the
please
conversation.
break in when we might be going astray.
No, not
Thank
at all.
you.
This is helpful. Thank you.
Board Member Firestone.
Just, I don't know if staff have thoughts on that. This is helpful because thank you for asking these questions and for the follow-up.
Yeah, thank you. We really appreciate this analysis. I think in the scientific based report supplement, it identifies that this flow habitat curve was provided by the Department of Water Resources for the in-stream rearing habitat on the Feather River, and they provided it for the low flow channel on the Feather River. But given that the scientific based report was developed collaboratively with DWR and with DFW, we would be happy to discuss improving those relationships to better represent the expected benefits of the VA habitat commitments.
Thank you.
Great, that's great to hear, and it actually dovetails pretty well with the next slide. Okay, so these concerns with the inconsistency and coarseness of the flow habitat relationships are well known in the scientific community using these types of models, and a group of data scientists from Flow West and Trout Unlimited were funded last year in a competitive process by the state water contractors to develop standards for this methodology, data formats, data management for enhancing consistency and improving interoperability across watersheds. Addressing these concerns must be part of any analysis using the flow habitat relationships in accordance with our commitment to best available science, and luckily this work is already underway. This group has begun with 2 relevant watersheds for Central Valley salmon, and the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes proposed methods from the strategic plan would provide open source data on another 6 watersheds. Incorporating the most appropriate tools and up-to-date data is how we uphold our commitment to best available science by embracing these standards and using the data from newly constructed projects. This effort gives us a clear pathway, which I can speak to more as I finish going through the Feather River example. Next slide, please. Next, I'll be addressing the second best available science item. With the same Feather River example, I'll be walking through a demonstration of what is proposed in section B215 of the draft POI called the Final Habitat Accounting Assessment. Next slide, please. So here are those same 3 points from the scientific basis report supplement for the Feather River in-channel rearing, which I've been speaking about. And for simplicity in this demonstration, let's draw a straight line through these points. Next slide, please. The line through these points is one hypothesis, which should include error because we cannot have complete certainty about the future. Next slide, please. The POI introduces this overlap metric, which Louise mentioned earlier in her introduction slide, which is calculated by comparing the integral of the flow habitat relationships. As a calculus reminder, the integral is the sum of the area which fills the space under a line, which is shown by this shaded area, also called the area under the curve. In this example, the value of the area under the curve is represented in the plot on the right through the height of that bar, the red bar there. This overlap metric is relatively abstract and specific to the draft POI. It's not part of the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes proposal. To our knowledge, this measure has not been used to evaluate habitat or ecological benefits of habitat. It is new both to this process and to the broader scientific literature around habitat suitability for fish. Next slide, please. As I mentioned previously, this straight line is one hypothesis, but a cubic spline is also a reasonable interpolation of these points, which is shown here. Next slide, as is a sine function shown with this slide. Next slide, or an ellipse, sorry. This is important because the interpolation of this flow habitat area points impacts the quantification of this new metric being used in the final habitat accounting step of the draft POI. as can be seen in the plot to the right with the varying values of the area under these curves. Even with the exact same data, these values did not all land within that 95% range of one another, which is shown in those dashed lines, currently required in the draft POI. And as you can remember from the description of the Feather River in-channel rearing restoration, we won't have exactly the same data. These flow habitat relationships for the scientific basis report do not align with the spatial coverage and flows where restored habitat is planned, and we are comparing expert opinion with empirical data from multiple sites. So making a 5% tolerance for encountering is impractical. Next slide, please.
Can I ask then, is the desire to go to a 90% tolerance there, or what's the feeling is the remedy ultimately on where the appropriate sort of percentage is for it?
I think what we are suggesting, and I'll show that in the next two slides, is that we want to incorporate empirical data and let this curve evolve as we learn.
So not necessarily set one at this point.
As I was just mentioning, we think there's a pathway that embraces the evaluation of best available science if we consider these flow habitat relationships for the scientific basis report as a hypothesis. So this approach would start with our hypothesis, which we have from expert opinion shown here. Next slide. And then use the data we have produced from constructed restoration sites to refine the flow habitat relationships and learn about the contribution of assets at the tributary scale. This evolving understanding would then be a part of the scientific basis report workflow and Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program reporting. Next slide. So this is the workflow from the scientific basis report supplement. And what I've been speaking to, these flow habitat relationships, are one component of that model shown here highlighted in yellow. We would like to do the same analysis while incorporating our evolving understanding by making space for additional empirical data as it becomes available in alignment with our commitment to best available science. And then I'm going to transition to the next topic, so I can pause here if there's another question or any other follow-up comments from the panel.
I think you're good to proceed.
Okay, thank you. So next slide. Now I'll turn the presentation over to Joanna and Chris to discuss the third best available science opportunity. Here we are focused on floodplain inundation criteria, which is changed from the scientific basis report supplement and Healthy Rivers and Landscapes strategic plan. And Joanna will walk through this focused on an example from the Yuba River. Thank you.
Thank you, Pascal. Next slide, please. I very much appreciate this opportunity to share some thoughts with you regarding how tributary floodplain habitat is defined and evaluated under both the draft Bay Delta Plan amendments and the Healthy Rivers Landscape Program. As you know, tributary floodplains are areas adjacent to the main perennial stream channel that are periodically covered during high flows. These floodplains provide critical habitat functions for salmon and other native fish species. Recognizing the critical importance of this habitat type, we start with the question, how do we know we have a functioning floodplain habitat on the tributaries? How do we determine if we've successfully constructed tributary floodplain habitat in a location that will be periodically inundated such that those important floodplain functions will be activated? This is an important question that has been addressed in slightly different ways in the 2023 Scientific Basis Report Supplement, the draft Bay Delta Plan updates, and in the Healthy Rivers and Landscape Program strategic plan. Over the next few minutes, I'm going to walk through the considerations identified here. First, event duration, that is how long the area is inundated. The intra-annual frequency, which is the number of events per year to meet the duration criteria, and the inter-annual frequency, how often these events occur across years. We'll look at how these considerations are addressed using specific technical inundation criteria in both the draft plan updates and the HRL strategic plan. We will explore how they're different and why those differences matter. Next slide, please. Here you can see the specific inundation criteria evaluated in the scientific basis supplement and the draft POI inundation criteria used for habitat accounting. Note that the SBRS acknowledges the science that there is a range in functionality of floodplain inundation habitat, where functionality begins after 7 days and there are minimal gains after 21 days. In contrast, the POI inundation criteria is much more restrictive, where inundation duration criteria is fixed and requires at least 21 days, and this translates to an entire month when using a monthly model. These fixed inundation criteria are used to develop inundation flow values in the POI by applying them to the hydrologic period of record. The challenge that the POI's fixed criteria present in accounting for tributary floodplain habitat is that they result in a single inundation flow value for a tributary. When we apply these criteria to the hydrologic record for 3 tributaries, it's an example I'm going to show in the next few slides, it resulted in the selection of one of the lowest annual flows in record. In other words, the lowest annual flow during February through June for water years 1923 to 2015 that met the 21-day duration criteria and 2 events per year and 2 out of every 3 year for each center-aligned rolling 3-year period is the flow that always meets the criteria over the period of record. This is per Table 15 and Appendix B in the POI. And as I just stated, is one of the lowest flows in the period of record. Next slide, please. Now, I don't have time this morning to walk through how each of those inundation flows are calculated using each of the fixed POI criteria, but here I'm sharing the results for these 3 rivers. These graphs show the assumed flow habitat relationships included in the SBRS for these 3 tributaries, which are shown here as the solid gray lines on each figure. And again, these were the assumed flow habitat relationships that Pascal was talking about. We applied the POI accounting criteria to the hydrologic record for these 3 rivers, and that's where the red dotted lines come from. In every case, the fixed criteria inundation flow value using the accounting methodology described in the POI is significantly less than the lowest design flow assumed in the SBRS for floodplain habitat on these tributaries. That's significant because floodplain habitat that is suitable, that is habitat that meets the depth, velocity, and other criteria used to define tributary floodplain habitat suitability at higher flows would not be counted under the POI as providing habitat at those same flows. Further, the application of the POI criteria results in inundation flow values that are very low. They're more representative of perennial in-channel habitat rather than seasonal floodplain habitat, as demonstrated by the lower numbers, which were calculated by evaluating how often the POI's flow value is exceeded in each of these rivers over the period of record. We are concerned that the POI's fixed inundation criteria are overly restrictive and will disincentivize the construction of suitable and functional tributary floodplain habitat because it would not be credited in the POI accounting process. Next slide, please. To demonstrate this further with a real location on the Lower Yuba River, we have here a graphic showing where habitat is created at the 1,000 CFS level. This is very near the POI's fixed inundation flow of 1,086 CFS. Whereas when we actually design floodplain habitat on this river, we would design habitat that's created at flows starting much higher. In this example, starting at 2,000 CFS and functional up to 10,000 CFS, corresponding to functional floodplain habitat shown here in blue. This is further illustrated by the dotted line and then the cross-section at that location shown in the lower left-hand corner, showing where the 1,000 CFS level is really indicative of the main channel. And the terrace area up above is where we would create floodplain habitat, and that would be functional within a range of 2,000 to 10,000 CFS. Next slide. In contrast to relying solely on fixed criteria, the HRL strategic plan creates space for the use of much more accurate information, like daily time step models and other tributary-specific high-resolution models where they are available, that better capture the range of flows, the types of events that activate floodplain functionality on individual tributaries. The inundation criteria you see here represent a more refined and appropriate approach to understanding, designing, and evaluating tributary floodplain habitat functionality. They are based on the best available science that were developed by over 30 leading scientists in the Central Valley over a 2-year period through a comprehensive review of existing literature and information regarding floodplain functionality on tributaries. Next slide, please. So pulling these elements together, we are concerned that the fixed inundation criteria in the POI result in one inundation flow value. As we know, this is habitat that is intended to function seasonally, not perennially. A single low inundation flow value would have the practical effect of only accounting for in-channel habitat, rather than accounting for floodplain habitat designed to function over a full range of flows. Consistent with the POI's own statement that design flows for tributary floodplain projects should, and I quote, represent the full range of flows expected to occur with the addition of the VA flow commitments. Use of the POI's current fixed inundation criteria does not capture a range of flows and the dynamic functionality that these types of projects at different flows. By contrast, the HRL strategic plan allows for a more representative range of criteria consistent with the best available science, which provides needed flexibility to design floodplain rearing habitat to be functional within the context of a tributary's local hydrology across water year types and consistent with the HRL flow commitments. It addresses the ecological intent of the scientific basis report's inundation criteria, and it provides the opportunity for locally appropriate approaches to the design and implementation of floodplain rearing habitat projects that provide meaningful benefits for juvenile salmonids and native fish species. In closing, I thank you for the opportunity to be here to discuss our concerns and for your consideration of these issues for further developments of the Bay Delta Plan updates. I'm going to hand it off to Chris now to talk about how habitat projects are designed by a restoration practitioner.
Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I've been asked to provide a restoration practitioner's thoughts on the proposed habitat accounting methodology. Before sharing my thoughts, I'd like to share a bit about my background. After receiving a civil engineering degree from UC Berkeley and working for a few years as a traditional water resources engineer, I returned to graduate school to become a restorationist. In my graduate studies at UC Davis, I studied hydrology, geomorphology, ecology, and fisheries in order to be able to understand and evaluate how potential physical changes to the landscape impact the organisms that occupy that landscape. Both my master's thesis and my doctoral dissertation focused on quantifying the effects of restoration actions, including the amount of habitat various actions might provide. Since graduate school, I've spent the last 15 years designing habitat enhancement projects throughout California, but primarily within the river systems of the Central Valley. Working closely with a variety of truly excellent restoration-oriented fish biologists, I have directed the design of over 30 constructed habitat enhancement projects, with the vast majority of them providing habitat for salmonids. Beyond the design of specific habitat projects, I've led several regional habitat quantification efforts. Designing and evaluating habitat is what I do. As I mentioned, I've been asked to provide a restoration practitioner's thoughts on the proposed habitat accounting methodology. I've reviewed the strategic plan and the POI and appreciate the elements of the strategic plan that have been carried forward to the POI. The POI accounting approach proposes the use of digital elevation models, detailed two-dimensional hydraulic models, cover, vegetation, and substrate mapping, and species and life stage specific habitat suitability criteria to quantify the amount of habitat in pre and post project conditions. Typical design processes use these same tools, but in addition, we also conduct flow frequency analyses for all life stages to establish design flows. We assess potential sustainability, evolution, and mobility of the site. We evaluate habitat for other organisms, such as predators or riparian vegetation. We consider impacts to regional hydraulics and recreation, and often much more. Next slide, please. For habitat to be deemed suitable, certain criteria must be met. The POI has proposed distinct ranges for water depth and velocity for habitat to be deemed suitable. The ranges that have been provided are appropriate and give designers some flexibility to use more specific information if it is available to further optimize habitat. For example, the POI suitability ranges are provided below for juvenile rearing. I've also provided habitat suitability curves for the fry life stage developed from snorkeling observations in the Central Valley River. Note how this life stage was observed in areas with much slower velocities and lower depths than the acceptable range provided in the accounting approach. As designers, we would use the best available information to inform designs, and the acceptable range provided would not hinder our ability to design the best possible habitat. Next slide, please. Cover is an important component of rearing habitat. Monitoring efforts typically document far more utilization in the vicinity of cover elements than in areas where cover is not present. The POI approach states that 20% of the hydraulically suitable area must contain cover for the habitat to be considered suitable. I've not reviewed the Raleigh article that the 20% value is based upon, but I can say that it seems like a reasonable target for the amount of cover to strive for. Typically, we try to include as much cover as we can, but it varies within the project footprint. In some seasonally inundated floodplain areas, more than 20% spatial coverage is achievable and desirable. However, in perennial areas such as side channels, 20% spatial coverage may not be achievable. In many cases, the amount of cover is limited by a permitting entity or some other constraint. This can include concerns for public safety with regards to large wood structures or increased water levels due to roughness that riparian vegetation provides. Next slide, please. Juvenile salmonids don't just use the voids within a specific cover element. They also use the area adjacent that is within a safe darting distance. The HRL strategic plan included a 3-foot buffer around cover objects that would also contribute to the required 20% amount of area influenced by cover. The POI has dropped this cover buffer. The justification for the buffer is supported by fisheries monitoring in many systems where juveniles are found in higher density near cover elements. The buffer should be included because it describes where juveniles are actually found. Next slide, please. Design flows are typically developed to inform the design-specific project features. They're developed by evaluating past or proposed hydrology during the periods that a specific life stage is expected to be present in the system. For example, when determining design flows for fall run Chinook salmon spawning, the flows that occur in the October to December period are used. For rearing, we often look at the period of January to June, although in some systems that period is truncated. The POI accounting approach, for the most part, does not prescribe how design flows should be established, except in one instance for floodplain habitat. The accounting approach requires that floodplain habitat meet depth, velocity, and cover criteria, as well as requiring that the area be inundated for at least 2 separate 21 periods in the rearing period and 2 out of every 3 years. So that would be even during drought periods. As you've just heard, the requirement results in a very low design flow for floodplains. And if this habitat also needs to be at least 6 inches deep to be counted as suitable, it means that these areas will be inundated for far longer than they are dry. These areas won't be seasonally inundated. They will be occasionally dry, and in most cases would result in the creation of habitat that does not function as desired. When designing floodplains, we design them with a range of elevations and resulting inundation patterns to provide diversity in environmental conditions. This allows portions of the site to be suitable across a wider range of flow conditions, such as those that occur in drier years through more typical years. This design criterion needs to be revisited. Next slide, please. I have one last comment regarding how the POI handles multiple habitat types within a project footprint. Per the POI, a given piece of land can only count as spawning habitat or rearing habitat. In some instances, the same area can provide both rearing and spawning habitat, and in my opinion, should get credit for both. The example below shows the habitat suitability for a recently constructed spawning and rearing habitat enhancement project. The project includes 2 spawning riffles in the main channel, as well as a constructed side channel. The figure on the left shows the habitat suitability for spawning, with the green areas representing the most hydraulically suitable habitat. The figure on the right shows the rearing habitat suitability. In the main channel, the spawning riffles key out as high quality spawning habitat, but the same areas key out as low quality rearing habitat. However, in the side channel, we see that there are areas that provide hydraulic conditions that are suitable for both spawning and rearing. Following construction, spawning and rearing salmon have been observed in these areas. Since these life stages occur in different seasons, there is no issue with competition. The habitat can and does benefit both life stages. The life stage specific habitat uplift should not be discounted. Next slide, please. I'll pass it back to Louise to wrap up our panel's presentation.
Thank you. So yeah, as Chris said, I'm going to try to wrap this up before we move to discussion as time allows. And I just want to recognize that we've provided a lot of information here and in some detail. And we really appreciate the attention and your listening to this and your consideration as you move into this revision phase and finalization of the program of implementation. As others have said, this is not an easy job. And we would like to be as helpful as possible as we go into that phase, as you go into that phase, sorry. So with that in mind, I'm going to try to summarize our overarching comments here and with some suggestions for some key areas that we would like to see revisions. And the first one is, again, in the categories of implementation and opportunities to take in best available science through the period of implementation. So this design criteria review process is something that is described in some detail in the HRL strategic plan, Appendix F to be specific. This is an area where Bryson Swartz spoke to a bit in his remarks. It supports interagency collaboration and across regulatory authorities to arrive at this permittable, ecologically feasible, and beneficial design. And importantly, it does so with an expectation for a clear timeline. So we know that, and we've heard a lot of urgency around the need to build habitat. We want to be able to do that. And it's not easy to do that as the science is changing, evolving, we get more knowledge, we have more experience with building projects. We need to have an expectation for this collaborative step to occur, especially if there is a need that parties identify or project proponents identify for deviation from prescribed criteria. And I think that there could also be deviation as a result of tribal consultation or other place-based knowledge. We included in this process the opportunity to move to peer review if needed, if there's lack of consensus. So we really want to make sure that opportunity is maintained. So that's one piece. Then for supporting the intake of best available science for accounting analyses, our comments, as you've heard them in some detail, but to summarize, we would like to ensure that the flow area habitat curves that are used are relevant and robust for the locations and the design flows of the projects. And this expectation in the draft POI of sticking to the curves that are provided in the scientific basis report supplement would be restrictive in this regard. Secondly, the final habitat accounting approach really should rely on this on the new data that is produced as part of during the period of implementation. And we would not like to use the integral method that is described in the final habitat accounting approach. Design criteria also need to support effective design for target species. So you've heard some of the challenges that we see with the way that the criteria for inundation of tributary floodplains is changed from the scientific basis report and the HRL strategic plan into the draft POI. And we think that sticking to some of the original criteria would support the need that I think we all agree on, that pulsed events are important. We would like there to be multiple opportunities for salmon to take advantage of floodplain habitat throughout the rearing period. And extending the period of inundation is actually going to restrict our ability to do that. So with that, we're going to close. You can go to the next slide. It's just a question and discussion opportunity. Happy to revisit any of the previous slides that we've shown. And again, really looking forward to being as helpful as we can as we talk through this really essential topic for the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes proposal. Thank you.
Thank you all. Really appreciate the presentation and information and engagement around this all. I think maybe top of mind a bit is on floodplain and the 21-day inundation requirement. Just wondering if our folks want to, and if there's anything else as well that you heard that want to be able to reflect back on, provide an opportunity. Do you want to go, Sam?
Sure. Yeah. Thank you, Chair Esquivel. Yeah, I mean, I think the flow habitat curves that the inundation criterion were compared to were those that were provided by VA parties to represent their thoughts about what their habitat restoration commitments would look like. And, you know, the process for accounting would those flow habitat curves would set the minimum requirement for what the VA parties would restore. It wouldn't be that they have to exactly match those curves with 95% accuracy. They have to at least get to 95% of the curve, and they could go over it at lower flows if necessary, or higher flows, or anywhere in the range of flows. So that flexibility would allow the accounting to enable projects to meet all of the criteria, including the inundation criteria as necessary. I think the key consideration with inundation is just making sure that the floodplain habitat is providing benefits for rearing salmon, and that it's inundated for a long enough time for the chlorophyll to build up, and the primary productivity, secondary productivity that the rearing salmon can actually consume, that the food web is activated when the salmon then enter the floodplain, and then also that the salmon have enough time on the activated floodplain to actually take advantage of that productivity. And that's what we tried to capture with the 21-day metric. But of course, we're here to receive public comment and think about how any of these criteria could be refined.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Can I just ask
please.
another question of
Mr.
Bashevkin? The 21 days, the criteria that are listed here, 2 separate 21-day events, 2 out of every 3 years. My recollection is that was not derived by the water board, that was actually, and this is going back in my memory banks quite a while, but I believe it came from Flow West when they were working under consultation to Department of DFW. Is that correct? Or do you recall that?
Yeah, that's my recollection to it. It happened before we had a contract with Flow West.
So what I'm hearing is that that's too long, too many, it shouldn't be that long, or 2 times per year out of every 3 years, and instead it should be, it sounded like 7 days was the target duration, and so that to me does seem rather short to provide those benefits that that Sam talked about.
Yeah, I believe I had seen on one of the slides,
Yeah.
there was a range between 7 and 18 days.
Slide
was it?
28. That one. So there, Dr. Lassard's slides are very helpful in clarifying where there are differences. The interannual frequency that we're talking about here, yes, it's targeted 2 out of every 3 years in the scientific basis report. However, the analyses included a range that went to a average of 1 out of every 2 years, or 50% of years, or 4 out of every 5 years, or 80% of years. So that range is helpful, and it's much, our read of the draft POI is that it's much more prescriptive, and it's just 2 out of every 3 years, no range.
But if I understand this slide correctly, if 7 days is achieved, the habitat would be counted as being met, or am I not getting that?
In the scientific basis report supplement, the quote there is from the document, at least 7 days are needed. In the draft POI, it is at least 21 consecutive days. So that's a difference.
Yeah.
And on the ability of the fish to, do you mind, were you going to say?
What I was asking is what's the alternative that you're proposing? I just want to make sure I'm understanding it correctly in this.
What we're proposing, and I invite Dr. Lassard to speak to this as well, is that we stick to the criteria that are in the scientific basis report supplement.
Which is 7 days, or?
So 7 days.
And
These 7 days,
at
I guess,
least
is what,
7 days.
what it's saying. Okay.
And I do want to note one thing about this ability to achieve benefits, and for the fish to derive benefits on the duration. Some of the scientific literature that is used to promote the 21 days is taken from the YOLO bypass. So in this particular aspect, we are really talking about tributary floodplain projects, which are, they're both floodplains and they both provide opportunities for growth. They are in different locations in the watershed, and they are at different scales. So I think that's just one important thing to note, that it may be, I think it's an uncertainty whether or not getting to 21 days actually is needed on those tributary smaller projects to get to that same level of benefit and activating the food web. And I would also submit that our HRL science plan has hypotheses that will test that very thing and gets to what Bryson Swart was promoting, as we really need to keep our eye on the prize of, is the benefit being provided? That's a separate assessment that we propose to evaluate as part of the HRL science plan, and we have hypotheses regarding the food web and the fish utilization for all the tributary habitat types that are being proposed.
Excuse me, I'd like to just jump in here. So I mean, one of the key differences here is that SBRS use these criteria as evaluation criteria, where you would be designing habitat to target 2 events per year, to target 7 to 21 days, and to target 2 out of every three years. And really that was looked over the hydrologic record as % of years. This rolling 2 out of every 3-year requirement leads you quickly to, especially in the period of record, which includes critically dry years, as that being the only time period and flow level that would meet the requirement under the POI. So while you're targeting in your design of habitat, you wouldn't use that for accounting. You design the habitat for all of the different variables that Chris spoke about, but you wouldn't use that for accounting, and that 2 out of every 3 years in rolling in a rolling basis in terms of accounting for that habitat. You target it in the design, but it's not appropriate for accounting.
Do you have something that you would propose that would be more appropriate, I guess, for the accounting side, if taking, the design criteria here and trying to build in some accounting from there is not appropriate?
I believe it's the accounting that's in the HRL strategic plan. Is
Okay,
what
so
we
just
would.
what you have.
It's slide 31, the proposal.
I think you were just there. It's above there. If you can go up one more there.
Excuse me, the 7 to 18 days really does conform to the way floodplains are activated and utilized in more flashy rivers like the Yuba River.
Okay, thank you. Vice Chair.
Help me to try and make sense of slide 24, please. So what I was looking for, especially, well, actually for all of you, you've all been involved in these habitat projects. So if we were to impose a more restrictive criteria on some of the projects that you've already developed, where you're monitoring a fish response, would you be able to assess what would count? I know we've all been out on rivers where, the local entity talks about, based upon their own analysis, a certain spot on the river would provide a response. And of course, we're being taken to projects that were successful. We're not being taken to projects that were not successful. So just want to get a better sense of, if we were to have this more restrictive criteria, can you think of projects where you've documented information that there's been a fish response, but the project wouldn't qualify?
Well, I can't answer that exact question, but the figure, I'm sorry, I don't know which slide it was. It was the slide that showed the figure of the Yuba River. I mean, that's using elevation data at a very specific site in the river, and we showed, using the POI criteria, where that flow level would be and where we would be designing habitat, and there's 0 overlap in
Right.
those areas in that figure. So that's an example where we would be designing habitat to activate at 2,000 CFS and to be functional up to 10,000 CFS for that tributary, and we would get no credit at that very specific site, and that's a site that we would look to be implementing habitat.
Okay, so now connecting that, and I don't know if that's the point behind this slide, but connecting that, let's say you had the flexibility In other words, you use the criteria from Healthy Rivers and Landscapes, and then you would end up populating this chart with, based upon a successful project. I'm trying to better understand, when does the black dot appear?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So each of these black dots would represent a project after the design criteria have been applied. So this is the habitat acre that meets the depth, velocity, and cover criteria for this example because it's in-stream rearing. So the design criteria have already been applied. This is this final step that's in the draft POI that we're showing in the slides that I presented.
Okay, and then I guess the next question would be, that's just based on design criteria, but what about in use and monitoring? Would that be a requirement as well before you end up populating this chart with that information? I'm trying to understand what the through learning means. Learning what?
So we have in the science plan suitability and utilization and biological effectiveness assessments. So those would look at these projects given the acreage that meets the criteria. What does it look like? Are we seeing the suitability that we want to see, which is a combined analysis with all of these different components like depth and velocity, cover, temperature, all of these things. So that's the suitability analysis. And then the final step is the utilization and biological effectiveness. And that is the snorkel surveys, the spawner surveys, are fish out here? And that's where we validate, maybe we built a project a little bit deeper than we wanted, but we see fish on it. And so that's where we're learning, right? And so those are the pieces we want to pull together as we implement the projects.
Okay, so in follow-up then, let's say that there's a project where 7 days seems suitable and you get the biological response, you get a black dot on the chart. But then there's another river where all you'd have is 7 days, but based on other criteria or information, then it doesn't seem appropriate. Is that, is my description accurate? Where there may be projects that wouldn't make it. Some would make it if they had 7 days, others may not.
It's certainly why we want to do the analyses in the science plan, right? So maybe we meet the criteria in the accounting step, but then we do the following assessments and we're not getting what we want to get out of that, and then we need to make improvements on those sites.
Yes, I guess the Vice Chair's question, would those then, would they count as habitat at that point still? I mean, at what point, I guess, are we saying officially this is working, it accounts for the numbers you're looking to achieve as opposed to projects that aren't necessarily penciling out insofar as the impacts that you were expecting, and maybe needs a greater duration, which means more water on the table, which again, just trying to understand in practice how we're actually kind of, if we're going to be in learning mode, how that actually kind of takes place. Or at what point there's that acknowledgement that more is needed and it isn't necessarily being counted toward that habitat number because it didn't turn out to be suitable.
So I'll speak to this. Maybe other members of the panel might have other ideas too, but I think what we're trying to illustrate, and we really focused on the accounting step for this presentation because we're trying to be responsive to Appendix B of the draft POI. But we don't see that as the whole of assessment. And those are that Bryson and Pascal have both spoken to, the suitability assessment and the biological utilization effectiveness assessment, which is covered elsewhere in the POI, in the supplementary science for the VAs that is described in, I don't remember the section number. So that would, I anticipate, to answer your question, let's say we get to the triennial report stage, or even in the annual report stage, we'd be reporting out on the data that we're observing of whether or not we're seeing a food web benefit or we're seeing utilization. But we do see it as separate from the accounting step, which is measuring to the habitat that's built according to the design criteria that have been prescribed, either through the program of implementation in all the tables that are in there, or through a collaborative process where there's an identified need for a deviation, or it's a tidal wetland project or a bypass floodplain project where the criteria aren't prescribed. But any project is going to have to meet specific design criteria. And so the accounting step is to assess what has been built according to those criteria. Separately, and it does take time to evaluate whether we're achieving a benefit. You need to see that over multiple water year types and seasons, and maybe across different species, especially for tidal wetlands. So it does take time to make all of those observations, likely more than a year. So that's why I'm suggesting that it might be this triennial workshop and reporting step where we're going to be really needing to look at what we have done and how it is bearing out. But in the strategic plan and science plan, we've separated out these separate phases of assessment, which I think advances learning, frankly, so that we can make sure that we're doing this in a stepwise fashion and taking our questions in a stepwise fashion.
Question.
Well, that makes sense. I think, on balance, I would look for more flexibility, but would want to have that feedback loop so that if a project lands on, we still have this chart up, there's a black dot, and then through a later review, it doesn't pan out, then it needs to be adjusted. So I follow what you're saying on keeping it separate, though. I had a couple of other quick questions or suggestions. I appreciate sort of this collaborative approach as an alternative or in addition, and really do think whether it's USGS, NIMF, CDFW, I consider, that whole group, those are the experts. And so if they think 7 days or 10 days or whatever it is would work for a project, I just think we need to have that embedded, that flexibility embedded. And along those lines, just want to get the Department of Water Resources and agencies thought on inclusiveness. I appreciate tribal ecological knowledge, but then also, beyond tribes, what about local experts, specifically counties that are engaged in these rivers and with respect to the multiple hats that they wear, including flood control, public safety, and, this is an area where we have, sort of struggled anyway with respect to outreach in some of these communities. And so want to get your thoughts on what you could do to engage local experts in addition to tribes.
Okay. I think that's what we envision as being part of the design review criteria process could be an opportunity for that. And I will say that there may be others at the department, including behind me, that are even more familiar with the consultation process that we go through for any individual project. However, the expectation is that there will always be a consultation with the local tribes, and there will be a consultation with the necessary regulatory authorities. So and that can be an opportunity to bring in that local expertise. And I think that as a department, we really do lean into that because we do agree, and it's been discussed already this morning, that this local expertise is really important to bring in. And even the regulatory needs requirements are not a static blanket. They're not necessarily the same watershed wide. So we have to be responsive to the local expertise and authorities, and that's part of the consultation process. I guess I don't have much more to add on that point, but we already do that with projects. What we're talking about here with the design criteria review process would even be additional to that. So I think that in sum, we're proposing that there be quite a bit of discussion and vetting before we get to a final design.
Other board members? Board Member Firestone.
Thanks. I mean, first of all, this is not my area of expertise, and it sounds so hard. And I really appreciate all the expertise that's represented here, and then the many folks that are involved in Healthy Rivers and Landscapes, and then also just in this work in general. It sounds so complicated. And one of the pieces that this is maybe back to the point that was being discussed earlier around inundation, but just so that I'm following at very high level, what I'm hearing is that there's concern that because we are trying to make sure that there's inundation for a longer period of time, more often, I guess it's the same often, but longer duration, more often, that we are we'll see things designed that are going to be in channel, essentially, because they're always going to be inundated, rather than doing, and that's what I took from a lot of the presentation. But those floodplain habitat then still need to meet the all the other, like the flood habitat criteria. So they still would be expected to be providing those benefits. So then you would just have to do a larger area along channels rather than going out wide. Can you just help walk me through what the impacts will be? Because when I'm thinking about it, broadly, I'm thinking, hotter, drier, more punctuated, high flow events, but longer, drier spells. We're in crisis now. We have closed salmon season. We've got all these problems now. And so we do want to see benefits in most years right now in terms of what we're prioritizing. So, and those need to be significant. We would want to have some more certainty that those are going to happen in most years in terms of where we're prioritizing the habitats that we're investing in this initial, or this 8-year work. And so wouldn't it be, either way, we have to have habitat that meets floodplain criteria. And so wouldn't we just see more of that in maybe a longer area along the channels, rather than maybe hitting those areas that would only be flooded in less that would need higher flows. So can you just help walk me through? Sorry, this is not my area of expertise. I'm just trying to get the big picture.
I'll start and see if some of my colleagues want to chime in. So floodplains, by definition, are activated during higher flows. And so the targeted inundation criteria in the scientific basis report was, again, targeting a range of inundation period. The science indicates that at least 7 days, up to 21 days, particularly in more flashy rivers like the Yuba rivers, what you'd be targeting for benefits. It wouldn't mean that 22 days wouldn't be beneficial, but again, this is about design criteria versus accounting. So when you're designing it, you would design it to be activated at a certain flow level in that period. You'd be grading it to be activated at that period. But if you graded it down to be activated during critically dry years, you would just have ponding. You wouldn't have a floodplain anymore. So it still has to activate as a floodplain and have those kind of pulse events activating it to actually get the functionality of floodplain habitat. So that's why it needs to be activated at those higher flows. And again, you're targeting 2 events per year. You're targeting a relevant duration period, allowing for a range. And then, in general, 2 out of 3 years really should be thought of as, 60% of years, not this rolling 2 out of every 3 years, because that's what gets you back down to that lowest flow in the period of record as the flow that then becomes your accounting criteria. And that is indicative of in-channel habitat. So it's really about the way you treat those criteria for designing habitat versus using them for accounting. And the 2 out of every 3 is really the thing that drives it down. But even so, you could have multiple shorter events that would provide great benefits, but you don't get credit for them with this accounting methodology. And so you would really be disincentivizing creating floodplain habitat if these are the criteria that are stuck, that we have to use. So I don't know if you want to add to that.
Did you have a follow-up on that? No. Okay. So, well, I guess I'll, a question related to that general topic is, so given that it does seem like there's a big difference between floodplain, like in the yellow bypass, and then maybe on the UBA, is there a proposal around different inundation periods or criteria that for tributaries or different types of streams rather than main stem, floodplain areas? Or right now, is that part of anything that folks are?
We'd like to keep what's in the strategic plan for the tributary projects, and the floodplain, the bypass floodplains don't have prescribed criteria because we believe that would be really project specific. And that's consistent with what's already in the draft POI for the bypass floodplains.
Okay. Yeah, I think maybe I'll just, on that topic, I remain just concerned that what we're designing to, this just seems so hard to design to, given that you've got such a range in the amount of in water year types and seasonality, and we're in the midst of climate change, and so I'm want to make sure that how we're setting the criteria obviously incentivizes all the things we're trying to do, but allows for that prioritization of what we feel like really is going to provide substantial habitat now in this moment of climate change, given that we're staking a lot on this, right? So we really want to make sure that that it's going to work. And I know that's why everyone's here and doing this, and you all have the expertise. And I appreciate the conversation and points around the incorporation of new science. And I would say I like the idea of having the opportunity to go through peer review if there's different needs or that changes. I'll just say we had a long workshop on the scientific portion of Healthy Rivers and Landscapes. And so I'll just harken back to wanting to figure out where these are, how the process is located and integrated with existing agencies, and the whole discussion we had around that, I think applies also to this. And then lastly, I guess other board members may want to ask about this, but I just wanted to flag, I think there were 3 issues that we talked about, the buffer, which to me, it seems like we should be including cover requirements, and we shouldn't do a buffer before that, because that's not how I understand it. But I am not the expert on this, and I look forward to more discussions on how we best incorporate criteria. But I still would be concerned about how we're defining that and wanting to make sure we're clear how we do that. I would like to hear more. I didn't hear anything about cobble less than 12 inches as being cover, and I didn't know if the panel had comments on that. And then lastly, I wanted to hear about the point, what I heard from this presentation was that there is reason to have mixed habitat types be able to be counted, the same acres be able to count for different habitat types. And there was a slide on that, I think slide 38. So I would love to hear a little bit more discussion on that point. Maybe if staff have thoughts, but maybe we can just start with the cobble. I don't know if there's comments on that. If not.
Sure. No, thanks for the question. I don't just see. We can provide. I think Chair Esquivel asked a great question in the previous panel about whether or not including cobble would make it so some projects can't count. And I'll just say we're going to have to provide more detail later on that. But we don't have any specific comments on cobble at this time.
And if there's, then I guess, I don't know if staff have thoughts on the, I think it's slide 38. But what I'm hearing is there are restoration projects that in certain seasons, maybe one habitat, and in other seasons, maybe other habitat, and the same acreage should be able to be counted for both. Is that what I heard from the panel? So I don't know if staff have thoughts on that, or if there's discussion on that point.
Yeah, I think this, with this issue, I think the reason that we in the staff draft proposed not allowing double counting of habitat areas was just in recognition of our interpretation of the VA MOU that the habitat acres listed in each category were meant to be additive rather than overlapping. So if a single acre of physical land could count toward multiple categories, then those acre numbers in the MOU would not be additive anymore. I think there could definitely be some discussion of perhaps proportional counting of different habitat types in the same acre. So, if it's better for spawning than rearing, maybe it would count 80% spawning and 20% rearing. If it's equally suitable for both, maybe it'd be 50-50. I think there's definitely ways that we could think about how to provide credit for projects that provide multiple benefits, which we do want to encourage. But we also want to, we wanted to recognize the intent as we interpreted the VA MOU of providing additive habitat.
Yeah, and if I can just kind of be very, very blunt about this. So, and thank you. I think you've asked actually most of my questions, so I just want to be a little bit additive. So if I'm looking at the Feather River from the staff's presentation, it has 15 acres of spawning habitat and 5.25 acres of in-stream rearing habitat. So to me, that adds up to 20.25 acres. So would the proposal be, regardless, that 20.25 acres of in-stream type habitat would be constructed, but then maybe how that falls out and how it is counted in-stream versus rearing, or how that allocation works might be adjusted or double, or provide multiple benefits? Or are you proposing that there might be a situation where you build less than 20.25 acres of habitat because of the multiple benefits that a certain acre might provide? This is accounting, right? This is what counts, what doesn't count. This is nuts and bolts stuff here. And so for me, like, having that understanding of what Healthy Rivers is proposing would be helpful. I've interpreted it to this point to be that we'll see 20 acres of new habitat. I'm a little agnostic as to how that habitat's best utilized because I'm not a fishery biologist. I don't know the best way to use that habitat or the on the ground conditions that might support a certain decision about a project and how it's best used. So I would just appreciate some clarity on that.
Yeah, I want to have the opportunity to follow up on this topic if possible. And so I think there's some discussion there, and I really appreciate the staff's agreement that, yeah, there's something, there's opportunity to express this in different ways. But I do want to say that we're not proposing any change in the total acreage. I wouldn't expect there to be, well, we're going to count, it was 20 in the MOU, but we're really only going to do 17. So that's not the proposal.
I appreciate that. I mean, that's how I am hearing it too. And that's where I think there's a lot of opportunity here actually for everyone to just get on the same page and work through some of these differences in interpretation and how do we bridge the need for flexibility and the ability to adapt on the ground with setting clear criteria that can be accounted and trued up at the end of this 8-year period. So thank you.
Yeah, and I appreciate, the openness. I know, again, we're here with the draft program implementation. We're looking to refine and make this better, but I appreciate the openness from folks around having some flexibility on how we do that accounting. But I think fundamental to it, again, is this, are these supposed to be additive or can they kind of cross over in a Venn diagram amongst each other? And that can have huge impacts as to what we actually see being created on the ground. So I think to Board Member McGuire's point, there's a balance there that we can better strike. But here was taking the word of the MOU on these numbers being additive at this point. So anything further, Board Member Firestone, Board Member McGuire, Board Member Morgan, please.
Yeah, and wanted to thank the panel for the presentation. I believe that we do need to be careful not to be too restrictive in the criteria. As was touched on earlier, each stream and segment, it is different. The tributaries are different than like the bypass or the main channel. And, we can't rely upon just a one-size-fits-all design or, effort of moving forward if we really want to do restoration and have it be beneficial. I've only done one restoration project in my career, and I quickly learned that they are very complex and far more complex than probably any design project I've ever done. So I really want to thank Mr. Hammersmark for pointing that out and bringing forward some of the complexities and just what really goes into, the thought process and what, it's really, you really need to look at, it was touched on earlier that you really do have to look at that particular stream segment, that particular, the flows there, the habitat there, the, what is right for the, for the system, what type of habitat can and should be created at that area. And so, we really need, so that's where, I fully believe we really need to not be restrictive where we can't, where we're not able to move forward and create habitat that's actually going to be beneficial. So it needs to be, the criteria needs to be flexible enough to where we can use the best available science and the best available knowledge to create the correct habitat for the correct segment of that tributary. And so, with that, I'm supportive of a just flexible criteria where we make sure that we are moving forward in the right way and that we are actually moving forward and that we're holding, yes, we want to hold all parties accountable and make sure that we are moving forward. At the same time, we really do have to be flexible within that so that we do make progress. And I also just want to thank you for your commitment for each individual project to work with the local tribes within that area to make sure that we are doing what is right within that area. Because again, just based on my one little project that I was, the civil engineer on and helped with, I did learn that it truly is complex and it's not easy work. And that we really do have to understand that area and what is best for that area, or the project will not be successful. So, thank you for that commitment. And I really do want to see successful projects move forward. So thank you.
Thank you, board member. Looking to see if there's any further comment here. We do have may have a few commenters. We didn't indicate on the sign up the morning session and afternoon session. And so I'm just going to go ahead and verbally now see if there's anyone in the room that wants to comment on the VA habitat accounting component of the discussion. And if so, welcome you up here in the room. Just raise your hand or go ahead and come forward to the microphone. And then similarly on the Zoom platform, if there's anyone that would like to comment on this panel and this discussion, the VA agreement habitat accounting, just raise your hand and we can take your comment on this issue right now. I see Ms. Barbara Berrigan-Perea, if you would like to come up here in the room and speak first. And then I see a number of hands here on the platform too, so I'll go to them next. There's a button at the base. You should be able to, there we are.
There we go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry about that. Good morning, Barbara Berrigan-Perea, Restore the Delta. Good to see everybody. Glad to see everybody's healthy in here, and thanks for the opportunity to speak. Restore the Delta has always been in favor of habitat restoration. We work and are working presently on 2 major habitat restoration projects for which we are awaiting federal and state funding. We believe there has to be habitat restoration done, particularly in the West Delta, as a way to abate sea level rise. You have to have habitat restoration in the Delta for terrestrial species, in particular to protect giant garter snakes. And you have to have habitat for fish. I'd like to remind the board, and particularly in light of what I heard from this panel as I was driving in, that there has been tens of thousands of acres of restoration that have been completed in the Delta recently. Most of it is for mitigation for damage from the State Water Project and the Central Valley Project. It is not new habitat. It's mitigation that has to be done for past environmental damage. There's also been hundreds of thousands of acres of habitat restored through the watershed in the last 30 years. John Rosenfield did an excellent job reminding this board last week that habitat without flow does not work. And while I certainly don't have a PhD in habitat restoration, I'm just a community org that focuses on community science with a big listserv. I do know this from working with my tribal partners. I know the story of the Winnemem Wintu. And I know that when they pushed back on state and federal agencies to restore their fishery and got control of being able to do it the way they wanted it done, the numbers improved. And that was tied to how you managed fish and cold water flow. Science has to be done hand in hand with community. I'm very happy that we're hearing about parties to the VAs working with some local tribes where there are projects in operation. But the vast majority of tribes, and definitely Delta environmental justice communities, were completely left out of this VA process. We have valuable input to give. Today we are hosting a Just Transitions workshop with partners at UC Davis. We are the people who are planning for the future. But when this type of planning happens, and I'm listening to people touting their 30 years or 30 projects and their credentials, and they haven't actually checked in with the impacted parties, that's a problem. So you have to have tribal and community science match up with PhD, academic science. That's how you get the best results. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Berrigan-Perea. I agree and appreciate those comments. Thank you. There's no one else in the room. We'll go next to Stephen Rosenblum, be followed by Peter Dreckmeyer, Jason Foster, and then Ashley Overhouse.
Good afternoon, Board, State Water Resources Control Board. My name is Stephen Rosenblum. I live in Palo Alto, and I'm a hiker, fisherman for trout, salmon, and striped bass for decades. I'd like to say that it's been over 30 years since the Bay Delta Plan was last updated. You're now considering phase 2 of a plan update. The goal should be to improve the beneficial use of water for all purposes. That includes fish, water quality, species preservation, farming, drinking, and industry. We should not try to create water where it doesn't exist. The main subject for today is habitat improvement. Scientific experts have testified in the past that freshwater flows are the primary factor in habitat improvement. The VAs do not help with this, as was apparent from the discussion today. Without flow, there's no habitat just to improve. They can only, what we need to do is support sufficient freshwater flows to the San Francisco Bay and its tributary rivers. The habitat failure of the State Water Resources Control Board policy are documented by the following facts. Salmon fishery has been closed 3 times in the last 15 years. Toxic algae blooms in the Delta are now common. Native fish such as white sturgeon, Delta smelt, steelhead, and longfin smelt are all at risk of extinction. In conclusion, I urge the board to reject the VAs as the sole criterion for phase 2, but rather to require minimum flows on all the tributaries to the San Francisco Bay estuary and assure that these flows go through the Delta and into the San Francisco Bay. This is the minimum requirement to ensure that all Californians will benefit from the plan. I appreciate the opportunity to comment and thank you for your presentations.
Thank you for your time and those comments, Mr. Rosenblum. Much appreciated. Thanks for being part of this important discussion. Next, I'd like to call up Peter Dreckmeyer, be followed by Jason Foster, and then Ashley Overhouse. Mr. Dreckmeyer, good morning. Or afternoon.
Good morning. Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Esquivel, and thank you, board members and staff. I'm Peter Dreckmeyer, Policy Director for the Tuolumne River Trust. One of those habitat restoration project dots you saw, one of the 42, is on the Tuolumne River below LaGrange Dam. It was completed this summer, and we appreciate the irrigation districts and SFPUC for working on an early implementation project, which could be beneficial. Essentially, it was adding gravel for spawning habitat. And I say could be beneficial because spawning habitat is not the limiting factor on the Tuolumne. The limiting factors are water temperature, outmigration flows, and rearing habitat for the juvenile salmon. So by producing more fry that don't have adequate habitat, what essentially is happening is we're producing more bass food and the bass population will grow. We don't want that. So what really needs to happen is we need to address the limiting factors first, and then as something like gravel implementation becomes a limiting factor, then we need to do that. So it's been almost 30 years since the Bay Delta Plan was updated, and that's given plenty of time for water agencies to demonstrate that non-flow measures will work, and they have failed. They have failed Fish and Game Code 5937. They're supposed to keep fish populations in good condition below their dams if there's not fish passage. They've failed. On the Tuolumne, there was a settlement agreement in the mid-90s, and there were 10 non-flow projects identified. 2 or 3 were completed. The one that was the signature project was filling an old mine pit in the river called a special run pool. And in the post-project report, they acknowledged that while they did do a pretty good job at controlling largemouth bass, smallmouth bass filled the gap, and that it was really the wet years in the late 90s that controlled the bass population through temperature, which made it difficult for them to reproduce, and flows that would flush them downstream. So there's really no substitute for water. But these efforts on the voluntary agreements could be helpful. We're identifying the non-flow measures that will be necessary in combination with higher flows. The Bay Delta Plan has the right approach. We have minimum flows. If the non-flow measures work, those could be reduced. If they aren't working, the required flows could be increased. So there's really an incentive to do projects that will work. But what the water agencies keep attempting to do is to minimize the amount of water that they have to contribute. They're trying to get away with less and less. We heard about shorter inundation periods for floodplains. We heard about double counting. Please, we need you to sound strong. The Bay Delta Plan is the right approach. Flow should be higher. The compromise was already made. We're counting on you. This is going to be a legacy vote. Please do something that makes all of us proud, including future generations. Thank you.
Thank you as well, Mr. Dreckmeyer. Really appreciate those comments. Next, I'd like to call up Jason Foster. We followed last year by Ashley Overhouse.
Hi, thank you. I'm Jason Foster. I'm calling from Groveland. I'm a Californian. I'm certified in sustainable accounting under IFRS, International Financial Reporting Standards. The last 15 years, I've spent restoring U.S. bank accounting, focused on information being provided to the FDIC, the Office of Controller of Currency, the Federal Reserve Board, and Mitsubishi Unified Financial Group executives, formerly the owners of Union Bank. I'd like to start noting a couple things. One, restoration works. I've visited many of the sites, whether it's with Tuolumne River Trust or the Water Education Foundation or on my own, that have been discussed today, as well as sites between Cooter Pass and San Felipe, Mexico, and up to the top of the Pitt River, Owens River Valley, and a number of others. The other thing I'd like to share to start is that I am incredibly grateful for the opportunity to review the 6,000 plus pages in the staff report, the voluntary agreements, and the other appendices and documentation that has been produced in the name of mitigating water risk in California. And I am honored to be a part of that. What I'd like to know from that review is that measurement standards, limits, tests, analysis of variance, thesis and support, compliance reviews, modeling, and reporting are not accounting. Accounting can serve, what is accounting? Accounting is establishing units of account, bookkeeping practices, data structures related to party master, account master, and transactions that aggregate to outcomes. So, as a example, a water reporting entity like DWR, an irrigation district, a water district, users of water, tribals, government entities, including counties. Those are the types of parties that are engaged in accounting. Account masters include the purpose, criteria for these sorts of things, and then transactions define the criteria in which the water investment yields value to an asset like a habitat, whether that's a tributary related or a main river channel. But what appears in the documentation that is under the heading of accounting, whether it's habitat accounting or flow accounting, is not accounting. And I really believe that focusing on accounting will help every member of this session collaborate better and drill into concepts to specific assets, as has been discussed here, and how do we relate those two items. As an example, habitats may be assets with water investment under a counterparty with a water reporting entity. The value of the habitat asset must be realized. That is the purpose of the water investment. The terms of the water transaction between a water reporting entity and a habitat asset may define components of value realization as described in this discussion. This may differ whether the asset is a tributary floodplain or a main river channel floodplain. As best as available science improves and is applied, asset value may increase. Terms can be revised. Accounting establishes the structure, the bookkeeping, and the independent certification that accountable parties' activities are represented in that bookkeeping. It's not the scientific method to test or a lot of what's been discussed here today. And I say that with all due, sincerely, deep respect. So, similarly, if we get into eliminations and double counting and consolidation rules when we aggregate multiple benefit land components there, accounting defines that so that we're not debating the accounting, but we're able to trust it and sift through it and get to the results or the risks, or where we failed, where we have additional liabilities or other detrimental activities, whatever the case may be. And so my urging here is that as it applies to habitat accounting, I would like that relabeled, quite honestly, as monitoring, measurement, modeling, reporting, or whatever it is. But habitats are too complex. On the 12th, when we get into flow accounting, much like money, the uses of water are numerous. And it does make a lot of sense to have flow accounting that looks at water assets, water liabilities, flow rates, changes in those, and is defined with the parties engaged. I'm happy to take any questions. I may not have answers or whatever, but those are my comments.
And thank you for those comments and sharing your expertise here, Mr. Foster. I do appreciate you combing through the 6,000 plus pages I know of work that's out there and being part of our discussion here and importantly contributing well. So just thank you for those points well taken, and appreciate your time here today. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Ashley Overhouse.
Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel.
Good to see you.
Good to see you too. Good afternoon, board members and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to give comment today. I'm the Water Policy Advisor with Defenders of Wildlife, Ashley Overhouse. I'll refresh my April presentation here briefly for the non-flow accounting portion of that 3-day workshop and add some additional thoughts based on the helpful staff presentation this morning. First and foremost, as I've stated previously, to be blunt, it doesn't matter what the accounting methodology is if the assets are not adequate, which is what the staff analysis shows. And I echo my colleague Barbara Berrigan-Perea's comments this morning, or this afternoon rather, to that effect, as well as Dr. John Rosenfield in previous presentations. The extensive scientific record does not support substituting habitat for flows to attain viability and doubling objectives. On the contrary, the record underscores that flows are the master variable and needed for habitat creation, activation, and functionality. For more information and references, please see our comments that we filed on previous documents, specifically on the draft staff report from 2023 for phase 2 and presentations given by the Nature Conservancy, San Francisco Baykeeper, and the Bay Institute from December 1st, 2023. These are the underlying reasons why the board is struggling to reconcile the VA inadequacies in the context of the Bay Delta Plan update. That being said, I think the staff clearly articulated this morning how the final VA proponent's non-flow asset accounting is misleading, allows too much flexibility that risks not achieving the benefits enumerated, or more importantly, the water quality objectives, and certain elements do not have scientific justification. In fact, in our view, the Water Board's draft POI still allows for too much flexibility here. To be clear, the draft POI does not rely on a one-size-fits-all approach to non-flow assets, and attempts to reconcile the legal obligations the board is constrained by, which is to provide a regulatory backstop. I have 3 main concerns. The first is that the rules for what will count as habitat have been loosened overall since the board staff modeled habitat availability under the VAs, based on earlier representations by VA parties in its draft staff report from 2023. We've talked about this a little bit earlier this morning. Both the board members and the VA proponents discussed this as well as staff. But specifically, I still have concerns about non-habitat features counting potentially as habitat, such as roads, bridges, etc. Also have concerns and share those of the staff of the 3-foot buffer being added around habitat, especially all around the project boundaries, which is not necessarily limited to where there is cover and what counts as cover, and does not ensure that there's actual habitat cover there. The cobble issue, we also share concerns and are grateful that the staff removed cobble as a qualification for cover here for suitability criteria. If the goal here is to ensure that cover is a metric, it should be something more like a drip line. That way it's tied to the actual plant or cluster of vegetation. More specifically, cobble isn't cover, it's velocity refugia. They're both important for healthy juvenile salmon, but they serve different purposes. A second concern is habitat that has already been built since 2019 is still counting towards VA non-flow assets or VA habitat restoration, which allows essentially for evasion potentially of achieving water quality objectives and sets a problematic precedent for a shifting baseline regime. So this really comes down to our fundamental concerns still with both application of what the baseline is and calculation of actual benefits. So really quoting again pages 9 to 10 of the VA Global Agreement, assuring that the baseline is additive to physical conditions and regulatory requirements existing as of December 2018, end quote. And we appreciate the staff's attempts here to make sure that what that is additive. And to use one of the examples that the VA proponents noted this morning, the Yuba River, there's only 1 to 2% left of the historic spring run and fall run Chinook salmon on the Yuba right now, despite early implementation projects being designed and implemented and developed on the Yuba, with the flow regime notably remaining the status quo. So maintaining what is now currently on the Yuba is clearly inadequate for future viable salmon populations. Appreciate the staff's efforts again to ensure that these projects are additive to the baseline, to ensure that there's not double counting, and ensuring that the board is still achieving water quality objectives in this draft POI. And then the concern is really just making sure that the inconsistencies and vague criteria in the final accounting methodology in the VA proposal is remedied in the draft POI. And from the presentation this morning, I think we're well on the way to doing that, and appreciate the staff making those efforts. And especially with something that I pointed out in April, which is a vague definition of other habitat enhancements, or the lack of scientific justification for some of the criteria, or inconsistencies, frankly, in the accounting for different types of available habitat in different water type years. And then I think, because I'm out of time, I want to respect everyone's time here, especially you have more in the afternoon to get to. Overall, at a minimum, we request that the board hold the line with the revisions that you have included on the VA's accounting methodology, currently included in the draft POI. So notwithstanding our concerns with including the VAs to begin with, we appreciate the revisions the staff have made to this particular issue. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comment.
And thank you for those good comments and continued engagement in all of this, Ms. Overhouse. Appreciate your points here, and thanks for contributing to this discussion today. Okay, that brings us to the end of our commenters for the habitat accounting component of today's discussion. Looking to see if there's anything further from board members that may have sparked question or comment. Also, if there's anyone from our folks here in the program, our colleagues on staff, if there's anything that you heard that you want to provide further comment on, glad to hear it.
Yeah, maybe I can just add a few things. I heard Dr. Conrad say early on in the presentation that the staff proposal and the VA party proposal are very similar, and I just wanted to agree and echo that. You know, I think they fundamentally take the same approach of setting defined design criteria and then providing a variance process for approving variances to those criteria. And the variance process itself, at least as I understand it, is very similar between the two proposals. When we wrote it in the draft POI, we just attempted to distill it down into the operable provisions as they concern the State Water Board's involvement. And that's why it's a bit less detailed than the proposal in the VA party proposal that includes details about how VA parties would interact with one another. And those details we didn't include in the draft POI, but nothing in the POI would preclude those conversations from happening or opportunities for additional feedback, interaction with tribes or other interested parties, local governments or any others, or in the involvement of peer review if that's desired.
Thank you for that, Sam. Laura, did you?
Yes, good afternoon. I appreciate the feedback from the VA parties about the differences in the scientific basis report in the flow habitat area relationships. We are collaborating with DWR and CDFW to revise the scientific basis report currently in response to peer review comments. And so I think in order to best reflect the expected benefits of the VAs, we should work together in order to update the flow habitat area relationships as they're represented in the scientific basis report, especially since it provides the foundation for a lot of the revisions that staff have made to the habitat accounting procedures that we've put into the program of implementation.
I appreciate that suggestion. And again, I think the habitat flow relationships and curves and work are some of the more important because, again, it is the fundamental relationship here we're talking about when it comes to the flow assets and habitat. And so to the extent that we can all better refine and see more consensus across that, then great. And I would encourage it for sure. So appreciate that. Anything further from the panel? And just, again, really appreciate your all's expertise and time here and presentation and discussion, and just wanted to give an opportunity if there's anything further you wanted to leave us with here.
Just a thank you. Really appreciate the time this morning and the comments we just heard from staff. So thank you for all the comments and for the collaborative work.
Yeah, I know there'll be a lot more discussion here and further refinement, and so just appreciate the chance we had here to unpack some of the issues that are here in front of us when it comes to the VA accounting on habitat, and just, again, thanks everyone for their time and expertise. Let's go ahead and give ourselves a lunch. We'll then come back and we'll move into our presentation from our tribal partners and tribal issues with the program implementation, and look forward to a deep dive with everyone on those. So give ourselves 45-ish minutes. Let's go ahead and say we'll bring ourselves back here at, oh gosh. Let's go ahead and bring ourselves back at 1:20. And so it'll be over 45 minutes, but I think give ourselves a break. So we'll see everyone here at 1:20 after lunch, and we'll move on to our next panel. Thanks, everyone. Appreciate the good discussion this morning so far. All right, everyone. It's 1:24. I'd like to bring us back here. Hope everyone had a good lunch. Welcome back from lunch. This afternoon, we will begin the tribal focus portion of the workshop. We'll start with remarks from many elected officials and tribal leaders that are not part of panel presentations. This will be followed by a second State Water Board staff presentation. After that, we will move to our panel presentations. The first panel presentation will be from Save California Salmon, the California Indian Environmental Alliance, and Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians. Our second and final panel will be from VA parties and will consist of staff from the Department of Water Resources and East Bay Municipal Utility District. We'll then end the day with comments from individual speakers. Just looking to see if there's anyone in the room or on the Zoom platform that are elected officials or tribal elected members. And if you are and would like to start off with any comments, please do just come to the front here at the microphone or raise your hand on the platform. And seeing none, we can start off then with our staff presentation.
Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and board members. My name is Laura Twartakleb, and I'm one of the environmental program managers in the Division of Water Rights working on the board's Bay Delta efforts. With me today from the division are Diane Riddle, Assistant Deputy Director, and Robert McCarthy, Senior Environmental Scientist and Bay Delta Tribal Coordinator. We also have Samantha Olson with the Office of Chief Counsel and additional members of our team attending virtually and in the room today. Next slide. I'll start by providing a summary of the topics we plan to discuss today. First, I'll begin with an overview of the purpose and format of this workshop. Then I'll provide a brief high-level background of the Water Quality Control Plan for the San Francisco Bay, Sacramento, San Joaquin Delta watershed, simply referred to as the Bay Delta Plan. Next, Rob will describe the tribal-focused topics and provisions to address harmful algal blooms included in the draft Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan. Lastly, we'll end the staff presentation with next steps and future opportunities to participate in this process. Next slide, please. Today is the third day of a multi-day public workshop to discuss the draft Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan that were released on October 25th. As described in the notice, each day of this 5-day workshop covers specific tribal topics related to the draft Bay Delta Plan updates. Staff will be providing presentations at each workshop day with an overview of the workshop topics for that day. Each day includes topic-specific panel presentations and individual comments. To the extent possible, individual comments should address the topics covered that day. Next slide. This slide identifies the specific topics that will be addressed at each workshop day. Previous workshop days have addressed draft provisions to the Bay Delta Plan, including regulatory provisions and provisions for voluntary agreements proposed by state and federal agencies and water users. Today, we covered VA habitat accounting in the morning and will now address tribal-focused topics. The December 12th workshop day will cover VA flow accounting with the opportunity for any general individual comments at the end of the day. Our last workshop day on January 23rd of next year will cover 2 possible provisions identified in the draft plan updates. One intended to protect base delta outflows during droughts, and one to protect VA flows and the base to which they are added from new projects. We'll provide a staff summary of the other topics as part of the other workshop days. Next slide. This slide identifies this afternoon's agenda. Following the staff presentation, we'll hear from 2 panels. After each of the panel presentations, board members may provide input and ask questions. We'll end the day hearing any individual comments. Next slide. Now that I've covered the logistics for the workshop, I'll provide a brief background on the Bay Delta Plan and the current efforts to update and implement the plan. The State Water Board protects water quality in the Bay Delta, in part through its Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan, or Bay Delta Plan. The Bay Delta Plan identifies beneficial uses of water to be protected in the Bay Delta, currently including municipal and industrial, agricultural, and fish and wildlife uses, flow-related water quality objectives to reasonably protect the beneficial uses, a program of implementation to achieve the objectives, and monitoring and assessment measures to evaluate compliance and effectiveness of implementation actions. This plan is complementary to the other water quality control plans adopted by the state and regional water quality control boards and state policies for water quality control adopted by the State Water Board. The Bay Delta Plan is required to be reviewed periodically and updated as needed to provide for the reasonable protection of beneficial uses of water. Next slide. This slide provides an overall map of the Bay Delta watershed and the areas covered by the board's Bay Delta planning and implementation processes. The board is currently in the process of considering updates to the portions of the Bay Delta Plan covering the Sacramento River and Delta. The blue oval in this slide identifies the general geographic scope of these updates, including the Sacramento River and its tributaries, the Delta East Side tributaries, including the Cosumnes, McCollum, and Calaveras River, and the Delta. This area is referred to as the Sacramento Delta watershed. Next slide. The Bay Delta Plan is being updated and implemented through separate processes due to the distinct differences between the Sacramento River and San Joaquin River systems and the specific issues concerning each of them. The Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan include consideration of updates related to Sacramento River and Delta East Side tributary inflows and cold water habitat, Delta outflows and interior Delta flows, as well as associated voluntary agreements. The updates to the Bay Delta Plan also include updates to other general provisions of the plan, including monitoring and special studies, and the possible consideration of tribal beneficial uses that will be discussed today. In 2018, the State Water Board updated the Bay Delta Plan's lower San Joaquin River and tributary flow and southern Delta salinity components. Efforts are currently underway to implement those updates and to consider a voluntary agreement on the Tuolumne River through a separate process. For more information on these efforts, visit our frequently asked questions that are available on the Bay Delta website and linked on this slide. Next slide. Before we discuss the draft changes to the Bay Delta Plan, I'll provide a little bit of background on the process to date under the Sacramento Delta portions of the Bay Delta Plan. To inform the Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan, the State Water Board completed a scientific basis report in 2017, including peer review and responses to peer review comments. Then in 2018, State Water Board staff released a framework for possible Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan, identifying specific possible updates to the Bay Delta Plan that are the basis of the regulatory provisions included in the draft updates to the Bay Delta Plan. In March of 2022, the State Water Board received a memorandum of understanding for proposed voluntary agreements, following which a supplement to the scientific basis report was prepared and peer-reviewed to document the science supporting the voluntary agreements. Staff is currently in the process of addressing the peer review comments on the supplement to the scientific basis report and finalizing that report for inclusion in the final staff report in support of the Sacramento Delta update to the Bay Delta Plan. In September of 2023, the State Water Board released a draft staff report, substitute environmental document for public review and comment, documenting the potential environmental and economic effects of different possible alternatives for updating the Bay Delta Plan, including the regulatory provisions and VA provisions included in the draft updates to the Bay Delta Plan. The State Water Board also held a multi-day public hearing to receive comments on the report. State Water Board staff are currently in the process of addressing the public comments on the draft staff report and will also be making other updates to the report as necessary based on possible changes to the draft updates to the Bay Delta Plan, and will be releasing the updated staff report and responses to comments at a future date. The draft staff report included draft water quality objectives and a description of major provisions of the program of implementation, but did not include all the draft specific possible changes that are now provided in the draft updates to the Bay Delta Plan, informed in part by public comments on the draft staff report. Next slide. Now I'll discuss the draft Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan. On October 25th, board staff released the draft updates to the Bay Delta Plan for public review and comment. These draft updates include options for voluntary agreements proposed by water users and state and federal agencies, and regulatory provisions. The regulatory provisions would apply if VAs are not approved. If the VAs are approved, the regulatory provisions would apply to non-VA parties, and they could also apply to VA parties if all or a portion of the VAs are discontinued at some point. Also included in the draft updates are general provisions that would apply regardless of whether VAs are approved. Next slide. The Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan are intended to address aquatic ecosystem stressors within the board's responsibilities to provide for the reasonable protection of fish and wildlife beneficial uses. These updates include options based on the alternatives described in the September 2023 draft staff report. The draft Bay Delta Plan includes additional specificity and refinements from the options described in the draft staff report, informed by public comments. No substantial changes were made to the Bay Delta Plan associated with measures to protect municipal, industrial, or agricultural uses, or lower San Joaquin River fish and wildlife flows, which were updated in 2018. Now I'd like to hand it over to Rob McCarthy to cover the new provisions outlined in the updated plan, as well as detail the specific tribal-focused provisions.
Thanks, Laura. Good afternoon, board. My name is Robert McCarthy. I'm a senior environmental scientist within the Bay Delta section. I'm also the tribal coordinator for the Bay Delta Plan. So in the two previous workshop days on November 20th and 22nd, staff provided an overview of the draft changes to the Bay Delta Plan, including the regulatory provisions that were referred to as the proposed plan amendments in the draft staff report and possible voluntary agreement provisions. Recordings of those presentations can be found online at the board's website for more detailed information. The major regulatory provisions are the narrative and numeric Sacramento Delta inflow objective, narrative objective to protect cold water habitat for salmonids, inflow-based Delta outflow objective, narrative interior Delta flow objective, and updates to the existing Delta cross-channel gate closure objective. If the VAs are adopted, the new inflow, cold water habitat, and inflow-based Delta outflow objectives may either remain as objectives. I'm sorry, can we move to the next slide, please? My apologies. If the VAs are adopted, the new inflow, cold water habitat, and inflow-based Delta outflow objectives may either remain as objectives or their substantive provisions may be moved to the program of implementation. Either way, VA parties would not be required to contribute to these provisions during the term of the VAs, but non-VA water right holders would. Next slide, please. So the VAs propose a combination of proposed flow and non-flow measures on a portion of the Sacramento Delta tributaries over 8 years, with the possibility for extension. The flow and non-flow habitat actions are proposed as implementation measures for an existing and proposed new water quality objective in the Bay Delta Plan. Specifically, the VAs propose a new narrative objective to achieve the viability of native fish populations. The VAs also propose to contribute the participating parties' share to achieve the existing narrative salmon protection objective, which they propose to achieve by 2050. The narrative salmon protection objective is also referred to as a salmon doubling objective. If the board chooses to adopt the VAs, then the VA party's responsibility would be to provide the commitments set forth in the program of implementation in lieu of the responsibility to contribute to new inflow, cold water habitat, and inflow-based Delta outflow objectives during the term of the VAs. Next slide, please. In addition to the major regulatory provisions and the VA provisions, there are also general provisions that would apply with or without incorporation of VAs into the Bay Delta Plan. Additional general provisions discussed during the November 20th workshop date included an implementation methodology, annual and periodic review, biological goals, monitoring, special study, evaluation, and reporting measures, and provisions to avoid redirected impacts to the Trinity River. The possible drought provision will be discussed in the January 23rd workshop. This afternoon, we plan on discussing the tribal-focused provisions, including incorporation of tribal beneficial uses and facilitating tribal knowledge and input into the Bay Delta Plan. Next slide, please. The tribal-focused language contained within the draft potential updates to the Bay Delta Plan is in response to tribal feedback the board has heard over the course of nearly 2 years. That feedback has come through one-on-one interactions with staff, tribal listening sessions, a tribal beneficial use informational item in front of the board, tribal focus workshops, oral and written public comments submitted on the 2023 draft staff report, and feedback received through other avenues. The tribal focus language contained within the draft Bay Delta plan is still in draft form, and the board is looking for input and feedback on appropriate revisions or additions. The draft Bay Delta plan recognizes that the Bay Delta ecosystem, including the plants and animals it sustains, are significant to California Native American tribes. The draft plan also acknowledges that certain tribal beneficial uses have been supported by the Bay Delta watershed since time immemorial. Accordingly, the draft Bay Delta plan incorporates tribal beneficial uses, which I'll discuss in the next slide. In addition, Native American peoples have stewarded this ecosystem since time immemorial, and their knowledge, with permission, should inform the management actions taken to protect those beneficial uses. Accordingly, to ensure that traditional ecological knowledge, or TEK, or TEK, and indigenous knowledge inform the protection of TBUs and fish and wildlife beneficial uses, text within the draft Bay Delta plan proposes approaches to facilitate and incorporate tribal input into state water board planning processes for the protection of both tribal beneficial uses and fish and wildlife beneficial uses. I will describe some of these approaches to facilitating tribal input into the Bay Delta plan in more detail over the next few slides. Next slide, please. The draft updates to the Bay Delta plan include incorporation of tribal beneficial uses, or TBUs, including tribal tradition and culture, CUL, and tribal subsistence fishing, TSUB, as well as a subsistence fishing, or SUB, beneficial use in Chapter 2, beneficial uses, and a description identifying that TBUs are incorporated in the context of providing for the reasonable protection of fish and wildlife. While aquatic life beneficial uses primarily drive implementation actions related to flow and water project operations, the State Water Board recognizes the centrality that vital fish populations and aquatic life have for cultural, spiritual, ceremonial, and traditional rights and lifeways. The draft potential updates to the Bay Delta plan also include a note to reader that the State Water Board will consider formal designation of CUL in the Bay Delta watershed as part of the Sacramento Delta update process or another subsequent appropriate process. Cultural uses associated with aquatic beneficial uses and flow actions for the reasonable protection of those uses are already included and evaluated in the staff report. The formal designation of CUL would require consideration for cultural uses outside of aquatic beneficial uses and would require at least a programmatic evaluation of possible water quality controls through the State Water Board's Division of Water Quality and the Regional Water Quality Control Board's water quality authorities in the form of potentially new, more stringent waste discharge requirements, National Pollution Discharge Elimination System, or NPDES permits, or other water quality permits, site-specific or temporal-specific requirements. The environmental analyses and the staff report cover a wide range of foreseeable compliance measures and responses that may result from the proposed plan update. The reasonably foreseeable compliance measures resulting from a CUL designation may already be identified as response actions to compliance measures previously identified for the possible updates to the Bay Delta plan. I want to acknowledge that we heard from Mr. Mulcahy of the Winnemem-Wintu tribe this morning requesting designation of TSUB along with CUL. I want to take some time here to point out that the CUL beneficial use definition actually includes an additional text that was not reflected in the draft update that we plan to add to help clarify this further. The full CUL beneficial use definition is uses of water that support the cultural, spiritual, ceremonial, or traditional rights or lifeways of California Native American tribes, including, but not limited to, navigation, ceremonies, or fishing, gathering, or consumption of natural aquatic resources, including fish, shellfish, vegetation, and materials. The CUL designation would properly include and cover fish consumption by tribes, including the uses discussed by Mr. Mulcahy earlier. The TSUB beneficial use relates primarily to risks to human health from the consumption of non-commercial fish or shellfish at higher rates than CUL. In contrast with CUL, TSUB and SUB are more specific and refined use categories that require additional facts regarding timing, frequency, and duration of specific TSUB consumption to determine potential exposure, routes, and rates on water body segments. As such, it is appropriate for designation of individual stream segments for T-sub and sub beneficial uses to occur on a case-by-case basis by the regional water quality control boards. The draft revised Bay Delta Plan includes a commitment to coordinate with tribes and the Central Valley and San Francisco Bay regional water quality control boards to expedite designation of stream segments for TBUs in the Bay Delta watershed. Next slide, please. The draft program of implementation for the Bay Delta Plan proposes that the State Water Board develop and regularly update a tribal engagement plan in coordination with California Native American tribes. The tribal engagement plan would inform consultation, outreach, and engagement efforts to incorporate tribal knowledge and perspectives into the board's processes to update and implement the Bay Delta Plan. The draft program of implementation also identifies that the State Water Board will hold annual tribal listening sessions to receive input from tribes on the Bay Delta Plan update and its implementation. In addition, board staff will provide more regular engagement opportunities outside of formal processes at a frequency agreeable to tribes to provide updates and hear feedback. The draft Bay Delta Plan also includes proposals for incorporating TEK into the board's Bay Delta planning and implementation processes. Any use of TEK would follow the collective benefit, authority to control, responsibility, and ethics principles for Indigenous data governments, also known as the CARE principles. Next slide, please. The draft updates to the Bay Delta Plan propose that the State Water Board will form a Bay Delta Tribal Advisory Group in coordination with tribes to provide input to the board on its Bay Delta Plan update and implementation efforts. The proposal to form a Bay Delta Tribal Advisory Group is in response to comments received on the 2023 draft staff report and feedback provided to the board staff by tribes. The meeting frequency and membership of the Bay Delta Tribal Advisory Group would be determined by its members. The board is seeking additional input and recommendations on establishing an effective advisory group in conjunction with interested tribes and tribally affiliated organizations. As described in the draft Bay Delta Plan, the Bay Delta Tribal Advisory Group would not replace formal government-to-government consultations on State Water Board processes related to the Bay Delta Plan, as well as other actions, policies, and processes that may affect tribes. The board welcomes requests for formal government-to-government consultations on the draft updates to the Bay Delta Plan and is requesting that any such requests be submitted by the December 19th comment period on the draft updates to the Bay Delta Plan if possible. Board staff are also available to discuss the draft updates to the Bay Delta Plan with tribal leaders at any time outside of the formal consultation process and will continue engaging with tribes outside of formal consultation. Next slide, please. With respect to the possible inclusion of VAs into the Bay Delta Plan, the draft Bay Delta Plan proposes that if VAs are approved, VA water right holders would be required to develop a tribal engagement plan in coordination with California Native American tribes. The VA tribal engagement plan would be required to describe specific tribal engagement opportunities related to VA milestones and would be required to be approved by the State Water Board Executive Director prior to year one of the initial 8-year term of the VAs. The plan would also be required to include regular tribal engagement meetings and opportunities for tribal representatives to contribute feedback on implementation and adaptive management of the VAs. The draft program of implementation would also direct VA parties to designate a VA tribal coordinator to engage with tribes on VA matters and serve as a liaison with the State Water Board on tribal and VA matters, and to create a TEK subcommittee of the VA Science Committee with seats for tribal members. Next slide, please. In addition to the tribal-specific provisions I've just discussed, the draft Bay Delta Plan also includes proposed commitments to address harmful algal blooms, or HABs for short, which is a topic we received significant feedback on from tribes. The board would continue to implement the freshwater harmful algal bloom monitoring strategy pursuant to Assembly Bill 834 in coordination with the Central Valley and San Francisco Bay regional boards, other agencies, tribes, and other parties. The board will also work to implement the Delta cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms monitoring strategy. One of the primary goals of the strategy is to eventually implement a coordinated Delta-wide HAB monitoring program. The board will also continue to support other efforts to improve HAB science, research, and monitoring, develop HAB models, and identify possible management and mitigation measures to control HABs in the Delta. The draft Bay Delta Plan text also includes requirements of other parties to contribute to HABs monitoring. Consistent with existing requirements under Decision 1485 and Decision 1641, DWR and Reclamation would be required to conduct HABs monitoring in the Delta, including phytoplankton and cyanobacterial toxin measurements. In addition, if the VAs are adopted, the VA parties would be required to contribute to HAB monitoring in the VA tributaries and in the Delta. Next slide, please. That concludes our overview of the tribal-focused provisions of the draft Bay Delta Plan, so now I'll discuss next steps. The board is currently accepting public comments on the draft updates to the Bay Delta Plan in writing and orally at these workshops. Written comments are due December 19th. However, comments related to the workshop topics scheduled for January 23rd may be accepted until January 30th, 2025. Following the public comment period, staff will develop a revised draft of proposed updates to the Bay Delta Plan based on the public comments received. Staff will also continue to review comments on the draft staff report that were received earlier this year and develop responses to comments and any needed refinements to the staff report. After these processes are complete, State Water Board would consider approval of the Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan and the final staff report anticipated for fall or winter of 2025. Next slide, please. This slide shows our resources and contact information. We have web pages for the Sacramento Delta update to the Bay Delta Plan, for the proposed VAs, and for the Bay Delta watershed. Comments on the draft plan updates and questions related to the Sacramento Delta update to the Bay Delta Plan should be sent to staff at sacdeltacomments@waterboards.ca.gov. To stay informed of Bay Delta watershed activities, subscribe to our Bay Delta Notices email subscription list. To subscribe, visit the Bay Delta watershed page, scroll to the bottom where you'll find the box shown on this slide, and enter your email address. This slide also includes my contact information and a link to the Bay Delta Tribal Coordination page on the State Water Board's website. Please reach out to me with any questions about the tribal provisions described in this presentation or with other questions related to the Bay Delta Plan update. This concludes our staff presentation. We're available for questions if you have them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McCarthy. Really appreciate that presentation and your work here as liaison on this project with tribes. I really appreciated the amount of engagement and here having a single point of contact for folks to be able to coordinate their concerns and continue to work with us on this project. So thanks for your work and your leadership across that. I would now like to go to U.S. Environmental Protection Agency Regional Administrator Martha Guzman, who's here and has joined us, and really appreciate Regional Administrator you being here with us and providing your comment on today's discussion. Good to see you.
Thank you very much, Chair Esquivel. It's great to see you. Great to see you, board members. It's been a long time I've been in this room. It's very nice to be back, and I just want to thank the staff and all the panelists and all the nations that are here represented today and all the public just for taking the time to do this tremendous work. Really am grateful to be here before you today to share some comments. As many of you know, I'm Martha Guzman. I'm the Regional Administrator for the Pacific Southwest, which includes all the tribal nations with ancestral lands within the region, including California. And as you also know, California has the largest Native population in the United States, and therefore has the greatest opportunity and responsibility to reconcile the horrific colonial and imperialistic past that has led to today's inequities. Governor Newsom and his administration have led in the healing of this past. From the enormous land back investments and the transfers from the state and the enabling of additional equities, to renaming some of the schools, the townships, and other institutions. And today, I'm very grateful to express the support of the Biden administration for yet another Newsom administration potential action. That is the furthering of this healing by reconciling our Western water rules with those water uses that pre-existed the entirety of our current water governance. Thank you for providing this dedicated space to discuss tribal-focused topics related to the Bay Delta Plan. Specifically, the board's proposal to incorporate tribal beneficial uses into the plan as part of the revisions currently under consideration. It is necessary and appropriate that the board protect and support the fisheries and aquatic resources that have been inextricably linked to the tribal ways of life throughout time immemorial. EPA strongly supports the proposal in the draft plan to designate tribal cultural uses throughout the entirety Bay Delta watershed. This proposal recognizes the centrality of vital fish populations to many California tribes. The proposed regulatory flow actions to enhance aquatic life protections also support these important tribal, traditional, and cultural uses, allowing the board to move forward with this initial designation quickly. I know the state board has acknowledged and values the importance of indigenous knowledge and beliefs, including the tribal, traditional, ecological knowledge in its decision-making, implementation, and adaptive management. This designation proposal, which leverages the understanding that thriving fish populations are a key aspect of tribal cultural uses and require flow protection all the way from the headwaters through the delta, is a great example of how TEK can be used to inform protection of beneficial uses. I understand that this proposal would only address a subset of the diverse tribal needs that rely on a functioning delta watershed. However, I also recognize that this would be a tremendous first step toward placing tribal uses on equal footing with the other uses protected in the Bay Delta Plan, such as municipal and agricultural water supply. This action will provide a foundation for future development of protective criteria for other tribal cultural activities and appropriate site-specific objectives that will fully protect tribal cultural uses that are unique to specific places and people. I encourage the board to act swiftly on future actions that will begin to address the unique impacts felt by California tribes that have resulted from the collapse of fish populations, loss of riparian resources, and increasing occurrences of harmful algal blooms in the Bay Delta watersheds. Our tribal colleagues have shared with me, and I know with you, the many places throughout the Delta where they are unable to hold ceremonies because the water is unsafe or noxious, or where tribes are unable to harvest indigenous plants used also for medicine or food. Additionally, thriving populations and improved aquatic life conditions form the basis of subsistence fishing for many tribes and subsistence fishing for communities in general in California. EPA encourages the state board to continue to work closely with tribes, as you have committed, and subsistence fishing communities to expeditiously designate all cultural and subsistence fishing areas in Bay Delta Plan updates. And let me just clarify, because you talked a little bit about the first steps and second steps, but we are very supportive of you acting now on the cultural designation. And of course, we're committed to providing any assistance throughout this process. Finally, I know that this morning's workshop was also focused on the VA habitat accounting, and I understand that it is a complicated and it's all still under development. However, I want to encourage the board to focus on strong science and clear accountability procedures. If the board continues to explore the healthy rivers and landscape approach, it must also develop a robust and transparent accounting and monitoring program that is overseen by the board and not water users. Ultimately, the process to provide and account for VA flow and habitat assets should be one that all stakeholders can have access and understand. I truly value the time and effort the staff and tribal representatives are dedicating to the incorporation of tribal beneficial uses in the revision process. And of course, we're very encouraged by your continued commitment to collaborate. And finally, we just finished up a month of acknowledgement of our Native American history. And I can't help but quote the governor, who called on us to call on all Californians to find meaningful opportunities to uplift, validate, and engage with Native trailblazers, past and present, across the nation. I want to thank you and applaud you for your leadership here, and thank you for letting me share our support.
Thank you for your time and for prioritizing this discussion, Regional Administrator Guzman. I know you're incredibly busy and just appreciate your leadership throughout all of this as well. I think you said it well, and the word reconcile is often one that comes to mind as well as we're doing this work. We're reconciling these systems for this climate that we have, and importantly, though, the values that we expound here, and know that we don't have a history ultimately going back that lived out those values. And so this is our opportunity to do so, and just really appreciate your leadership and voice in all of this and the support for the incorporation of tribal beneficial use designations here within the Bay Delta Plan process. So thank you.
Thank you,
Good to
Chair.
see you.
Thank you.
Much appreciated. Next, if there isn't anything from folks at the dais, we can start to hear from our tribal partners. And so would call up our first panel to be able to have discussion here. Thank you. I think here again, we'll be having Save California Salmon, the California Indian Environmental Alliance, and Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians. And I think we have a blend of folks that are here in person and virtually. So we'll give a moment for folks to transition. Good afternoon. Good to see you. And thank you again for joining us here.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Esquivel. Thank you, board members. We have a panel of 5 today. We have a couple, I think, joining online. I will start, and followed by Max Gomberg. So again, thank you for providing the space today to come and have these discussions with all of you. I think this is a necessary thing. We haven't done enough of it, but I do appreciate the improved efforts. My name is Crystal Moreno. I am here on behalf of the Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians. I am the program manager of Traditional Ecological Knowledge. Shingle Springs Band is located about 40 miles east of Sacramento. However, ancestral homeland spans 7 California counties, including major village sites here in Sacramento, along the Sacramento, American, Feather, Cosumnes rivers, extending into and through the Sacramento Bay Delta. The Bay Delta is a vital tribal cultural landscape, critical to tribal cultural tradition and identity. The importance of an adequate and equitable Bay Delta Plan update that meets our needs as Indigenous people and protects our uses is imperative and long overdue. The Water Board has an opportunity to designate our tribal uses of water on a watershed-wide basis in a way that creates an efficient model of tribal beneficial use designation and implementation that regional boards can look to for guidance. They need your leadership. The key is working in conjunction with tribes to designate tribal cultural and tribal subsistence uses in a way that protects us all. Let's work together to get this done in an expeditious way. Our communities cannot wait any longer. We heard a lot today about the incorporation of TEK, Traditional Ecological Knowledge. You will hear us use that interchangeably with Indigenous knowledge. Because just as you heard from Gary Mulcahy earlier, an elder of the Winnemem-Wintu, TEK is place-based. It's up to every single tribe what that definition is, how it is utilized, what they share, and what they provide permission for all of you to share. It is not a term that we throw around lightly. It is not something to be extracted, exploited, or misused. The goal here is to decolonize the way we have done things to date, and it starts with the inclusion of tribes. I won't get too much into the VAs. I think you all know where Shingle Spring stands. Not only is it an insult, it's a non-starter for us. The VAs are problematic, starting with the misnomer, healthy rivers and landscapes. You cannot have healthy landscapes without water, and you cannot have rivers without water in the rivers. It is our position that the VAs do the exact opposite of what we need. We need more water flowing through our river systems, through the Delta, not only to nourish us as human beings, but our ecosystems. I want to go back to TEK, if I can. So my title is Program Manager of TEK, but that's a term that we use with outside agencies. Really what that is a way of life for Indigenous people. It explains how we've lived in reciprocity with water, land, and our ecocultural landscapes. It's an all-encompassing term that conveys how we are interconnected with our natural world, our fish, wildlife, plant ancestors, and natural and cultural resources. It is our way of knowing. It does not seamlessly translate into Western systems of governance or understanding, and that is why you need us. I've already said this, TEK is place-based, relationship to space-based, and unique to each tribal community. I want to talk a little bit about protection. When we share Indigenous knowledge, it needs to be protected. It needs to be respected by federal, state, local governments, and outside entities. Each tribe controls what we share, how it's shared, and with whom. Confidentiality should be maintained at all times, and each tribe controls what can be shared publicly. Sharing is not permission to use our knowledge and practices. Permission is explicitly granted by each tribe. If and when Indigenous knowledge is applied, it should only be done with tribal permission and participation. You cannot truly and effectively apply TEK without Indigenous people. We continue to look forward to working with the Water Board on addressing the various concerning issues impacting our tribes. We thank you for creating space for these discussions. We encourage that action replace words, not just from the Water Board, but from even the proponents of the voluntary agreements. We don't think that it's adequate that they throw up a box in their slides that show a box for tribal governance without having any discussions with us. If you want true tribal partnership, if you really want to respect our sovereignty, we should have been part of these discussions from the beginning. Like I said, the VAs are a non-starter for us, and we hope that you do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moreno. Next, I believe, is Max Gomberg.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and board members. Max Gomberg here today representing the Shingle Springs Band. I'm going to jump off from where Crystal left off and talk about what else could go into this water quality control plan to support the implementation of TBUs. You've heard that designation is a critical and important first step, but the board really should go further than that. The water quality control plan has a number of post-adoption actions that are identified as things that would be developed mainly by board staff after the plan is adopted. Those include things like temperature management plans, water rights curtailment methodologies, potential declaration of fully appropriated stream systems, and non-flow habitat restoration projects, to name a few. those are all areas where tribal input is necessary. And it's necessary not at the end of the process, but at the beginning of the process. One of the problems, as you've heard many times with the VAs, is that tribes were never consulted from the beginning. The board can correct that by adopting a water quality control plan that integrates tribal beneficial uses and tribal knowledge and input from the beginning of every piece of its implementation process. Because if it doesn't do that, it would be succumbing to the same problems that have plagued the VAs. So when we're talking about things like releases from reservoirs and temperature management plans, that tribal input is there to inform when and how much water should be released for things like ceremonies or plant collection or fish consumption. Likewise, with water rights curtailment methodologies, the tribal water rights need to be incorporated. Those curtailment methodologies need to ensure that specific TBU flow needs are protected. When you're talking about something like a declaration of a fully appropriated stream system, that also needs to consider TBUs and tribal water rights. And when it comes to non-flow habitat restoration projects, that's where TEK and co-management are critical. All these things have to be done from the beginning. Unfortunately, the water quality control plan that was released is still missing the mark. To give one example, it has a section contemplating something called local cooperative solutions. This is the idea that different water rights holders could figure out ways to meet the unimpaired flow requirements, collaborating with each other. But the way this is laid out in the document is that the water rights holders would get together in a room, figure something out, and then they would go to tribes and fisheries management agencies for input on what they've developed. That's not how this should work. In fact, the whole idea of a cooperative approach means everyone's in the room from the get-go. Likewise, the water quality control plan doesn't have specific directives to board staff on how to ensure tribal input is incorporated at the outset of each implementation action. And that really needs to be in there, again, because making TBUs real means incorporating those beneficial uses and tribal input from the beginning. So just to summarize, TBUs need to be given equal weight to other beneficial uses. Tribes must be consulted before proposals from water board staff or water rights holders are developed. And finally, I want to go back to something that Administrator Guzman said and Chair Esquivel, you commented on about the concept of reconciliation. Reconciliation means undoing harmful past actions. And the board has the opportunity to do that with this plan, with the adoption of TBUs and the implementation of TBUs within this plan. This is not just a CEQA document where you only look forward. You only look at the impacts going forward from the baseline of today. The board has the ability to look backwards and see the wrongs and right the wrongs. And we hope you do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gomberg. Next on the panel.
I believe that it's me, or is there someone else in there?
Sherry, go ahead.
Okay, but if not, it's okay. Okay, I will start off with voluntary agreements to start off where Max left off with this is the SIA perspective. So first of all, I'm Sherry Norris from the California Indian Environmental Alliance. Good to see all of you at the regional board or the state water board again, and good to see everybody out here in the hearing room. I'm sorry I couldn't make it today. We do remain concerned at SIA that voluntary agreements are developing a new process that is sidestepping the regional water board's oversight and authority. We do see that there have been changes made, but we rely on the regional water boards to align beneficial uses through the public process and to bring water bodies into compliance and to identify what those water quality objectives will be. And it seems like the voluntary agreements are overstepping, and it doesn't seem appropriate to us. And we're particularly concerned, as we've mentioned before, that a pilot of voluntary agreements in the Bay Delta region is much too large of a region for a pilot. It's way too impactful of all of the water bodies that are connected to the Bay Delta. And so I remain concerned. We remain concerned that this is still in this this basin plan, or this. So please consider that, and perhaps a smaller pilot would make more sense. We also remain concerned that tribes were not engaged in the beginning and continue to not be engaged. We do note that there is a tribal committee that would be developed, but following best practices. As Max talked about, it appears that the tribal committee will be reviewing things at the end, not at the beginning. That is still a concern. If a committee is formed, that it's really important that the tribes developed that committee. That committee is developed by the impacted tribes, both in the source and receiving waters, and that it be overseen by the tribes as well. I do want to move from voluntary agreements into TEK and then the tribal beneficial uses. TEK is something that, as Crystal Moreno pointed out, that this is something that's done with the tribes. We would also add to it and say that TEK and Indigenous knowledge is applied by, and so the collaborations and partnerships need to be in place before TEK can even be considered to be in place. Those need to be there to begin with. When it comes to beneficial uses, we appreciate that cultural use is being looked at as to be included in the Bay Delta Plan. That I appreciate that quite a bit. However, tribal subsistence use should also be applied. Both of them should be included in the Bay Delta Plan. And if there's a concern about the water quality objective standards, a way of thinking about this is that the standard setting and water quality objective processes is something that happens at the regional board level. And it happens where the regional boards align all of the beneficial uses in a region to identify the water quality objectives that can be established for a toxin. So it could be applied without the numerical objectives. It can be there, and then the regional boards will come and set their numerical objectives going through their process that they need to do. And then it would come back to the State Water Board to discuss flows. But I don't see a reason why we can't include both beneficial uses, regardless of there not being water quality objectives at this time. It would just be acknowledging the standard and acknowledging the use, and then moving into the water quality objectives that would be associated with it at the regional boards. I do appreciate the statement made by Administrator Guzman in support of tribal beneficial uses. She also mentioned that they would like to see cultural and subsistence be included, although she did appreciate, as we are, the cultural use being put forward. But I would really recommend that both be there because of the connectivity between them, and that there is an option forward where the regional boards can move in and look at those water quality objectives afterwards. That's really all that I have to make statements about today. I appreciate your time, and I'll pass this on to my colleagues on the floor. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Norris.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Vince Lapina. I'm here with the Wilton Rancheria. I'm their tech manager. Appreciate the opportunity to speak on this matter. I've been here all morning listening to the presentations, and there's several issues that are obvious. And of course, number one is a river needs water. So the flow is the main thing that we need to focus on and make sure that all of the river systems have the water flowing as freely as possible. I understand it's a complicated issue because we involve human beings and there's all these other needs for water. But as a Native person, I feel it's important to speak for those who can't speak for themselves, and that is the salmon and the other plants and animals that rely on the river. Of course, as a water board, you deal with water as a single thing, It flows throughout all these rivers, but not all water is the same. And of course, the salmon could tell us that. You know, salmon goes back to its home river. And so each river is unique in its own chemistry. It has its own smell, its own taste, and its own people. So as was mentioned before, you know, each tribal group has its own information that can be provided to help out with these issues. And I think it's important that tribes are consulted early at the beginning of this process. So, you know, the people who have been here the longest, the tribal people, are able to give their best information to help get these things ironed out so there isn't so much debate. So this stuff seems to take a long time. You know, government moves slow. The salmon doesn't really have that kind of time. As we speak, the fish are dying. I remember watching the news this morning, and there was salmon that were dead down in Stockton. And they're dying all over the place because of mismanagement of the water. And so I feel that it's really important to address that issue through the flow mainly. Obviously, you have these VAs, and you know, that's not working so well in some cases. There's a lot of issues with information that's outdated. You know, we have climate change. We have situations where the temperatures have risen from what they were in 2006 or 2015 or whenever the studies were done that they're using as their benchmarks for their information. So, and then of course, the inundation duration, you know, is not enough. You know, the river would be flooded like 6 months out of the year. You know, that flooding isn't allowed to happen now with the channeling of the river, the levee systems, the dams that are put on the river. And I just feel that number one is the flow. That's what the animals and the plants need. And, you know, we do have it all in common. We're all together in this, but we each have something different that we could bring to the table. Or as we say, to our fire, because, you know, Indians didn't have tables, you know, so we stand around a fire, and you guys could come to our fire sometime and you know, figure it out. You know, if we were able to talk as human beings and not as, you know, officials or anything like that, we all have a vested interest as human beings to protect the rivers, to protect the salmon, to protect all of the different plants and animals that we rely on. Because without them, our life is nothing. If we lose the plants and animals of the river and the salmon in specifically, you know, the rest of it's going to unravel. You know, and we're a part of that food chain. Human beings always put themselves in a separate category from everything else, but no, as Native people, we know that we're connected to this land, and what happens to the land is going to happen to us too. And so I hope that we can all work together to come up with a good plan for this Delta Bay water, and you know, do something good for these fish and for these plants and animals, and we will benefit from that. You know, this is more than about getting credits for setting aside land, you know, as a VA. You know, I mean, you know, it could be something good, but you know, sometimes the bureaucracy of it and the idea of just getting credits stands in the way of what you're really out to do, and that's to protect those, we'll call them resources, but you know, they're living things. You know, they're our relatives, and so it's more important than we give it credit for. And so I hope, again, we can all work together and do something good. Thank you.
Thank you. Really appreciate those comments.
I should have gone before him. That was a good closing. I'm Cassil Willie, staff attorney for Save California Salmon. I know we're almost out of time, so I'll go through my comments pretty fast.
Don't worry about the time too much on there. Yeah.
Well, most of what I said's been, or what I was going to say has been said before, emphasized by my colleagues. Firstly, I'd like to second some points that were touched on earlier by my fellow panelists. The VA governance, it mentions a tribal engagement plan, and you know, that's something that should have been created years ago when the VAs were first thought of. all of this is coming after the fact, development and efforts to include tribes in the VAs, which they likely would not have agreed to in the first place. And it isn't right that isn't the right way to create policy. We see that there is efforts being made, but it does not feel right to engage in something that we did not have any say in to begin with. And so, approving the VAs could create a dangerous precedent whereby policy can be created without tribes, only for them to be invited to participate years later when their ability to make meaningful changes is minimal. And then again, with the tribal engagement plan for the VAs, I'm a little bit confused about the timelines for this because, it seems like it needs to be checked before it gets approved. And so I'm just worried about the timing of that and possible delays that would come from that. And then I know there's also a second mention of a tribal engagement plan in a later section. So I'd just like some clarity on whether those are the same plan or if those are two separate plans that would be created under each pathway. And then to go back to tribal beneficial uses, these definitions were created in 2017 and the last Bay Delta update was years and years ago. And so it's about time that, this plan is revised to include the 2017 tribal beneficial use definitions. And to echo what Mr. Mulcahy said this morning of the Wintu tribe, we encourage the board to consider watershed-wide designations for TBUs rather than splitting it between the two regions and possibly, running into hurdles there. I think the board has the authority to make an executive decision and do what's best for both regions. So that's one recommendation. And then we also encourage, echoing Martha Guzman, encourage the designation of coal beneficial uses as part of this update. It's a great opportunity to take a step forward, and waiting for a subsequent process, in addition to this extensive process, is not ideal for tribes and tribal communities. And they've already expressed their desire to have TBUs incorporated, and so they should be designated sooner rather than later. And then going back to the VA governance, there is mention of a TEK subcommittee, and I was just wondering why this was confined to just the VA governance. I feel like it would be effective under both pathways, being able to have tribal people, express their desires, share their science if necessary. But I also do want to echo some concerns that Crystal mentioned earlier regarding confidentiality. I think there are a lot of concerns with sharing cultural information that is confidential and, protecting Indigenous data sovereignty. Tribally sourced data is important to tribes on a cultural level, which is different from data collected by modern colonial science. And so I think that needs to be recognized and protected. And I want to go back to something that Rob McCarthy mentioned in his presentation, that tribal knowledge would be incorporated with permission. And I think that language needs to be included. I didn't see that in the plan that I saw, but I think that's a really important distinction to make that, would protect Indigenous sovereignty and TEK. And then also for the tribal advisory group that was mentioned earlier, I would like to see a timeline for development of that also. I'd encourage development to begin before the final plan is released so that tribes and community members will have sufficient notice and information early on in the process so that they can decide whether or not they would be able to participate, or they can reach out to someone who would be able to participate in that. I think would be really effective to get that started early before the final plan. And so just while there's been a lot of progress made, there's obviously clear concerns among tribes and tribal communities with the Bay Delta Plan and with the voluntary agreement specifically. We encourage integration designation of TBUs in the final plan, and it's been 7 years since the adoption of those definitions. And so it's time that those two are merged and so that we can have an effective Bay Delta Plan. effective and protective Bay Delta plan. And again, thank you for allowing us to have this panel presentation today. We thank the staff for reaching out to us constantly and having those open conversations, open lines of communication has been really helpful. And also just the leniency in allowing us to take up space, invite others who will show up to panels with us has been really great to see. And we thank you for all your work.
Thank you. I really appreciate the comments of the panel here and the acknowledgement of, again, we're trying to do our best here truly to change the dynamics of the dialogue, bring folks in, and try to build to whatever extent we can some consensus around the work that we're trying to do. And so I just really appreciate the continued engagement and importantly, the continued good comments that are helping us to continue to move in the right direction. And this is incredibly difficult work. And I just want to acknowledge that just the personal cost I know that it comes with, all that engagement and contribution to what are these many processes that are going on. But just really thank you, because it's what makes a difference for myself and I know folks at the dais to actually be the best decision makers we can under, I know, just really urgent and necessary work. And so just thanks. I'd like to maybe follow up on a few things here. First, when it comes to the tribal engagement plans, to Ms. Willie's question, are there basically kind of a dual track that's kind of seen on those plans where there's one developed for the VAs and one for the greater regulatory program? Or, is there some way that those actually fit more in the same universe and could maybe not have two different plans or processes, but really get the benefit of having something that's more in common? Just wanted to see what folks' thoughts are, and if that's currently the case in the proposal.
Yeah, thank you for that question. So the proposal currently does propose two different tribal engagement plans. One tribal engagement plan would be for the State Water Board engagement with tribes on Bay Delta planning processes that is meant to be developed and apply regardless of the pathway that the board moves forward with. And the other tribal engagement plan is proposed as a requirement for the VA parties to develop and would require approval by the executive director of the State Water Board within the first year of the VA implementation. And so the way that it's envisioned that the two would interact is partially through the designation of a tribal coordinator by the VA parties that would liaison between the State Water Board and the VA parties on VA matters and help keep the State Water Board informed of the VA parties' tribal engagement. But more broadly, the tribal engagement plan that the State Water Board staff would develop in conjunction with Native American tribes would be to ensure that we are hearing feedback independent of the VA party's tribal coordinator on VA tribal engagement. A couple of other points that the panel brought up were the role of the tribal advisory group. And so part of the tribal engagement plan would include the formation of the tribal advisory group, which we envision would be the avenue for inclusion of TEK into the Bay Delta plan, and would also be the mechanism for ensuring that the tribal perspectives are informing all of the decision steps that the board is working towards for updating and implementing the Bay Delta plan. And so that's another component of the proposal that would apply regardless of the pathway that the board chooses. And we acknowledge that to date, we have not reached as many tribes as we would like throughout the watershed. But because that advisory group would be formed with tribal members and the tribal members would help select the membership of the advisory group, our intention is to reach more tribes throughout the watershed in order to include that place-based knowledge rather than trying to be extractive of TEK and receive TEK from only a few tribes, but to apply it more broadly to tributary-specific decisions and adaptive implementation of the plan. And then I also want to acknowledge the feedback that tribal language, or that TEK should only be included with permission and used with permission. And it's true that that is not explicitly stated in the proposal, and so we appreciate that feedback. The proposal does propose that any inclusion of TEK would follow the CARE principles, and so that was our intention with following the CARE principles, is to ensure that TEK is only used with permission, but that the permission is not explicitly stated in the plan currently.
I appreciated the suggestion as well. I think it's worth being explicit about that because it is an important component that, again, that there's permission here. It's not extractive, that we're an extractive purpose that we're trying to get that information. And it is about a relationship ultimately. I think when it comes to the development of those plans, to my mind, it brings back some of the discussion around even just the way we're structuring the program implementation and some of the discussions we even had around the monitoring and science components and how these all kind of live together, interact, given that they kind of have different purposes, but to the extent that we can, they should all kind of live in a way that makes sense, and definitely feel that it's the case, especially with the board's broader, say, tribal engagement plan, that the VA engagement plan is kind of nested within there, and they're not kind of two separate things, but instead it's kind of a further outgrowth specific to the VA assets and to the VA work, or the agreements work and agreements assets that tribes would be engaged in, but would live holistically, if you will, under that broader board vision of tribal engagement and not create too much duplication or separation ultimately. And again, I think it reminds me of the discussions we've had here so far around even just the way we look at the monitoring and science enterprise, which similarly has these components that are more specific, say, to the agreements and the assets and the work that will be done specific to those, but that they should live and nest within this more, this broader oversight, if you will, that the board maintains and has. So appreciate the discussion around just the engagement plans. And to Ms. Willie's point, and I think others here as well, has been, putting off, say, the development of a tribal engagement plan, or importantly, a group or committee that's already meeting and starting to discuss, to a year into implementation, may not be the best course right now. I mean, especially there's a lot that we're trying to unpack in the program implementation and where the board is going. And I think that we would be really benefited from a focused group that is helping us, and here tribes helping us to unpack some of those issues. I think the problem is it's kind of somewhat puts the cart before the horse insofar as the plan kind of dictating the way that that committee would form and who's on it and all those specifics that, folks will be interested in. But to the extent that, now maybe we can better form an ad hoc committee that starts to kind of have some momentum and can help us continue to refine and understand how we improve the program implementation, especially around things like tribal beneficial uses, I think could be really helpful. And again, very mindful of all of our collective capacity to hold those sort of meetings and discussions. But to the extent that I think we're thinking of forming some smaller work groups already in the context of the program implementation for some of the accounting and other issues that are out there, I think it would make sense to do the same here when it comes to these focused tribal issues and be a space to start to already create the type of relationship that I think we're all continuing to speak to, but would be good if we can start to maybe get into those discussions sooner. So did appreciate, again, the suggestion that we start to form that group, now essentially even as we move toward final consideration and adoption of an updated Bay Delta plan. I think it's worth unpacking and having some discussion around tribal cultural beneficial uses and then tribal subsistence beneficial uses, and why at this point The staff proposal is to only designate on tribal cultural uses. I think it's one of the more fundamental kind of issues around TV use particularly. So maybe want to hear from folks kind of, why at this point we're distinguishing just designating tribal cultural beneficial use and not T-sub. And, as I understand as well, some of the reason is the amount of time it would take for us then to get to, a conclusionary moment here where the board is adopting a new updated water quality control plan update. But want to hear from folks as well, kind of what our thinking is so far, just to help move along the discussion.
Thank you, Chair. Basically, the coal is a more broad and general designation that includes consumption of aquatic and natural resources. So in a way, the T-sub is a subset of coal that requires additional information. We don't want to step on the regional board's toes for those types of specific fact gathering that would inform sort of the pathways of the exposure that the T-sub is very specific to for the health. It's basically a health beneficial use, whereas coal kind of encompasses more generally what we've received to date and could support for the entire watershed. But Rob's remarks wanted to make clear that coal does include consumption, so it's not excluding subsistence. In fact, coal cultural use includes consumption at rates higher than what might be otherwise for COM, for example, commercial and wild. So there is already embedded a process in a cultural designation that would allow regional board to do more site-specific investigation into increase rates of consumption that would require site-specific objectives, for example. So it doesn't preclude. I think we're trying to be more delicate about it and include coal, which is really subsumes T-sub in a way you don't need T-sub. I don't know how else to say this, but coal would provide for a process that would allow for higher consumptive rates in that investigation by the regional board. Hopefully that makes sense.
Yeah, that is helpful. I guess, for me, it does kind of come to like the outcomes that we're looking for and the protections for tribes that we're looking for, and understanding if not designating T-sub leaves something on the table, basically, that, wouldn't allow us to be as protective as we would otherwise. And you're hearing from you that it's not the case because the definition on T-coal is actually more inclusive and is an umbrella of, and includes in some way T-sub, even though there is, a tribal subsistence specific beneficial use. Okay.
Yeah, if I could just expand, T-sub contemplates a specific tribe with specific consumptive use pattern of a specific species, right? And you would want all that information, and it's more tailored to a specific water body segment rather than the entire watershed. And so it allows that work to continue, but I hope it's not perceived as we're sort of leaving something off the table, because I don't think the cultural designation would.
That's very helpful, because I think that's what the impression I think folks definitely have, and is the desire ultimately why folks are wanting to see T-sub also designated. Did you want to fill in something further?
I just
Ms. Riddle?
wanted to
And another one.
respond to your question about the timeline for the reasons that Samantha stated. If we were to do those specific investigations on the different stream segments for T-sub and sub, that would be a more intensive process versus the cultural designation, which we think we can broadly make now in our planning efforts. That process to look at the specific consumptive use patterns of individual tribes and communities is a more intensive process that will involve more fact-finding and gathering of information, and a more specific process that will likely take longer than what we're hoping to the BADL's planning processes to take. So I just wanted to make sure we responded to that part as well.
Thank you for that, Ms. Riddle. Board Member Morgan.
Hey, thank you. I just wanted to flag that I do have some follow-up questions on this that I would like to follow up with staff and Ms. Olson on. don't want to belabor it here, but I do have some follow-up questions of if it would take that additional time and that level of detail. So would like to just flag that and follow up with both of you on this area. Thank you.
For that, Board Member Morgan. Board Member Firestone.
Yeah, first of all, thank you, and thanks for all the engagement in this process so far. And thank you to staff for your work in following up on the comments we've received and looking at and proposing implementation measures that are working to be responsive to those. First of all, I really support and plus up the direction from the chair around getting started as soon as possible in a more formal advisory group. I know there's been consultations and communication of different sorts, kind of ad hoc, but I think if we can already start to model what we're trying to build, that will help make this a little bit more real and ultimately a more effective process. And so I think if we can do that, I really appreciate that suggestion and second that. I also just really, I appreciate the regional administrator's comments. This would be the first time that we would designate tribal beneficial uses in the state, and is really a nation-leading example of the attempt to try to reconcile these very, bureaucratic and siloed regulatory processes with tribal beneficial uses and lifeways and knowledge and expertise. And it's, I think, one step towards building a foundation that is a much more ongoing collaborative process. And I think it's vitally important that we take this opportunity to do that now. Designation is one step, but it's a foundational step. And I think from the information that we've gotten so far, if we are truly going to model respecting the expertise and knowledge and information and consultation that we've had so far, we need to take that step to formally designate. I would like to hear from staff, of course, as we reconcile this within our processes and the hoops we have to jump through and what that means within our processes. If staff might just talk about, whether we could, one of the concerns is we don't want to delay the process, right? We want to make sure that we're able to adopt an update to the plan. And so just if we were to designate for culture as proposed in or suggested in the document, just what the work that staff feel would need to be done and how doable that is within the timeframes that we have to adopt an updated plan.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Our initial assessment is a lot of the work to evaluate the type of impacts that could result from the designation of cultural beneficial uses is already encompassed in the draft staff report. I think the majority of the work that we would need to do is build the connective tissue with the designation process and make sure that we're providing that clarity, and then do an evaluation to ensure that we've captured all the potential impacts. But because the draft staff report is already a very broad document that evaluates a number of different impact mechanisms, from possible implementation measures for the Bay Delta plan, from flow measures to habitat measures to other non-flow related measures and construction related aspects, we already have a very broad environmental document. So we think we have the foundation for expanding upon that to add in the cultural beneficial use designation, which could lead to similar types of impact mechanisms for if there are site-specific objectives or additional objectives that are needed to protect those cultural beneficial uses beyond those that are included in the Bay Delta Plan. So we've done some initial assessment on this. It will take some work to build that connective tissue, go through a public process, make sure that we've gotten that all documented appropriately. But we think it's doable in a reasonable amount of time and could be done largely concurrently with the rest of the work that needs to be done in the draft staff report. There's also the policy side of it all that is a bigger unknown to me than the environmental documentation side of it. That part of it, I think we've thought through. The policy side is, has always got its twists and turns that, have different time-consuming components to them. But we're optimistic that we could do that work pretty quickly.
I just want to caution a little bit on timing. So if you recall back to the staff report that we put out last year, that contemplated that we would incorporate the definitions and protect the uses, but it did not contemplate designation. Now in the updated plan amendment that we just recently put out, we're opening up the question, and that's what we're here today to hear everyone's comments on. And we look forward to the written comments as well, of course. While I agree with pretty much everything Diane said, it will be more work. I don't think we're ready to tell you today. I think we need to spend a little time thinking about it, that it won't extend the schedule at all. I think it will require some additional time. I don't think we can tell you today exactly what that looks like, how many extra months. But I just want to caution that I don't think it will have zero effect on the schedule.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, and thank you. I think we want to make sure that we're doing this right, and we want to understand what it will take to do that. So I appreciate the discussion. I think what we are trying to do overall is look at how we're going to implement what we started in 2017. We haven't been able to implement. We really have not been able to make that work in the way that I think we had all hoped. And this is an opportunity for the state to create a pathway to make that work and work with tribes to work through a lot of the challenges we've had on implementation. And maybe there's things we need to re-look at, but the way that I've seen this evolve is that everything is, on one level, we can way overcomplicate things and prevent us from even taking that first step. Or we can oversimplify and sort of not acknowledge the complexity, the differences and complexities of each individual tribe and watershed and use. And as we've started to do this in different venues, we're learning a lot, and we're having to try to continue to figure out how do we reconcile like our regulatory processes with the realities of tribal lifeways and culture and subsistence living. That is a real challenge, and it doesn't fit directly in the ways that I think we would always, that would make our regulators' life easy. And so I think we have to acknowledge that there is a broader effort across the state to figure out how to do tribal beneficial use designation and implementation that we have to work together on. And I think even with that, we need to have, I think it would be helpful to have an even, I know we're doing some consultation, informal and maybe formal too, but consultation with some of the groups, even some of you that are on this panel and others, about that broader effort. But I think the only way that we move forward is by taking the first step. And I think this would be that first step that we could do as the state board to try to make make that real, which we started in 2017. And it's going to be an ongoing process. So this would be a first step of cultural designation. What's incumbent upon us is then to create that structure where we can continue forward on each of those future steps. So I think the structural change that goes with the designation in terms of having a more formal group and process as part of the development and annual periodic reviews, and then development is really critical for making that successful. If we need both of those. We need that foundation of recognition, of designation, and then we need the structure to move the different pieces forward. And that will allow us to answer some of these unknowns. We won't have the answer. If we wait until we have the answer to every question about what the potential actions would be, we will never take that first step. And so I think we have to create that structure and forum for that ongoing work. And we have to take that initial step forward. And this is an opportunity to do that. And then, I also just want to say I appreciate that this is what was already discussed but brought up by this around the need to make sure that whether both within our own processes and within certainly any process that we are contemplating for a more alternative compliance or voluntary local cooperative solution, that there's clear standards both for ourselves and implementers around early, often, and meaningful consultation and collaboration, and also the care principles, so I appreciate that we're flagging that and continue to refine the language that we have and clarity around that. And look forward to a lot more discussion on this. I think we are still understanding, working through on subsistence, some of the challenges of the definitions and different things that we adopted in 2017, frankly. And all of this is an evolving area, but it's only going to evolve if we make it evolve by taking the steps to do the implementation and move things forward. I think we've been sort of churning for 7 years, and we need to make sure we're moving it forward and not staying in that stasis.
Thank you, Board Member. Board Member Morgan?
Thank you. And so really want to thank you all for being here today and raising your voices. A few things really stood out to me, and just, the reminder of confidentiality and that information is shared when trust is built, and to, respect that. And I think that's something, for me and, just everyone to remember. It's that just because sometimes that knowledge is not shared does not mean that it's not there. It's that the trust has not been built for that knowledge to be shared. And so it's at times in your reflection to say, what more do I need to do to build that trust? How, and, we're talking about, coming to the table, and table, it's come to my fire, and I think I was like, well, yeah, in my family, it's go to the spot. We all have different ways of speaking when we're outside of, perhaps I would say, this room or other places. And that's something for me to remember, is that when words are powerful, they have different meanings. And for me to reflect on that, and that when there is communication is not seem to be working well, what is the meaning of these words? How are these words being translated? Are we actually having a conversation here? And that's part of, the early, often and meaningful conversations. The conversations need to be meaningful. We really need to think about our words and the power of those words. And there's going to be times where we don't quite understand why there is that ask. We need to understand that there is the ask and there is a reason for that ask, and be respectful of that ask. And I believe that's basically what you have said to us. We have an ask. Please be respectful of it. And, I thank you for that. And, it's just, the words spoken today are just really powerful. And, that's one of the reasons, I take a look at the additional questions around TSUB and is there, why, and the designation of it. And why I do want to follow up. And there, is it truly we can't, or is it policy? Is it some way that we're to look at it and see, is this just because of policy reasons why this is the way it always has been done, so we're not quite understanding, or is there therefore we can, or is there something else and there's something that there needs to be a change in order to be respectful of the reasons for the ask? And so it's, just as we move forward with the plan and making sure that we're being respectful to tribal nations, other impacted communities, and getting out and doing the early consultation and really understanding what are those needs, so that those needs can then be incorporated into this plan, future plans, and as we move forward. Because again, it's not, here's my table, come to my table. It's, here's your fire, here's my spot, here's this person's, I need to learn. I need to go there, and I need to listen, and I need to ask them, well, is it your porch? What is it? And that's the thing that I'm here to learn and to listen and to take in and really to understand. And so again, I thank you. Thank you for coming here today to raise your voices. Really do appreciate it.
Thank you, Board Member Morgan. Vice Chair.
I'll be quick. So I just really want to thank you all, and especially recognizing the challenge that you all are facing in acknowledging the challenge that we are facing. So thank you for that, and thank you for your constructive comments. I took a lot of notes. I really do. For me, I'm looking for practical solutions. And so wherever you're able to, whether today or in your written comments, really I am looking for very specific suggestions on process and on policy. So thank you for that. And then with respect to designation, I'll just share that I am open to designation, but I want to understand more about what it is. I want to understand the time frame. And I think it's important for, if we do move forward, to make it very clear as to what it does. I appreciate Board Member Firestone, your comments about this being foundational. I actually think 2017 was foundational, and this is an incremental next step. And I appreciate that there are some that want us to do a lot more than an incremental step. But I'm kind of an incrementalist by nature, and so I'm open to it, but really do want to understand what it means. How does the work that we already have support that? What's missing? And I think we should also include fact sheets, because one of the things that came out of 2017 for me was that I felt like after we left, I was here in 2017. After we left, I felt like people were leaving with different expectations, and that just didn't sit right with me. And I can only imagine that if I were a tribal member and thought that I got something more out of it and then ended up disappointed, it just, makes dealing with the State Water Board that much more difficult. Getting back to Board Member Morgan, with some of the comments she made about trust. So I think we can we have to recognize that we can't do all things for all groups and all communities, but whatever it is we're doing, we need to be very clear about what that is.
I appreciate those comments. You know, it really is about the outcomes ultimately that we're looking for in our communities and being able to live up to those. And to your point, us being clear as to what it is that we're driving toward, and making sure that not all questions need to be answered, but that we do understand what outcomes are we looking to get from the work. And I think there can be a meeting of the minds for that, for sure. Vice Chair.
One other thing I forgot to mention was just the role of the regional boards. And I think we're all learning on this process and what some of the other regional boards are doing. And so I just want to make sure if we do move forward, to appropriately acknowledge the role of the regional boards, because I think that also can help build on that incremental progress.
Yeah, I agreed. And as Board Member Firestone said, you know, we do have a larger effort here when it comes to tribal beneficial uses. This is one action and one space that we're looking to here help move the ball. But there is that bigger picture, and I think it is important to keep an eye on that as well, and to be doing a lot of other work in those spaces. I know there's a lot of good work that is going on, so appreciate that. Board Member McGuire.
Yeah, thank you. Ditto and echo and plus up all the comments that were just made. I don't think I have a whole lot to add. I think most of it was covered quite well. But I do want to emphasize, well, for one, it makes absolute sense that we have a established tribal advisory committee and tribal engagement plan, regardless of whatever the alternative ultimately ends up being that we go forward with on the Bay Delta plan. To me, it just makes perfect sense. And it's something we should do, and we should start working on it as soon as we can. I think just thinking back to April and your engagement in the workshops then and now, today, I've been learning a lot. I still continue to and have an open mind about how we go forward here. So just thank you for your willingness to share your thoughts here and where your thoughts are concerns and frustrations. That's what I need to hear. And so I appreciate that. On one area, I think it's already been covered, but I'll just emphasize, I think there's been a lot of hesitation about which, incorporating the beneficial uses in the first place. There was a lot of hesitation there. And now we're at a point of some hesitation about if we do go forward with designating which ones should be designated and where in the watershed. Should it be watershed wide? Should it be by a tributary? And which ones actually are appropriate to do at the state board in the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan versus in another venue. I think a lot of that has to go to the definitions themselves, and maybe some confusion or misunderstanding, and maybe if it's even on my part, of not fully understanding what the definitions are and what they mean and their implications. And I think it's important that we're all, everyone in this room and participating in those processes on the same page and understanding what these beneficial uses are, what they mean, just as much as any other, just as much as agriculture or cold or what have you. I think we all need to have a common, well-grounded understanding, because these beneficial uses are what translate to water quality objectives. And then we have to determine where those beneficial uses are being met and where they're not being met, and then what those objectives look like to achieve those beneficial uses. And sitting here today, I'm sorry, I'm not yet at a point where I have a full understanding of that here, especially with the tribal beneficial uses, because they are so complicated. And they do rest on TEK, and they do rest on a lot of information that I don't have, and I don't understand yet, but I'm working to. I just wanted to flag that's, I think the fact sheet's a great idea. I think continuing to ensure that we're speaking the same language, that the words on the paper is, that you see in our definitions is what you're understanding, them to be, or if there's a misunderstanding, let's talk about that and understand it. I wasn't on the board in 2017. I was not involved with adoption of the definitions at that time. I think they're fairly clear, but I admit there's a lot to them. Even with coal, I think even designating coal would be still a focused effort, even there, focused on aquatic species and not as much as in some of the other areas that might rely on the regional boards to do a deeper dive there. And just to emphasize as well, my last point is with outreach, I think it was referenced that designating the use could result in requirements to NPDES permits, to waste discharge requirements, to other permits and water quality actions. That may rightly be so. And if that's the case, we need to ensure that there's outreach to those permit holders as well. And even so much as I think the regional board, I would like to hear from the regional boards. I'd like to hear from Region 5 and Region 2 here, who are clearly implicated in this decision about how they've been doing their work on incorporating tribal beneficial uses, how they've been coordinating with tribal communities, with permit holders and others who might be impacted by this. And I realize this may add work and complexity and all these things, but I think it's, again, important that we're all on the same page. And in order to do that, we need to bring everyone into the room and make sure everyone who's involved and will be involved in the future has a chance to weigh in on this. And that's what I wanted to share. Thanks.
Thank you, board member. Thank you for sharing that, and agree. I mean, ultimately, the goal is to be protective of the uses. And so, all of these discussions around what implementation actually looks like, what are we actually here looking to achieve is really important for us to actually be able to live up to these conversations in a way that does them justice and doesn't just kind of gloss over for the sake of sometimes convenience. But I think really being focused on those outcomes and understanding them is going to be important. Board Member Firestone.
Thanks. I have one request or flag for comments, and this could be just as follow-up and continued dialogue, but one of the things we've talked about is what an advisory group looks like, how it's structured, what really makes sense. And I appreciate that. I really look to tribes to let us know what that should look like and how it should be structured. I'm interested in getting input on what that structure should be in a way that allows us to set it up right, and we can work through maybe some of that in this early implementation. I am concerned about, we have constraints within formal groups in terms of Bagley-Keene, and I think that can be an obstacle sometimes to allowing for collaboration that really should not be a problem amongst tribes outside of the formal group. And so I want to make sure we're getting input to navigate that. We have to navigate our own processes, but we need to get input on what's important to set it up for success. And I think just in my experience, it's helpful to, figure out how we're balancing the importance. So we're having a very formal structure with government to government consultations, but also allowing for some informal, or at least more fluid and responsive. So it's still formal, still having a formal process, but also not restricting it so much so that we maybe have these barriers to the collaboration relationships that tribes have or may want to do outside of the group. So that's something I'm really interested in getting input on, especially as we're starting up this early action, and then as we're looking at what to set up going forward.
Appreciate that, board member. And what can be helpful is the fact that, if it's setting up now and it's a work group and it's not, official and necessarily through the adoption or waiting for the adoption of the plan, we're a little more flexible there. And, ultimately, I think of the work that we did around, say, our conservation regulation and how we structured there was, you kind of help set a table, but importantly, it's open to folks that here want to be able to contribute and participate and can be a little more flexible. So appreciate that. Anything from our folks, colleagues here in the program, they wanted to reflect further on, anything they heard or wanted to make comment? And the same for the panel as well. Would welcome any last reflections.
Yeah, I'll just echo the appreciation to this panel for sharing their input with us and open the door to further coordination informally or formally. I mean, we're happy to receive any input that you have. Rob and Jose are always, their ears are always open. Feel free to reach out to them anytime. We're happy to travel if needed to provide presentations of what's in the plan and hear your feedback. So please just continue to reach out to us to provide that feedback. And we heard your comments today. There are a lot of very good comments. We'll work to incorporate those that we heard verbally today. And if you have any further comments, we're happy to hear those as well. So thank you.
Thank you for that, Ms. Riddle. Ms. Moreno, Ms. Willie, others, anything like to leave us with?
Sure. No, I just want to thank all of you for just listening. I think, Board Member Morgan, as you stated, trust is such a huge element for us in working with agencies and just working with people in general, and I'm sure you can understand why. So it's, it's difficult when we have proposals that are a trust me type of thing, because it's difficult to do. We appreciate the movement, the consideration. Staff really appreciate your work on the TBU designation. Is it a recommendation at this point? I'm not sure, but we'd really love that. Again, just not to repeat myself, but I have to say it again. We like what we're hearing. We just want to see the action attached to it because it's our communities, right, that need the protection. When we're protecting for the current beneficial uses, tribal beneficial uses, our uses are not being protected currently. So work with us, let us help, let's problem solve. And whether, that's through necessary regulatory or policy changes or legislation, we have those capabilities. We have resources. We definitely have the courage and the will. So, we want to get this done. This is so important to our communities. And so, we're here to work with you.
Really appreciate that.
I just have a quick question. The tribal coordinator was mentioned earlier, and I just was wondering how that position would be filled, if that was a state water board staff member, if it was a VA party designation, if someone would be hired from outside. Just because I feel like being a tribal coordinator is a really important position, and it takes a lot of cultural sensitivity training if you're not a tribal member. And so I just wanted to ask that question.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I'll look to Rob or Diane, but as my understanding, the coordinator that was mentioned, since we have, Rob and a coordinator on our side here, it would be on the agreement side, but.
Yeah, it would be somebody staffed by the voluntary agreement parties. We welcome input on qualifications that would be needed for that position or any other comments you may have regarding that position. But again, yes, Rob, as well as Jose, are tribal coordinators for our Bay Delta planning purposes. They would retain that responsibility and work with the voluntary agreement coordinator and the tribal advisory committee to ensure that we're all well coordinated.
Yeah, and actually on that, and not to put DWR folks on the spot, but might be worth identifying that person now. And, beginning to, not unlike, our suggestion here when it came to the work groups or the committees, trying to just start now and prioritize that position or that person. And if there isn't any comment from folks from the agreement side, from what you heard during this panel, would welcome up if there's anything that you all wanted to share as well. But don't also want to put you on the spot if you don't have anything at this point. Okay. Yeah, and there is a panel next, so you can provide us reflection then. All right. Thank you, everyone. Really appreciate it. Did you want to?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, thank you again for, having us here. And I just wanted to say that, the tribes that are represented within the families of Wilton Rancheria, and for that matter, all of the tribal people from the Bay Delta region have been here for thousands of years and have used the waterways and had an intimate relationship with them. And so whether we're calling them TBUs or just our way of life, we'll continue doing it. We hope that they'll be officially recognized, but of course, we've been doing these things, since time began. And, this is important work that's being done by this water board and by all of the parties involved. And so it is really important to get that foundation right, because, this might be work that needs to be done right now because there are so many critical issues. But this work is far from done. This work is done for the future. This is all about our families, not just human families, but the salmon families and the muskrat families and the beaver families and the deer that drink the water. All of our families, that's what this is important about, because, we have the future generations that are going to really count on us doing the right thing now. And, all of us hopefully have been down to the river before. We've seen the salmon. We've went swimming in the water. We've listened to the wind rustling through the trees. And we've got something good from that experience. We want our kids to have that experience too. We want our grandkids to have that experience. We want all the future generations to be able to go down to the water and have clean water, have fish, have animals, and we start that today by doing what's right. And so I hope that all of us will keep that in mind as we move forward. Chalabeskin.
You're here. Really appreciate those words, Vince. Completely agree. And so thank you so much. Let's go ahead and give ourselves a 10-minute break, and we'll use that time to transition then to our next panel. And thank you again for the time and the discussion here, everyone. Really appreciate it. We'll bring ourselves back at 3:30. Thank you. All right, everyone. We're at 3:31. We can go ahead and bring ourselves back. Now we will be transitioning to our second panel of the afternoon and would welcome up Department of Water Resources and East Bay Municipal Utility District.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon, good to see you.
Thank you. Thank you for having us, Chair and members of the board. My name is Anacita Augustinus. I'm the Executive Manager with the Office of Tribal Affairs at Department of Water Resources. And I'm here with colleagues, and I'll let them introduce themselves.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Alice Chewy, and I'm with the East Bay Municipal Utility District.
And good afternoon. My name is Louise Conrad. I'm lead scientist for Department of Water Resources, and I am here supporting my colleagues on the panel and representing the Healthy Rivers and Landscape Science Committee.
We may have a caller calling in, Mariko Falk, who is with my office. I'm not sure if she's logged in or not, and mainly as support if there's any questions in the questions. If we could go to the next slide. What we wanted to talk to you and present today, and the agenda is updates on tribal consultation that DWR has engaged in. Also, we wanted to provide updates on governance and a tribal engagement plan outline that we have been developing, and comments on the draft plan of implementation. But before we go through the agenda, I do want to say I appreciate the time and energy for the board in putting together these workshops and offering the space and the perspectives that we've heard from our tribal representatives. And thank you, tribal representatives and tribal leaders, not only in the room who presented, but those of you that may be joining us virtually. It's not often that we have the opportunity to hear the various perspectives of tribal representatives at such a level of importance and the passion that has been delivered, and I really do appreciate that, especially given the importance of the Bay Delta and the work that the tribes have been doing with the Department of Water Resources. If we can go to the next slide. The Department of Water Resources, as you know, has been engaged in the last 4 years with tribal consultation on the Delta Conveyance Plan. And many of those tribes we worked with within the Delta Conveyance Plan have been tribes that have the cultural affiliation with the Delta and the Delta project boundary. And within the CEQA process of the Delta Conveyance Project, our department, as lead agency under CEQA, designated the Delta as a tribal cultural landscape. And so it was through hard, many years of discussions with tribes to come to that ability to make that decision and the understanding of the importance. During that discussion on consultation, tribes did mention that they were concerned about the designation of TBUs because, as you know, not only in SGMA, Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, so much of what we do within the implementation depends on the definitions of who is a beneficial user and what is a beneficial use. And also in terms of how we develop our mitigation plans. Again, beneficial users and beneficial uses. So it was brought up throughout various different types of consultation regarding Delta, and not only on the Delta Conveyance projects, but all the other projects that Department of Water Resources conducts, specifically storm damage and other levee and habitat restoration projects. Since we were here before you in April, and what we have done in terms of outreach to tribes on the voluntary agreements and the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes is conduct tribal informational meetings. We met with the tribes, an open discussion in January, and we had an opportunity for a tribal caucus, and we also met in March as a follow-up. Since that time, we have opportunity opportunities for government-to-government consultation on other wider HRL programs that our department has been involved in by request of the tribes. And we have received various feedback from the tribes. Many of what we heard earlier, and I'm just echoing the tribal perspectives about the concerns of protection of tribal water rights on sovereign lands and on fee lands that many tribes have within the Delta specific and within the Bay Delta Plan, as well as ancestral land. We also heard concerns about the permitting process and what happens during a permitting process when there's emergency declarations that potentially may suspend CEQA. And so those are some very strong concerns, and of course, potential effects to the tribal cultural landscape in general. And the consultation that we have been doing has been on a project-by-project basis, and it is our goal to build the relationships that we heard of so strongly today. We are guided by Secretary Wade Crowfoot as well as our Director Nemeth, who have told the tribes, and both were present in January and March and made it very clear, as well as Director Bonham with California Department of Fish and Wildlife, that transparency is how we wish to move forward. We recognize and understand and respect the tribal concerns, that they felt that they were not a part of the process in the beginning. We've acknowledged that, and that was addressed by Secretary Crowfoot, and it is our decision to move forward in a transparent fashion with consultation at every opportunity open to tribes. Next slide, please.
Yes. All right, thank you. I'm just going to really quickly echo what Anasita said, and just thank you for the opportunity to be here today. And I want to also thank and acknowledge the panel that spoke earlier. We really appreciated the conversation. I want to give just a quick update on governance and decision making. Some of this is a repeat of what you heard on the 22nd. So while the VA program does have a pretty strong sort of framework that would be approved by the board and a number of agreements, there is still a lot of decision making that needs to happen. In terms of implementing the science program, decisions about the habitat projects, implementation of flows on any given year, how funds are spent, those types of things. We have developed a system-wide governance charter. It's a draft. We are open to input on it. And as we discussed on the 22nd with you, our goal is consensus, and that's how we've generally been operating so far. But we do have a draft sort of voting structure that we've outlined, and we have allocated 4 votes for tribes. So we have votes set aside for state and federal agencies, public water agencies, tribes, and NGOs. We're open to feedback and discussion on that structure, but our vision would be that tribes would be participating as members of system-wide governance and have, be involved in discussions, decision-making, as part of that process. Also, our governance charter does call out the recommendation that the local governance on each tributary in the Delta should also provide opportunities for tribal involvement. So that's another avenue for some of that decision making. In terms of our science plan, our science committee, we did note that the draft plan update suggested a subcommittee for TEK. We had been envisioning tribes participating in the science committee itself as just full regular members. And I think our intent there is, we want them to be involved in the decision making and the development of work products all through the process, rather than just providing feedback at the end. But we are interested in hearing from tribes on how they want to participate in the science program. Another idea that's come up is maybe also having like a separate sort of independent peer review panel made up of tribal experts. But again, we'd like to hear from tribes. I do just also want to acknowledge that we also are committed to data sovereignty and care principles. I believe that's spelled out in our science charter. We respect that Indigenous knowledge is the intellectual and cultural property of the tribes, and that any application of that Indigenous knowledge is at the discretion of the tribes, and we respect that. If I could get the next slide, please. So I really appreciated the conversation earlier this afternoon around a tribal engagement plan. We support the requirement to have a tribal engagement plan. That's actually something we've been working on even before the draft plan came out. We're in the process of hiring a consultant to help us do some facilitation with tribes and to help us develop that tribal engagement plan. Sometimes when you have a large number of water agencies, even if we have relationships at the local level with different tribes, when you bring all these water agencies together, it can be a little bit cumbersome. So we're hoping that a consultant can kind of help us be organized and provide a little bit of clarity, and also provide a little bit of a neutral party that tribes can interact with. So we have selected a consultant. We're in the process of developing the contract. That would include 3 main scope elements. The first is doing outreach and facilitating discussions with tribes to get their input towards development of a tribal engagement plan. That plan is meant to be complementary to the state board and DWR's engagements, formal and informal. So to the point, Chair Esquivel, that you made earlier, I think we would see our engagement plan as being sort of under that larger state board umbrella. It would be focused on the HRO program specifically, so getting into some of those questions about governance, science program, habitat projects, et cetera. Our scope for the consultant also includes some support for public water agencies to do tribal engagement at the local level. So that includes some information on best practices, some training. We want to make sure that we're prepared to be good partners. And then we are also asking the consultant to put together a white paper on mechanisms for us to contract with or compensate tribes who participate. We recognize the importance of that. We do know that sometimes it is a little bit challenging when you have a public agency that has a potentially a little bit of a cumbersome contracting process. So we want to look for some examples. And we are also interested in, we are also looking at finding a way to compensate tribes for their involvement in the development of that engagement plan, and potentially working through that or with that consultant. So yeah, I mean, I just want to give that update. I, again, really appreciated the discussion earlier, and we look forward to hopefully working with tribes and then continuing to coordinate with state board staff as we move forward with this. And just in terms of timeline, again, we just like a week or so ago made our decision about which consultant we want to move forward with. So we're in the process of developing a contract, but we really hope to actually get started with this in the next few months. We're not planning to wait until the plan is adopted. I hope that's okay. We don't want to interfere with any other state board processes, but we do recognize the importance of moving on this and not waiting until the end.
I really appreciate that. And when it comes to the hiring of that consultant, would that individual be able to function as sort of this kind of liaison role that I think, had been kind of envisioned, I know, when it comes to the program implementation, or, having a single point of contact really ultimately to engage with the tribes across all this, or kind of what the thinking, just wondering. Oh, I'm sorry, Sagustinus.
Maybe initially, I think that it would have to be a decision jointly made with tribal partners, and also an individual or entity that is trusted by tribal partners. But I do feel confident in the consultants that we have engaged with, and we actually had a broad range of scope to look at, and we feel comfortable with this individual or this individual group. But definitely at the outset to at least set up the foundation. And so that way the foundation is there, because oftentimes when I've developed pilot projects, there's always opportunities to stumble, because you try to get to the end line first without doing all the necessary steps of the full engagement. And lessons learned is really not moving too quickly with a consultant, or letting the consultant get ahead of the project without the party's interests in mind. And that's one of the things that we have built in, and we're developing that scope so that way, and at the very outset is bringing in tribal partners to help develop that scope. We have a general scope, but really the details we want to work out with tribal partners, so that also the agencies themselves can learn and cross-collateralize the capacity. Because I can tell you, as many years as I've been in the water business and doing work even within the Delta, it's surprising how many of our neighbors have never even worked with the tribe, despite being on the same river and drinking from the same water. So this is a great opportunity to see those relationships being built.
Really appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, and potentially, and to your point, it would have to be with working with tribes to really identify an individual, but perhaps the coordinator grows into that, or at least sets the foundation for the selection of someone. So I
Yes,
appreciate
because
that.
I see a lot of organizing with, Robert's team and the board staff. So that way, we also keep in mind, and, people might be confusing, thinking all these different tribal engagement plans. But I can tell you, you can never have too many engagement plans. Every opportunity to learn from an engagement plan that sets up your, basically, it's your GIS, it's your map to get somewhere. And even if it's just to get to your first meeting, and that really is sometimes the hardest thing to do, is to get to the first meeting.
Thank you. Really appreciate that.
And I think we can go to the next slide. So regarding the plan of implementation comments, but basically this is just formalizing that, Department of Water Resources and our agency partners are in support, strong support of a formal tribal engagement plan. That was something that we came to conclusion after the January and March and the April workshops. And when we have been actually meeting very frequently, trying to figure out a plan of engagement, our own internal plan of engagement of how then do we conduct proper coordination. And so we definitely support that. We also support the formation and advisory committee. There's advisory committees that can support in many different capacities, not only in just the initializing the engagement process, determining how and who should be a liaison to coordinate, but also helping and working with the local entities, and so that the local entities also have resources. The thing also is that we're drawing from the same well. We know that our tribal communities are at capacity. So we have to be very cognizant of, like, here's another committee, here's another opportunity, we need you to do this. So that's why I'm saying we really have to be foundational about the support that we do and how we are not overtaxing the voices that do come to the table, because we're so happy to have that, but at the same time, we could task any one of ourselves with 100 things to do. So that is really something that we definitely need to keep in mind. The other recommendation is regarding the recommendation I heard today about the TEK as part of the Science Committee. We do not recommend TEK to be a subcommittee. In respect to tribal data sovereignty and in respect of TEK as a foundational principle, it should be on par with science, the Science Committee, an equal partner, because it is science. And recognizing that the Science Committee itself understands that marriage of traditional and Western science can be partners to move forward. So that is a goal and something that we can aspire to. However, we need to get there. If it means starting as a subcommittee now to get it started, but with understanding that it should have and be on equitable principles of understanding, so that we can have the confidentiality and the respect for tribal sovereignty within the data sovereignty care principles. We also want to make sure that considerations are given for appropriate voting seats on the various committees, and full voting power, as well as compensation when feasible as subject matter experts, if there is going to be a need for that subject matter expertise. Because I know a lot of this is, calling upon people to do this as a voluntary capacity, but there are certain positions that will require some amount of subject matter expertise that we should be able to find some type of consulting fees for. And then, of course, we mentioned the guidance on the care principles and in terms of that. And if we could go to the next slide. This is a website on the California Natural Resources main page. What we have done is that if you Google voluntary agreements or CNRA, you will come to this main page, and there is a tab that says tribal engagement. We have put as much information as we can there that are links that anyone that's looking at what is opportunities for engagement, whether you're looking for the draft strategic plan, draft governance plan, the draft science plans, that you'll be able to get to that, as well as the prior meetings that we have conducted on informational meetings, basically the agendas and some of the presentation materials appears on this website. And we plan to keep that updated as often as possible when there is new information to share. And then there is a subscribe list, Healthy Rivers and Landscapes at resources.ca.gov, that people can get to for the subscription for agreements and just to be maintain that information. If you could go to the next slide. And that's where you can subscribe to that subscription page. And then the contact information will go to various people that you see often here, and we'll get that information from anyone who wants to have information on the voluntary agreements. And that is concludes our presentation, and we're happy to take any questions or discussion if time permits.
Thank you. I really appreciate, as always, the contributions here. A quick question, just because on the previous page I had seen, the couple of dates that were last sort of identified for this governance meeting. Just wondering if there are any meetings that are planned or anything kind of on the horizon that folks should be aware of now. If there's follow-up meetings, basically, from those tribal governance meetings.
For tribal governance meetings? For the DWR? Are you talking about DWR or the agencies, the agency governance?
I think if these dates here that I see here down at the bottom, tribal governance meeting 1 and 2 are the broader one, then I guess the broader.
No, page, this one here.
I don't know about, I think, so CNRA has its process, and, obviously we would want our consultant to be integrated with that. I think, as I mentioned, we're hoping to get the consultant sort of on board, like contracted within the next couple of months. And then, so hopefully early next year, they would be doing outreach and potentially
meetings and outreach.
Scheduling meetings. I don't know if DWR or CNRA has anything.
What we have committed at DWR is to commit to update meetings. And so we did 2 last year, and our preference is to do it quarterly. And so we'd like to be able to do that, and we have not set any up in. But those governance meetings you're referencing are the update meetings for tribes. But in between these meetings, we have had and have been conducting government-to-government consultation with several tribes who are actually involved on projects that are ascribing to the Healthy Rivers Landscape projects, and those are within the Delta specific.
Great, thank you. Really appreciate that. Looking to fellow board colleagues if they have any questions and comment. Board Member Firestone.
Thanks. Thank you, and I appreciate that for things like I appreciate your support for and already taking action on trying to develop an engagement plan and supporting tribal involvement directly within the governance processes in the science committee. It sounds like what would be appropriate, rather than maybe specifying if there's a TEK subcommittee and direct membership on the committee, and how that is to get tribal input on what the preference and structure should be. And so my understanding is that that's part of what the consultant is helping to do. So I appreciate the expertise and also just the expertise, Anasita, that you have bring in a lot of this. So I wanted to just ask or kind of observe more generally, whether it's the voluntary agreement, Healthy Rivers and Landscapes process, or our process and the Bay Delta Plan update. you know, we none of us did adequate consulting and engagement with tribes when we first started. And I think we heard that from the secretary, an acknowledgement of that. And we have been doing a lot, you know, on our end to try to change that dynamic. And we talked about some of that with the last panel. And that includes, you know, the formal designation. It includes structurally building in relationships, both formal and informal, with tribes. And one of the things that I think I heard from the last panel is, you know, actions speak louder than words. There's, I mean, the history of tribes as words have not been fulfilled by government agencies throughout history. And so one of the things that I think our process so far is trying to do is listen to the input we've gotten and make changes based on that. So, you know, first we were not proposing to incorporate tribal beneficial uses. Now we're proposing to, you know, incorporate it and maybe even designate and create a number of structures, create a HABS program, among other things. I'm interested for the voluntary agreements or healthy rivers and landscapes, how, you know, there's I've seen you all put forward important, I think the concept of early, meaningful, or early, often and meaningful engagement. And so that meaningful means it can impact outcomes and it can change things that otherwise you wouldn't necessarily do. And so I'm interested to hear from the program, and I think as you go forward in trying to build relationships, both of trust with groups, is being clear what input, how input can be meaningfully incorporated to change and improve outcomes and actions and implementation. Because otherwise it feels like, you know, this is a done deal. This is something that, you know, you want to be rubber stamped and you want people to be sort of a figurehead on sit-in meetings, but not have any substantive outcome in. I think that's the fear, right? And so I'd like to hear more about what is possible to get, what the structure is to have meaningful changes in implementation based on input and engagement.
So maybe I'll start, and then maybe, I don't know if Louise maybe wants to talk, or Anacita want to talk a little bit more. So I can just give an example, you know, of East Bay Mud and the McCollum, since that's what I'm most familiar with. And I do, you know, in the interest of honesty and building trust, you know, we need to be clear that there are some things that are set, right? And that are going to be harder for us to change at this point, especially, you know, as given that there are environmental documents that are out and, you know, and such. I think, you know, for example, for the McCollum, so we have flow and habitat commitments. So we have flow commitments. There's some flexibility every year in how those would be deployed. So we have actually existing structures that, you know, existing governance structures that we're planning to use. We have our McCollum River Technical Advisory Committee that is open to tribes. I believe there's one tribe that has just recently started participating in those meetings, which is great. So that would be an avenue for providing input on sort of how to shape the flows every year. You know, whether it's, yeah, we want to, you know, inundate floodplains now, or we think it makes sense to wait a little bit later, or how much water do we want to reserve for fall pulses, that kind of thing. Certainly, I think that's a place we're open to tribal input. We are just beginning planning for 25 acres of floodplain restoration. That is, again, another place that is ripe for having some of those discussions with tribes and getting their input. And again, I think we've started to have some conversations with local tribes about that. So that's sort of on like the local tributary level, right? Where we have local agencies that have commitments that they need to make, and there's room for discussion about sort of how we meet those obligations and how we shape those. There is the larger system-wide program, so that has assets associated with it. Flows, water that would need to be purchased every year, decisions about how to shape flows, when to start doing deployments, funding, how funding gets allocated for habitat. I think there's a lot of still openness there in terms of making those decisions. And then also at the system-wide level, decisions about things like, hiring staff, developing, reports. And then I think the science program, just the way it's structured, I think leaves a lot of opportunity for meaningful involvement. And so I'll maybe look to Louise to talk about that a little.
Sure. Yeah, and I think it's an excellent question, so thank you. I just want to speak a little bit to the Science Committee, the Healthy Rivers and Landscape Science Committee. In our charter, we do describe our role as one of providing recommendations to the governing body for deployment of science investments and the assets that Alice was speaking to. So I think there is some power, perhaps, in that recommendation role. Because I think it does play a very important part in that governance system. And I also see as what we're trying to undertake collectively is many decisions are facing us in the future on a seasonal basis regarding these flow assets, on a interannual basis regarding restoration projects to prioritize based on the science and what's telling us is real limiting factors. I think we heard some good comments about that earlier. And I think that we need the expertise and the knowledge from a lot of different sources to do this well. And we do acknowledge in our science plan, our Science Committee charter, that traditional ecological knowledge is a form of best available science, and we do not see our science plan as achieving this vision of being comprehensive until we have that input. So this is one of the reasons we do have this feedback of we'd really love to have the tribal input in the Science Committee body. As I think Anacita said it really well, on par with the rest of the expertise in the virtual room. And that's just a really important piece to getting to the full program as it's envisioned. There's a lot of work to do. I think we've said, and we have the comments from Secretary Crowfoot that we're making up for lost time and ground. And I really appreciated that comment that it's that first meeting that can be really hard to get to. We're still are breaching these conversations. And in the science space, we are trying to craft it in a way that can be receptive to that input. And it's not something, of course, we can do on our own, but we're trying to build the space.
And I would just add one more thing, which I thought is worth mentioning. I think a lot of us, as we were talking about, hiring a consultant, putting together a tribal engagement plan, even before your draft plan came out and we were starting to talk about this, I think we all kind of had a feeling of that this is worth it regardless of what happens, regardless of what you choose to do in terms of the Bay Delta plan. We think it's worth trying to develop the relationships with tribes. And that's happening in a lot of agencies already. So I just want to put that out there that I think we're all committed to the work, and we see what we're doing on HRL is just part of that larger effort to improve engagement with tribes on a number of different fronts.
And to answer that question for something specific with Department of Water Resources with a meaningful consultation, we've seen that our projects, especially implementation and post-implementation, are made better with tribal input and tribal participation. It is a better project. It's a better project for the environment, for the people, for everyone. And it is missing, and that knowledge is out there. And unfortunately, it's because of capacity, and sometimes it's because of the regulatory process of when and trying to put that knowledge into the regulatory deadlines. And sometimes we can miss it because comment period's over, CEQA closes. and other priorities are there. But I do think that the commitment is there, and that we have seen that when we have had projects where we've made that extra effort for that tribal participation, the project is all the much better. And where we have several projects that we're doing project implementation, and we're really pleased. And once we're able to share that with the communities, we'll be very happy to bring that information to light with permission of the tribes that we're working with.
Thank you. Just one last question is just, I'm wondering if you could just provide a little more information on the designation of the Bay Delta as a tribal cultural landscape. Or I don't know if I am getting
The Delta Conveyance Project.
Okay, well, I guess I know we can't talk about the project exactly too much, but I'm wondering, maybe the request is, obviously we're considering designation potentially, and so especially around culture, and if DWR, CNRA, or others have already provided some acknowledgement or designation.
Chapter 32 of the Delta Conveyance Project EIR has very robust discussion on the achievement and how we were able to get to that decision.
Okay, great. So I guess just would love, as the department and others look at comments on this, and particularly on designation, would love input on whether that's helpful and their support for that. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, board member. I was going to mention as much as well, be helpful if folks have feedback when it comes to tribal beneficial use designations in the watershed. And folks probably don't have that here for us now, but as written comments come in, would be helpful to either hear support, concern, or somewhere, I'm sure, in between.
And if I could also guide you to Chapter 7 of the California Water Plan, 2023. The Chapter 7 was a tribal chapter written into tribal voice. It discusses tribal beneficial uses, damming the Klamath, as well as tribal water rights, and climate change and equity principles.
Thanks, many thanks. Looking to other fellow board colleagues if they have a question or comment for this panel. And seeing none, I know we have individual commenters to go to here as well, but I think we can release the panel. Thank you all. Really appreciate the presentation and hear continued discussion. And
Thank you for the
Dr.
honor.
Conrad.
Thank you.
all.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it. All right, that brings us here to individual commenters. And again, because we didn't necessarily parse out afternoon and morning session folks, I'm just going to run through the list as folks here signed up. And if you only wanted to speak for the morning half and aren't looking to speak further here than on the tribal components, just indicate so. All right. I think our first commenter here then will be Barbara Berrigan-Perea. We followed, and she may not be in the room here further, and I don't know if she is here virtually. After that, I'll just name a series of names and we'll see who's here still yet or not. So then we'll go to Stephen Rosenblum, be followed by Peter Dreckmeyer, Jason Foster, then Ashley Overhouse. And yeah, and it looks like we still have Peter Dreckmeyer there. So let's see if Mr. Dreckmeyer, if you don't come off unmute or on camera, then we'll just keep going down the list of folks.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel. I was not planning to comment on this item.
Okay.
Thank you for the.
Thank you. Thank you as well. Next then we'll go to Jason Foster, in case Mr. Foster was looking to comment on this component of the discussion.
Was not, but I am grateful to hear the priorities of one of the primary party classes within the accounting construct I have in my head. So thank you.
Thanks. Appreciate that, Mr. Foster. Next, we'd go to Ashley Overhouse. I don't see her on the platform. So then we will then go to Abigail Black. And I don't believe she may be here in person, and I don't see her name on the platform. So then next will be Debbie Mackey.
Great. Thank you, Chair Esquivel and board members. I'm Debbie Mackey. I'm with the Central Valley Clean Water Association, and just really appreciate the chance to talk a little bit about this. And I really want to tell you how much I appreciate the discussion that occurred during these two afternoon panels, because they really impact the community that I represent and the impacts on the Delta. And some of that discussion as it relates to process and designation of beneficial uses. So as you might be well aware, Civic was very involved in the 2017 Mercury objectives and the tribal subsistence and tribal cultural beneficial use designation. And when those were adopted in the staff report, it appeared that, we understood that the State Water Board was proceeding as the state, as recommended in option 2 of the staff report, which is found on page 107 to 111 of that final staff report. And within there, it talked about the process of designation and utilizing the regional boards and a process within there. And so it seems as though with the designation, there's a big difference. And as part of the stakeholder community that was involved, then we really feel like it's important to get the stakeholders together. We know that there's been a lot of outreach with the tribes and very much are supportive of that and appreciate it. But in the meantime, other stakeholders really have not been engaged during that time frame. So whether it is that we need to get the regional water boards, I shouldn't say whether we should get them, is that we should get them, because that was part of the plan. The regional water boards and other stakeholders in the Delta involved in talking together. I really appreciate board member Morgan's comments as she was talking about, understanding each other and coming up to areas where we can really come up with solutions that are best for California, best for the Delta, and best for the people that live here. So anyways, I appreciate that. I really do look forward to more engagement. This is something that is really important, something that we've been watching, and as was said by staff, there's a lot of, connective tissue that's still needed, and something that we're really not seeing at this point, and want to be involved. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mackey. I appreciate those comments. And yes, especially as we're here, we just have a note within the program implementation. There'll be additional work if the board does make the move to designate, and know that we'll definitely be wanting to make sure we're engaging with all impacted folks so that everyone is understanding the action the board is taking and its impacts. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next I'd like to call up Nicole Whipple, who I don't see on the platform and don't believe is here in person. So next would be John Rosa Pepe. Similarly, don't see. And so we'll next go to Regina Chicazola. Will be followed then by, I believe, our last commenter. And if there is anyone that was planning on commenting that hasn't had a chance, please do just jump up and down or raise your hand on the platform. But last commenter then will be Cynthia Cortez. Ms. Chicazola.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, sorry, I'm having trouble with my computer. Hi, thank you for hearing from me today. My comments are actually on both subjects that were dealt with today, and I do apologize for leaving the meeting a week ago when I was supposed to comment. It was Friday night at like 6 o'clock, and I just couldn't stay anymore because I had kids to feed.
More than understandable.
But yeah, there's several things I wanted to comment on. One is I feel like it's really important to think about the history of this process. In 2018, when phase 1 went forward, there were tribal community members and representatives in the room, and there were people who had comment from the tribal perspective, specifically with Save California Salmon and some other tribes too. So I don't feel like the fact that tribes wanted to be involved in the Bay Delta plan, or that should have been reached out to when the VAs began, is new. I don't feel like it was a surprise that so many different tribes wanted to be involved and community members wanted to be involved. So I do thank the Water Board for you guys for acting now on making sure that there is people being invited to do panels like this, that you're looking at tribal beneficial uses as part of the process. I think it's really important. I know that it feels complicated, but I feel like there's just I feel like tribes are saying that the whole delta and the whole water system is areas that they use and for different reasons. And so I feel like it doesn't have to be as hard or complicated as is being put out there. I mean, obviously, a lot of tribes need to be consulted and brought into the process, but I think it's important, and it might be hard work and it might take a little while, but it's important. Because people have been asking to be part of this process for a very long time. And it's late in the process to now be considering it. With that, I also wanted to say that, there was a lot of talk earlier about how we need to not have these minimum in-stream flows. We don't need to go to the regulatory route. And there's a lot of talk about habitat. And I've been working for habitat my entire life. And I just wanted to say I agree with all the comments that habitat needs to be wet. And it needs to be wet not only for salmon, but also for a lot of tribal beneficial uses. You can't have tules if you don't have wet habitat. You can't have plants for weaving without wet habitat. A lot of plants that are for weaving actually need to have flood flows at times in order to be good materials. So I wanted to say that I think having an underall regulatory process and having minimum in-stream flows is just critically important, and those don't have to be all that's offered. That's just the minimum. The voluntary agreements, these proposals that are come up with communities can always go over that. They can always be more. We can get creative in different ways, but having that underlining regulatory process and in-stream flow requirement, in my experience, is absolutely necessary and is the key to collaboration. If people just think that they can come up with whatever they want because everyone agrees and then invite tribes into the process later, I don't think you're going to have the same level of collaboration to find real solutions. I'm going to try to go quick because I feel like I've taken a lot of time already. But another thing I wanted to say is, it's the Water Board's responsibility to, and I've said this a lot, to protect beneficial uses, not to make sure that everyone agrees on how to do that. So that's another reason why I feel like it's just really important to look at what is needed on the regulatory level. And then if voluntary agreements, cooperative solutions go above that, or can meet that, then that's wonderful. Like adding habitat to the mix, that's great. It's absolutely necessary, but the fish need water. The plants need water. It's just so critical. And then I wanted to say that I feel like over the last few years, we've had a lot of guidance from the federal government, including the trustee, to include tribes in the process, to look at TEK and to incorporate TEK. We might not have that in the future. And I feel like we all know there's a crisis in the Delta. There's a crisis with the fish and the watersheds. There's a crisis with the fish. There's a crisis of toxic algae. There's a water quality crisis. And the Water Board is the last place that we can go as a public right now to ask for you to save the Delta and to save the salmon from extinction. And, if that means making hard or unpopular decisions, and that means like not necessarily going with the voluntary agreement that's being given to you, but actually saying, yeah, this is great, but you need to have the underlining regulatory process. You need to have the in-stream flows that we laid out as a regulator. Then That's what we need, because you're the people that we need to protect the water quality now. And we've waited a long time for this process to go forward. So I think I'll just end it there. But I just wanted to say, I don't think it's an either or, but I also don't think we can just say, yeah, go forward with the voluntary agreement, go forward with creating habitat. And we don't need hard flows underlining that. We do. We need regulation. We've seen in the Scott and Shasta, we've seen in the creeks in the northern Sacramento River, what happens when you have voluntary agreements where you don't have underlining in-stream flow regulations, set as a numeric value. So with that, I just wanted to say thank you for doing this today. And thank you for having all these meetings. I know it's a lot of work, and I really appreciate you putting the work in.
Thank you, Ms. Chickasole. I appreciate you putting the work in as well here and continuing to contribute well to our discussions and keeping oversight on continuing to make sure that, I guess, again, we as decision makers here do the best we can in a moment that certainly we all feel the weight of the decision, but the importance of it as well. And not based off of being liked for sure. So I appreciate that, Ms. Chickasole. Next, I'd like to call up Cynthia Cortez.
Good afternoon, Chair Escobar and members of the board. I'll keep my comments brief here. The Voluntary Agreements Program proposes to replace critical in-stream flows for habitat, failing to recognize the importance of restoring in-stream flows to support the Delta. The lack of adequate flow has left the Delta in crisis, and its tribes and disadvantaged communities that are having to live with the consequences of poor management. Restore the Delta supports comments presented today by Regional Administrator Martha Guzman, and we support comments made today by tribal partners. TBUs are essential and flows are essential as well. The regional boards have taken too long to resolve this issue. The Delta Tribal Environmental Coalition will be submitting additional written comments by the December deadline. And thank you for the opportunity to comment today.
Thank you, Ms. Cortez. Appreciate those comments and your time and contributions here at the discussion as well. So thank you. All right, I believe that brings us, again, in case if there's anyone that was expecting to speak, just jump up and say so at this point, but brings us to the end of our individual commenters. And the end of our two panels. I just, again, have to thank everyone for their time, dedication, patience, and your contributions. These are, as we all continue to reemphasize, very complex matters, but at their core, they're also pretty simple in their fundamentals. How do we add more to the system? How do we better protect the ecosystems and watersheds that we all are incredibly dependent upon, and do so in a way here that acknowledges that there are many competing uses of water within the watershed, and a history here ultimately that we're trying to reconcile our uses, again, our values, and just really appreciative of everyone continuing to contribute to these workshops. I know they're a lot, but they are really beneficial to us here as decision makers to be able to spend the time together to unpack, and to the extent that we can come to some consensus and see these challenges and even say the solutions in common. So just thanks to everyone for their time and attention today. Looking to fellow board colleagues if there's anything further they'd like to comment or leave us with. Vice Chair.
So this has just been terrific. I've gotten a lot out of these workshops. I appreciate that we're getting a lot of thank yous for doing these workshops, but this is what we're here for, and this is important work. I'm learning a lot every workshop. What strikes me is just kind of thinking about next steps. And so I just thought I'd use this as an opportunity to chat with our colleagues, because, we're not able to do that. And so I've taken a lot of notes today and at the previous workshops, but it just strikes me that it keeps coming up that with some really good dialogue where we get constructive comments, and then staff will say, well, this is how we were looking at it, but we'd be open to making these changes. We've talked a little bit about some work groups. And so I'd really like to hear from Mr. Oppenheimer, kind of thoughts about how we could get closer to sort of threading the needle here. Because what I'm hopeful is that when we receive written comments, that those comments can be really targeted. So to the extent that there have been any further communications, either, in our sessions over the last, few weeks at these workshops to say, so that commenters should feel free to say, this is what we heard, or we had a follow-up conversation because it was just, too detailed, didn't want to take up a lot of time at the workshop. And what your understanding is, because that can, I think, really help us as we go through these comment letters to hone in on the remaining key points.
Yeah, appreciate that, Vice Chair. And Mr. Oppenheimer,
Yeah, sure.
I know you've been giving some thought already to some things, so.
Yeah, we've given it some initial thinking, and actually this week started to work with the team, mostly Diane, on ideas on how this would look. And so I put some thoughts together. Diane's going to look at it. Rather than respond now with a detailed proposal, I'd like to work with Diane and put some thought into what makes the most sense and how to structure it. But we are thinking about it.
Appreciate that. Looking to other fellow board colleagues, if there's anything they'd like to comment or leave us with? No? Okay. Well, then, this again has been our third of 5 workshop days. Our next workshop day will be on December 12th. We will be covering agreement flow accounting and taking general comments from folks at the end of that day as well. So that'll be our next convening here and discussion. Trying to think if there's anything further we should wrap with, but just a lot of thanks. And I know the accounting on the flow asset side is going to be one of the more critical discussions we're all going to have here. So look forward to diving deep with folks on that. And ultimately, looking forward, and maybe, I don't know, Mr. Oppenheimer, if you feel by that next workshop date on the 12th, we might be able to have some further feedback on next steps and process on so far as some of these groups. But
I think it's possible. What I'd like to do is actually reach out to you individually with some ideas, bounce them back, get a little input from you before we sort of solidify something. And if we can do it by then, great. But I just don't want to overpromise.
really appreciate that and agree about, not overpromising. And so we'll see where we are at that point then. So thank you. All right, well then, that adjourns this workshop. Just again, really appreciate everyone's contributions here. Looking forward to the next discussion as well. And please even prior to that, reach out if folks have any burning thoughts or hear recommendations. We're definitely open in real time, looking to use these workshops really as momentum into finalizing this program implementation. So thanks everyone. Great day, great discussions, great workshop. Appreciate all the work that's gone into this. I know these workshops don't just happen, so thank you to the team for organizing these great discussions. So thank you. All right, have a great evening, everyone. Tomorrow, we will have our regularly scheduled board meeting, and so we will see folks here tomorrow. And then as a continuation of this workshop, December 12th will be our next date and discussion. Thank you, everyone. Be safe, be well. We're adjourned here until tomorrow morning.